I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do if I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend.
your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 138. The Thailand-Cambodian War has broke out. Gaza food crisis is now the main story in the Gazan war situation, and Ukraine is struggling in their war. Because I say so. Because my coverage say so. If you watch, Denis Davidoff, then maybe not. Yeah. I saw a comment say that Denis Davidoff say ISW is Russian propaganda. I want to laugh if that's real. So anyway, I got to drop the link for you guys to join. So I'm not going to go into too much monologue. Yeah, let me do my copy and paste thingy. This one, copy. Yeah, so sorry, I delayed a bit because I'm hungry. I need to eat. And then, yeah. So it took me a bit more time to finish my noodles. Yeah. So anyway, I dropped the link to join in the YouTube live chat is now pinned. And then Rumble live chat. And then I have pinned it. And also I'm going to drop it into Lambo is on. So I'm going to hide the comments on stage.
I forgot that one in the back. Hi, Wyatt.
Hi. Wow, that's a very weird drone behind you.
Yeah, I talked for last week actually. Top Drone Mavic.
Top drone Mavic.
Top Drone Mavic, yes. Because the drone is the future, my friends. We need to know that. The game.
Yeah, I saw China. I saw on Twitter quite a number of footage from China. They invented new kind of drones. They have this helicopter drone that can fire anti-tank missiles, like 4 missiles, and then there's another helicopter drone that can drop 6 grenades.
Yeah, it's just the beginning, my friend. And we already knew in the past the very big American drones. You know, we had like shitty drones, and now it's all different. Yeah, and don't know if I'm going to stay very long today because it's like 10 p.m. already, and I had a very busy weekend. I was busy dating.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, because of the Thai-Cambodian SIM rep. I needed extra time.
I know it's maybe better to have at certain part of the open mic a good conversation about that one. I'm going to get out of that one because I know shit about these countries.
Yeah, just talk about what you want, man. You're now.
Yeah, but you saw it. I drove today an Aston Martin with 007 number plates.
Oh, yeah.
DB11 V8, so it's not the V12 version, sadly. It's a friend of me, an owner, and they called me. Yeah, can you move the car because I need to work at their house? And it was Formula One in Spa-Francorchamps this weekend. And they have they are event company, so they need to be there for working. And I went
so
to
you
the
drive
house.
into the event?
No. I just drove to their house to actually move the car. But they say to me, yeah, just take the car, do a ride with it, and bring it later in the night home. And send me a message when you parked it next to the house and sit in front of the house. Because I need to work in the garden tomorrow.
How's the drive, man?
It's a Grand Tour, so it has an AMG engine, so a Mercedes AMG engine, 510 horsepower, something like that. I drove very brave. I think at certain point I did a few accelerations and I went maybe 200 km per hour maximum, something like that. So
holy shit.
Yeah, the car can do 300, so it's nothing for the car. And already my car can drive is limited at 219, so I already did it a lot of times. So that speed is practically normal for me. Just my car takes like ages to get to there, and that Aston Martin, you just floor it, and suddenly you at 200 km per hour. And I took my date with me, so the woman was with me, and it was a cool day. I went picnicking with the car and all that stuff.
Wow, so nice.
Yeah, it was very nice, and that's a good thing that I am a little bit lucky bastard, but I did my work for that also. So I am running in social media a Facebook group, and it's calling, I'm not going to put it on the stones. It's calling Car Spotting Knokke, and we have 48,000 members. Ooh, and I am also an ex-event organizer. Yeah, if you go to YouTube and you're looking after videos, so you're typing in the searching after Carbon Knokke or Cars and Coffee Knokke, you're going to see some after movies, some movies that spotters and visitors did of my events. So we did. The biggest ones were like 150 cars, supercars, hypercars, so all that stuff. So sharing the passion of the cars, and also we did 2019, so charity. So with little kids, these kids are sadly all dead right now. And it was things like that. So we sharing the passion, and I know a lot of owners. So sometimes they're calling me, "Can you drive my car?"
So
It's fun.
cool.
It's just fun.
Yeah. In Singapore, we don't get to 200. Like, it's not
No, it's
almost not
actually
possible.
legally also. So I drove in Germany. I went to Germany to do that.
That's-
Germany is no problem.
There's not
I did
enough.
my
There's not enough
top-
Singapore for me to go to 200.
Yeah, but my top speed with my car I did in Germany, so I had the time to do it by night. The first time I showed on Telegram the pictures of Lamborghini, I rented in Italy, and at the other side of the factory, on the other side of the street, an Aventador LP 700-4 Roadster, so 700 horsepower V12 from 2014. And the guy was with me that renting these cars, and we drove actually. We did the parkour on the streets, on normal road streets, where they're actually testing the new produced Lamborghinis. And he said, on that spot, you can go flat out. No problem. The police are going to do nothing. They have an arrangement with the local police. So if they see a Lamborghini flooring in that side of the roads, or in that part of the roads, they're not going to do anything. So I floored it 240, 270. I don't know yet exactly. Yeah. On two
That is
single
so-
roads, so fucking.
So freaking scary, man.
The thing is, at that speed, on two times one lane roads, so like small country roads, you're getting tunnel vision. It's nice. Yeah.
I drive like more over 100 kilometers per hour. I'm already feeling like, oh, this is a bit fast, man. The 120, okay, I think this is too fast. I'm gonna let go of my pedal.
Yeah,
200
but
is crazy.
Yeah, but these cars are designed for it. That's the difference. An Aventador is limited at 350. So 200.
Why would you even need
240 is
350?
actually nothing for that car. Yeah.
You're not even a fighter jet. You don't need so fast.
The coolest experiences, and if you have the opportunity, everybody has the opportunity to do it one time in your life. Go on a track day with a professional race driver in the car and do one lap with this professional racing car driver behind the wheel. Are you going to have a blast? You're going to have something you never going. I have a YouTube channel, and you can see a few from these track days, a lap that I did.
Were you
wanna share?
driving?
Huh?
Were you driving the Lamborghini? Lambo? Or was the
Not
other
on the
guy
track, on the road, yeah.
driving? Okay.
So I drove.
He's called Mr.
already-
Lambo. Come on. It's Mr.
I was going to say that's
Lambo.
such a European story. How you went really fast in a car, but someone else was driving.
No. The 270 in Italy was me. I have the video. I have the proof on it on YouTube. I have a 30-minute video of it. So if you go on YouTube and you find my channel as Mr. Lambo, very easy to find Mr. Lambo on YouTube. I can give you the link on WhatsApp if you want to. It's not a lot of videos, but you can see some footage, me as passenger in a car or driving a car. It's not a lot. I am not active on that channel, and just for
It's
fun.
okay, I can plug it in. Who knows? You get monetized, and I know that becomes your full-time job. You become the new Top Gear.
Your top drone Mavic, maybe my future. Top drone Mavic. But no, it's just for fun. And the thing I do with like the social media on Facebook is sharing the passion. I stopped Instagram because too much competition and all
Found
that
it,
stuff.
found it.
Yeah.
I found your YouTube channel. Yeah,
Yeah,
I found it.
with the ship and
I'm
and
gonna
the
plug it in for you.
Oh, so sweet, yeah. It's just for fun. The things I sometimes still posting is like moments of a game that I'm playing with ships, Wars of Warships Legends, and I'm playing like I sink my battleship. And sometimes if I do a very good game, I'm going to share it, and that's it. So yeah, but you can see some real Lamborghini footage on tracks. So me as a Lamborghini VIP. So without being an owner, I managed to be a few times VIP of Lamborghini during a race event in Nürburgring most of the time. Yeah.
Ironically, I saw battleships. I saw World of Warship videos.
It's an awesome game, and since very short, you can play it on PC also. So you don't need to have a console. You can play it on your smartphone, on your PSP. It's free to play. That's awesome. Call of Duty, but like chillax, you can sit you can eat while playing. It's like fucking easy to play. Yeah.
Is it Vaughn? Vaughn first or?
It's me first.
It's fun first.
Since Lambo's telling stories, I got a good story. If you like street justice, go to Bumland in the forums. We got a new video in there of a man who assaulted a man and then found out that man didn't fuck around, and then he found out. You'll enjoy it. It's a nice inner city story. Two black men meet in a store. One black man throws Red Bulls at the other guy. The other guy, in a strange twist of fate, goes to his car, pulls out a boxing glove, not a gun, and proceeds to beat his ass. You'll enjoy it. Bumland exclusive.
We're going to check it later.
In the DPA forum.
Yeah, it's in the main. It's in the America thing. If you want, ask me. I'll send it to you so you can have your own personal copy.
Yeah, no, go subscribe over at DPA forum. It's on Telegram. Just type DPA forum. You'll find it. It's public. Yeah, it's the most wildest place you can find on Telegram. Like, and legal, all legal. No porn there. No porn. Yeah, but soft porn there's like no girls. There's a channel for girls, like pretty girls.
Well, you got the
pretty girls. Sometimes they put disgusting girls.
We have Simps United, so if you need to simp for chicks, that's where you go.
Yeah, that's my favorite channel.
It's my favorite also. Too brave, in my opinion. Too brave. We like to see more titties, Wyatt, but yeah, I don't know if it's possible. Save the boobies.
Voice love.
Save the boobs for marriage.
Hi guys. When you're talking about Lamborghinis, what kind of Lamborghini do you think Zelensky drives, or some shit?
Do he have one? A tractor? Don't say tractor.
I think he means. I
got one for every day of the week.
I think he means a very expensive car, and he is connecting it with the scandal of the trying to legalize those corruption agencies, which is still not over, depending on how you read the international community, international press, which is Zelensky friendly. It's still not over because Zelensky made it very well. He gone back, but to such a moment that we will have to wait another month for the parliament to vote to revoke the law that they made before. So it's still not revoked. And the thing, if you guys go look at the real story, it's quite amazing. The real story goes about that they started to look into some very near people behind Zelensky, especially. I think I don't remember the name of the guy, but he's one of the co-founders of Kvartal 25, which was the enterprise of Zelensky, the comedian entertainment enterprise, and that guy was considered to be the bankier, the financier, the bookkeeping of Zelensky, and that guy ran away from while this was coming. He ran away from Ukraine through Switzerland, and this has to do a little bit with this. So these agencies were going through his most inner circle, and the guy decided to try to destroy these agencies so that people didn't know about it. Nevertheless, it's also not understandable if the European Union really cut the funds or not. They said they did. I don't know if they also went back, but it's quite an interesting moment for Zelensky. What do you guys think about it?
Yeah, I think it's all bullshit. I mean, it's all shit show, and West coping with the loss, with the Ukrainian losing the war, and I mean, who gives a fuck? I mean, we all know they all got rich from the war, and it's generals, it's politicians, it's people around Zelensky, Azov, all the neo-Nazis. I mean, everybody's is in on it. So, like, it's a fucking shit show. I don't know.
But it's quite interesting as like those reporting from Hirsch, which said that Washington was thinking in exchanging, ousting Zelensky from power. This would be the perfect shit show. I don't know if they went. If this will keep going or it turn back, but it's quite interesting. Go on, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was going to say too, with those protests, you have the people out there protesting corruption. But my understanding is you have people out there that are upset about their drafted sons, their missing sons, their killed sons, their captured sons. The problem is they can't go out there and say it, but it is that group of people protesting is not just protesting corruption. It's a conglomeration of people, and it'll be interesting to see if anything comes out of it. I did see a story where some people showed up and they were burning pictures of Zelensky, and nobody joined them because they all figure those are SBU guys just trying to set people up so they can arrest them for, burning pictures of Zelensky. So I think there's a potential there. I mean, I'm not sure why Russia's not. I mean, I'm not going to say they're not because we don't know. I mean, I would assume they're exploiting this situation somehow, or they're in the process of doing it.
I don't think they
why they continue to dominate on the ground. But yeah, I would assume that they've got people in there to start stirring shit up, which would be a good thing, probably.
No,
I mean,
I don't think.
Really, they should just start handing out AKs to people and tell them to shoot the TCC. Just
what I'm saying is quite true, because the first days they were just young people, obviously moved by ONGs. You could see these were activists, the way they act, the way they spoke, they were definitely activists. But as the days came by, at least the second, third day, you could see these were more general people were coming, and this is like one. It's like everything was coming together, and he got paranoid and he decided to roll back. But the thing is that he didn't really roll back. This is just fake news. It will take a month, and he probably will try that within a month. Everybody forgot about it.
Yeah, I mean, they might find. I think at the end they might find a couple of scapegoats, like lower ranks that they're gonna blame it on. I think they already kind of. I think I saw news today, like they arrested somebody for corruption from TCK, and I think that's just trying to show like they're anti-corruption, but it's all fucking it's a theater.
Yeah, and in the same day that he made that reform of the corruption agencies, he sent people to the houses of the inspectors because they were being charged with collaborating with Russia. So everything was really made in order to make some kind of scandal to disappear. The Russian oaks, like always, it works very well, even in Ukraine.
Yeah, look, I think it's a very interesting situation that we have in Ukraine right now, because in America, politicians speak openly about the profitability of the war. You have Lindsey Graham talking about how it's the best deal ever because they get to kill Russians and they don't have to lose soldiers. Now, Lindsey Graham's whole career is based on the military-industrial complex. So he just sees the contracts to supply weapons. And the Europeans as well are making bank from this conflict. And, just quietly so are the Russian oligarchs who are funding the military-industrial complex in Russia, which is huge. So on all sides, the war is profitable. The only people that are really suffering are the Ukrainian soldiers and the Russian soldiers.
I would disagree that the Russians are oligarchs or magnates are financing because most of that industry is state-owned. Toby.
Yeah, okay, sure it is. Okay, well, Russia is...
Yeah, profiting with the war, I agree.
Okay, all right, so Russia is all right. Well, leaving that to one side, I mean, I disagree with that, but the thing is, why do the Ukrainians keep fighting, right? And the answer is kind of interesting. The Ukrainians started this fight because they were cheap. Ukraine was so broke. The level of income and was so desperate in Ukraine before this took off that for very little money, you could recruit entire militias. You could fund all kinds of radical political organizations very, very cheaply. And there's a lesson here, right? If a country becomes too poor and too corrupt, then it's for sale to the highest foreign bidder. And that's kind of what happened in Ukraine. The West was able to recruit militias and radical political parties to fund the nationalist movement. Those people that joined weren't doing it because they had heartfelt convictions for the most part. I mean, you might have a few crazies, but for the most part, they were doing it because it was the most money they'd ever earned in their lives. And the most money that they could potentially earn in their lives too was to work for a sort of like backyard NATO paycheck. The other thing is that all the allegations of corruption in Ukraine, it's got to be seen through the political lens of Ukraine. Because in Ukrainian society, making a lot of money out of the war is considered bad. But if you think about everybody that Zelensky and his crew is hanging out with in the international sphere, that's business as usual. That's what smart people do. Smart people make money out of the conflict. And so it's very difficult for Zelensky and his government to fit in with the West unless they're also making millions and millions out of the conflict. This is what smart people do. This is not corrupt in the West. Making money out of the war is actually considered good geopolitics, and it's what smart people do, and it's perfectly acceptable. You could argue that it's a sort of neo-colonial mindset, but the aristocracy of countries like the UK have been doing it for hundreds of years, and arguably so have the US. So I think that the most interesting thing about this is that Ukraine is destined for war because it was poor. And if Russia could afford to pay or wanted to pay the Ukrainians to be on their side, they probably could. And I think it's interesting that they don't, because people said this right at the outset of the war. Ukraine is the prize that no one can afford to win, because you're talking about tens of millions of people who live in a collapsed economy in Europe. And what are you going to do with that? Russia doesn't want to recruit all these militias and have to pay their social security. The European Union has just cancelled $1.7 billion worth of funding. Partly that might, they can argue that it's about corruption, but it's also because they'd rather have that $1.7 billion for themselves. It's not like the EU is brimming with money to throw around. The Ukraine is a bottomless pit of liabilities, and someone's got to pay those people to live. And so at the moment, I think the reason that we don't have peace is because Russia doesn't want to pay the price of reintegrating Ukraine into their sphere. It would almost be better for Russia to keep the war going. And I know that, people like Prada think that Russia is a, idyllic wonderland where the state owns everything, but it's just not true. I mean, you can go and read about this, Prada. Like Russia's political economy is literally modeled on the US. They have a huge amount of money being gathered in taxation and spent in the military-industrial complex. And if you think they don't have oligarchs, you're dead wrong. Russia has got loads and loads of people who are profiting hugely from this war. There are no good guys in this war. This is a very modern war. You've got a very population being fed into the bank as cannons, and it's extremely lucrative from all sides.
Yes, but I didn't question the fact that they don't earn money. I just said that the most of the Russian industry complex is owned by the state. It's allowed to have some profit, and within the
he's
CIA got him. He said too much.
I was saying that. So can you hear me now?
Now yes. Just now you got censored by CIA.
Okay, yeah, it could be. So most of the industrial complex, this is also the reason why Russia was able to supplant the West, is because their industrial complex is not so much driven by profit, but it is a weapon of the state. This is quite well known. Also, Rosatom. It's quite interesting how Russia used Rosatom or their industrial complex to sell weapons to other places in the world to increment diplomatic soft power. This is not saying that the magnates, the oligarchs in Russia are not earning money. Of course they are, but they are doing it in other ways. It's in a way there are two areas where they try. Well, at least it is a path where they try to expel a public profit or private profit from energetic sector and from the weapons sector. Of course, there are many of these companies are private and they are allowed to make money to export, but for instance, inside of the country, they are extremely low. But of course, there are many areas where the oligarchs. So one news not very old, so like 3 months ago or something like that, they said that oligarchs were able to increase their fortunes, and they already compensate. They earned so much money in this period, in these 3 last years. They were able to supplement all the losses they had with the frozen assets in the West. So I'm not taking it. So Octavio, I'm giving you right. I was just saying that because this is a very interesting instrument of international policy in Russia. The industrial complex. It's actually made almost work to lose money, and that's also one of the reasons why Russia is winning the war. Nevertheless, you said something even more important, which I think it's...
Prada, wait, I just want to interject here, because the thing is, you talk about weapons companies being state-owned, right? Now, I question that. I've gone down this rabbit hole, right? They are partly state-owned, but even if you have a completely 100% state-owned weapons company, where does it buy its aluminium from? Where does it buy its steel from? Where does it buy its nitrates from, right? In the end, Russia is not a communist society, and all of the military production inside Russia flows through to the oligarchs who own the commanding heights of the economy, right? There's no question the spending of the Kremlin goes to the private sector in Russia because that's the nature of their political economy. It is fundamentally based, it's modeled on the West. It's actually like the Russian Constitution is a carbon copy of the US Constitution, and that's not an accident. Like if you go back to the 90s, when Medvedev and the law professors from Petersburg were devising it, that was the idea of the game.
But the new constitution is quite special.
Yeah, well, this idea that Russia is some like happy clappy place where nobody makes any money.
No, nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. I was just trying to remind you. Of course, the figures.
And the other side is evil.
Yes, the figures talk, and they give you right. I was just saying that, but we shouldn't forget that the fact that this industrial complex is allowed to work with almost no profit is the reason why Russia can stand the war in a much cheaper way than the West. And but nevertheless, of course, people indirectly win with the war in so many ways possible. And I gave you this information that it came in Commercant a few months ago that the Russian oligarchs were able to increment their fortunes so much more that they already completely could pay the losses they had with the frozen accents. Nevertheless, he said something more interesting during what you were saying, which is the fact the money from the European Union. Something very strange is working around in the European Union. Well, I'm talking about the organization, commission, and so on, parliament. And the thing is that they are promising millions and millions and millions like never to Ukraine. And people are questioning, where is this money coming from? Some of these promises are like really long run, which is very strange, like until 2030, but billions. And people are questioning, where is this from? How can this be? It's like they are doing like Biden. You remember, guys, then when Biden made those donations to Ukraine, that even Trump wouldn't be able to stop them. And of course, this is corruption. get this money. Nobody, the recovery funds is a hoax. But nevertheless, it's interesting that some people are waking up, because where is the money? Where is the money going to come from? Nobody knows anymore. The European Union very soon will have to start to pay the 500 billions of the post-COVID recovery funds. And nobody knows how they will be able, with their budget, well, at least the budget they have now, be able to pay back those loans. More than that, the European Commission budget is running low of 600 billion euros, and they want to increase the budget to 1 trillion. It's like crazy, and nobody knows where they will get the money, because the states, as you guys know, they all are very strong in debt, in stress. And even Germany is a very strange situation. Now, perhaps that would be interesting for you, Tony, to explore more. Germany, it's a country that always had a kind of more discipline with their public spending, and they had all these rules and so on. And now they also are planning to make huge amounts of debt. And I wonder if Merz, which was a guy that worked for the banks, is actually trying to put Germany into a situation, like a bankrupt situation, like in 2011, where the countries will be ripped off with huge interest rates in order to save banks that would, international banks that would be otherwise would go bankrupt. And that in 2011, it was because of 2008. Of course, things were just delayed. And in that way, they were able to save the big banks of the European Union, implying to Portugal, Spain, even Italy and France extremely high rates.
Yeah, when you're talking about European finance, I think you have to kind of reflect on the United States financial system. I mean, I don't know if I understand how it all works. Maybe you guys can correct me, but basically, United States as a government is borrowing money from the Fed, which is private, private company or private bank. So and basically, who owns the Fed is the big oligarchs or whoever runs the whole show. I mean, if the Fed is private, that means they have private owners. So who is the owner of the Fed? I mean, so how can United States ever be not to how can they ever be independent, or how can they I don't know how to frame it, but it's like they will always be in a debt, to these corporations, So it's always going to be private interests, I don't know.
Well, not only private interests, but international interests. I mean, when people talk about globalism, a lot of the time they're talking about some future eventuality. The reality is that the world's been globalized for a long time. And arguably the US stopped being an independent power in 1914 with the creation of the Fed. There is a political line of thought that says that you can either have a government that doesn't have debt and that has power, or that you can have a government that government, a government that is powerful and independent, will just take money that it needs. It will tax people directly to raise revenues. And if you go back to the Middle Ages, that was a popular model. So, kings and so on would just go and take stuff in order to raise a war chest for their armies. Yeah. But then you had the advent of finance, and then you had governments that would borrow money from the financial community. And again, this goes back to the 1700s and 1800s. Even back to Napoleon, he was financing his war machine with debt. And that debt came across borders financially. So, to a large extent, it's a bit of a myth to think that any government that borrows money, which is basically all of them, right, is independent from the financiers and from the globalist corporate community. This is what makes such a spectacle of wars that are based on nationalism. And this is what makes the whole Ukrainian nationalism so extremely absurd, because those people are fighting on behalf of BlackRock and they're waving Ukrainian flags and talking about Bandera. You know, arguably Bandera would not have been a BlackRock shareholder, but perhaps he would. But his idea of ethno-nationalism was extremely local and narrow. You know, like he considered everybody that wasn't from his village to be a dirty foreigner and kicked them out. So how much he would have embraced the whole international financier scene propping up Ukrainian nationalism is arguable. I'd suggest he probably wouldn't. But this is the world we live in. We live in a world of international corporate finance and massive banking conglomerates where it's literally impossible to know who owns what. Because of the way the system is structured, ownership is hidden through all kinds of different mechanisms, which we can go into if you want. But I think most people understand this. And when governments are just borrowing money from those international entities to further their own policies, how much the nationalism of the people matters is a big question. Arguably, it's just a way of mobilizing popular opinion. And you could apply that to the US and Trump. But it's certainly true in Europe. Hey, Ted.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, well.
I'm supposed to come over here and talk about all your guys' silliness.
Okay.
We are serious.
How's the plan?
Somewhere though. Gosh. Though it's quite interesting to see how I presume Trump just playing in different directions, with threatening other countries that would buy Russian oil with such huge tariffs. If he's not going to create such a chaos around the world, it's very improbable that this. Well, the problem is that he plays himself into a situation that will be actually quite hard to get out of. So I wonder if in the brink of losing the war, the West, even the United States, of course, with other intentions, well, Trump with other intentions, is not willing to create such a chaos that nobody knows how it will end.
Yeah, I don't think they know. I mean, I don't think they had a plan for this long, you know.
They don't have a plan, exactly.
No, the plan is simple, gentlemen. The plan is just like this open mic. Stirring up controversy ends up generating conversation, and that conversation generates wealth. That's Trump's plan. It's rather simple.
Yeah, I think
rather
that
simple.
makes sense. That makes sense because he's just selling us bullshit. I mean, all his life he was selling bullshit, you know, and making money.
Well, I don't know that it's crap. It's controversial. Yeah, it's salacious, but it's not necessarily crap.
Well, the thing is that if the European Union doesn't find a way out of these, a strategy, whatever strategy, but a strategy that really can get them out, the thing is that Trump is going to put the European Union in extreme difficult way.
Well, sure. And I mean, it's the European Union. They're irrelevant.
They are driving themselves into a black hole, and with their own will. And Trump is just helping them, because the first thing that, if he does that with the 100 tariffs, which the European Union also want to apply, what will happen is that the European Union will be the first one to be targeted immediately. So where can
As they should. They should be the target of Trump's ire.
Hang on. Let's just make something clear. Tariffs are not a geopolitical weapon against other states.
Yes, they are. They can be.
Tariffs raise revenue from your own population. It's like, have a look at Trump has raised a huge amount of money with his tariffs, but it's been raised from the American population because they are paid. It's the consumer who actually pays the tariffs. Now, it
didn't create something that didn't already exist. It just transferred the payment in a different column.
Well, in theory, a tariff.
Not in theory, in reality. In reality, the money was getting paid before, and now it's getting paid as a tariff.
Well, not really, because previously,
yes, really.
People
there are several
effects. China.
There's several
People would
effects.
buy widgets from China for $10, and then they would pay $10 for the widget. When you slap 100% tariff on that, then the widgets are being sold for $20, and $10 goes to the government as a tariff. But it's the consumer who pays the $20, not the producer of the widget overseas.
So that's even better. That's even better. So the government that is subsidizing the government that used to be subsidizing a foreign nation is now collecting tax, and it encourages the purchaser to look for options inside the country.
Exactly.
That's right. Absolutely.
Or into countries that have the same product. But there is another effect.
Regulations, then people might do that as well. But the idea that someone's going to be able to start up a company to replace the widgets coming from China in order to boost local
yeah, but the price of the product
is pie in the sky. What's actually happening is that Trump is raising tens of billions of dollars in much needed revenue to pay the bankers, the debt, right? And he's raising it from his own population. And it's the same with all tariffs. Tariffs are fundamentally a domestic tax.
How is this a negative? How is this a negative? It makes the government money. It makes the government money, and it doesn't cost the consumer anything he wasn't willing to pay.
Well, there is another phenomenon that is not being considered. There's another phenomenon that is not being considered. The price of a product is a question of offer and demand. And so one of the phenomena we should expect is that the Chinese as well will lower the prices of their products in order to keep working into a certain market. But to the consumer is almost the same price or a little bit more expensive. But actually, the Chinese will try to produce that product cheaper or sell it cheaper in order not to lose the market. Or they will completely abandon that market. It doesn't matter. There is the market. It's a free market. There is offer and demand. And so other countries will try to go in if they have better tariff, or even American.
So it increases competition, and it makes the government more tax based. How is this a loss for the United States?
It depends if the Chinese don't abandon the American market. So it's also
China can't do without the American. No one can do without the American market.
Just to clarify, tariffs are all about free markets and increasing competition, right? That's what we're at. We're talking about how taxation is like a free market to increase. Listen, I don't have a strong opinion on whether tariffs are good or bad. I'm just saying that this kicked off as in Trump is tariffing the EU, and this was seen as like a geopolitical weapon to use against the dirty Europeans, which I would be all for. Like, I'm all about punishing the Europeans for their sins.
As everyone should. They have lots of sins they need to be punished for. But so does China.
Yeah, unrepentant, the Europeans. Why?
And so is China.
Let's get ready to rumble. Okay,
yes, West Taiwan should be punished for their sins. That's what this really is about. Punishing West Taiwan.
But MAGA have got to start those factories, because until then they're being taxed by tariffs. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, and they're doing so. Probably not as fast as they should, because I think they feel the political winds and wonder, will they stay this way after the next election cycle?
Well, I don't know what it's like in America, but in Australia you could not do this, right? Because we've got environmental laws and labor laws that basically make it illegal to start an enterprise and to run a factory. It's
well,
like
the United States is the same way. Depending on what states you have additional additional burdens.
This is why I think tariffs are just a tax, because until you get a political movement that says we are going to scrap the dirt worshipping, we are going to scrap all of this environmental nonsense and the virtue signaling, and we're going to deregulate, you're not going to get back to any sort of semblance of a free market. The West, when the West shipped all its factories over,
the unique problem with the United States is that you can do it at the federal level and you can encourage them to do it at the state level, but the federal government can't force the states to do it at the state level.
The people want their virtue signaling. In Australia, the reality is
in the United States, that's not necessarily true. The politicians want their virtual signaling. Most of the people do not.
Most of the people are dirt worshippers. They want to save dear Mother Earth. And the thing is, they came to this happy equilibrium of passing all of these environmental laws because they were happily shutting down factories and outsourcing the jobs and outsourcing the pollution to the second and third world. I don't see the political will to start polluting again in the West. I'm just looking at my own population here. Most people here are all about saving the bushy-tailed swamp rat from the perils of the white man, and I don't think there's any appetite to deregulate. If anything, admittedly, Australia's a basket case. We're now completely cancelling any sort of free speech or anything. But the West is in this weird virtue signalling phase of existence where everything is bad, everything must be regulated.
It's a moralist death spiral.
Yeah, it is, right? And so it's politically unpalatable to take the medicine that is actually needed if you want to restore any kind of free market, because the free market needs free people, and arguably it needs a lot of pollution. And I just don't see the especially if you have a look at Europe and places like Australia, the whole identity of the culture is wrapped up in being kind to dear Mother Earth, and never mind the cost of that.
No, and even more so in the third. Well, I don't know if it's more than in Europe, but maybe more than in America. In places like Latin America and even in Africa, there's this whole culture around canceling any industrial project that might push forward the local economy. Hydro dams are against power plants. It's crazy, but to this issue of like who needs whose market for what. I hadn't seen you, Mr. Ted. I didn't know you looked so much like Karl Marx, or maybe like Santa Claus. But good to see you, honorable ancient of days. But to the point of who needs whose market, like money isn't a thing, okay? Money is just a placeholder for hypothetic value. What nations actually need is energy and output. And if you don't have that energy, then you need to buy it. So you need to produce stuff so that you can exchange for that energy. But I think that more important than like whatever GDP numbers or even PPP numbers for that matter, I'd say that the important metric is the energy output. And like before you build factories, you need power for those factories. And how is that going? Like how is the infrastructure for energy distribution and the production of power plants of any sorts, be it nuclear, coal, gas?
The US has a lot.
So the United States has plenty of excess.
Yes.
I mean, we're not in as good as a spot as we should be, but we've got excess. So if you've got excess, then you're doing fine.
Last time I saw the chart, it was pretty stuck, and there has been a decay of infrastructure since.
They have at the moment huge projects on the waiting list being developed. They are investing.
We just finished and turned on that nuclear power plant down there in Georgia. So I mean, we've got stuff that's online, just like and just like the big old natural gas export facilities. We've completed 3 in the last year, and we've got 4 more in the pipeline, and like 10 or 15 in the development and funding stages. I just touched 2 in Louisiana. I mean,
So in this case, it's a paradox that the US has so much energetic input, but its industrial capacity has been diminishing. So this is
there are places in the United States that have so much natural gas, they actually charge oil companies to put the natural gas into the pipeline. They don't get paid for it, they get paid to take it. That's how much natural gas the United States has and deals with.
And coal.
That's I mean, in Texas right now, you can't drill an oil well unless you've got somewhere for the natural gas to go. So the pipeline companies are building pipelines to take payment for natural gas that it's going to get put in their pipeline.
Yeah, so
that's how much net positive, net excess energy the United States has. No one else in the world is dealing with a situation like that.
Well, but
it's curious that you talk about that situation, because by that metric, by that fact, then it should be like almost free. Energy should be practically free in the United States, and it would be the most competitive place to
except we have this thing called capitalism. And capitalism allows a man to charge what the market will bear. And the market will bear a fair price for it, no matter what the cost of production.
The average price in the United States is the half or 3 times cheaper than in Europe. Many countries in Europe.
As it should. Europe's not done paying for their sins.
No. Yeah, okay, for their sins, but it shouldn't be like this. This is just because of very bad.
Why shouldn't it be? You guys haven't developed your natural gas, and we're providing it to you.
No. That's also not true.
You should pay what we decide to charge for.
That's also not true. That's also not true.
Our benevolence ended in 1985.
Yeah, but the Netherlands, if they don't stop exploring natural gas, the ground will start to come down. So that's not so easy. But nevertheless, you see, Mr. Ted, natural gas is so cheap in the US, not for export, because natural gas is a subproduct of the oil exploration by fracking. And this is
That's not necessarily the case. In some cases in the United States. You're talking about stuff you don't know about. I personally deal with this shit on a daily basis.
Yes, when you explore
only about 20% of the natural gas in the United States comes from fracking.
Yes, but it's most of the time American natural gas is also within the oil fields, isn't it?
No, it is not. Look at the entire state of Wyoming. Almost no oil is produced in that state. But all of the natural gas that comes from there is coming from places not fracked.
Well, the explanation in many circles is that, if you can't correct me now, I'm just giving you the explanation. They are in the circles. Is that natural gas that the United States explores is a subproduct of the oil exploration?
If you know more, you can refute
That's
like the old tropish. That's the old tropish idea that diesel was a byproduct of gasoline and it was free.
Yeah,
that hasn't been the case since 1938 when we built the first Rose cat cracker.
It depends on the type of oil, because there are
it does not. Once again, you're talking out of your ass.
Sorry.
This is something I deal with on a daily basis. No.
Yeah, sure. There are several types of oil. American oil tend to be light oil. That's why it's more gasoline.
No.
Heavy
once again, you're talking out your ass. Once again, you're talking,
Mr. Ted.
There are several types of oil.
Black wax and yellow wax.
There are several types of oil. The oil produced in the Middle East, for instance, produces more diesel than it produces gasoline.
No, that is not true at all. That is not true at all.
Ted.
Okay, so
it's can you like introduce your background, your professional background, so that we like the people get some context.
I
When you
had
say something with authority.
45 years of oil and gas worldwide.
And there are different types of oil. There are different
65
types of oil.
65 countries.
Yes, and there are different types of oil. Heavy and acid. Okay. And they don't produce different types of products in different quantities.
In broad spectrums, there is both heavy and light, sweet and sour.
And they don't produce different types of quantities.
In the United States, every type of oil is produced. There are places in the United States that produce sweet heavy and sour heavy.
And there
are places in the United States that produces light and sweet.
Let him speak.
Oil. So listen, when oil goes to a refinery, the type of oil that goes to a refinery does not dictate what comes out the backside.
Oh, so a heavy oil that is very thick, it won't produce heavier products. Well, it can produce more if you refine. Then it will cost much more to refine the product. Then it will cost much more to refine the product. But the length,
once again,
of the molecule,
that is a false. That is a false. That is a false belief.
The heaviest material. The heaviest material is asphalt. So if you want to transform asphalt,
that is not true at all.
If you want to transform,
if he would let me talk, I would explain the process of. I would explain the process of distillation.
If you want to transform asphalt into gasoline, you can, but it will cost you a lot of time and energy to do that.
No, it does not.
You have the columns and the different products in the when they're being distillated.
No. Brother, what you're saying is
what the fuck, man?
I don't know.
Okay. No, he's talking bullshit. Sorry.
No, he's talking bullshit.
So a cursory 5-minute review of Google will explain the process that distillation has not been the mainstay of refining since the 20s.
Aha. Okay.
Aha. So a cat cracker, an absolute required piece of equipment in a refinery, breaks down hydrocarbon and it allows it.
Why is Europe without diesel?
Oh my God!
Because
can you let him talk?
So we want to talk one item at a time. I'll explain it.
Super chat by Thomas.
Why is Europe without diesel?
Pause for the super chat.
Yeah, brother, let the expert speak. Say by Thomas on the call.
No, it's true. Why is Europe without diesel? Because we are getting oil, light oils, mostly from the Americas, and we are not getting more oil from Russia, which is heavier and produces more diesel.
That is not why. That is not why. Having worked in refineries in Europe, I can tell you that the reason there's a shortage of diesel is because there's more market spread on gasoline, petrol, than there is diesel.
Yeah,
and that's the case in every market, in every refinery in the world. Whatever split they want is what they get. You can set up a refinery to give you anything you want. With a cat cracker, and we started building cat crackers in 1942. Right? Every refinery has been modernized to a cat cracker unless they only want to distill it. And there are almost no refineries, there's no big ones in the world that are doing just distillate. None.
Okay. Amazing.
None. So if you take a hydrocarbon in on the front end, you can have whatever you want within reason out the back end.
Okay. So great.
And light, and yes, there are some effects of whether or not it's heavier or light or sweet or sour, but those are mainly design considerations and environmental cleanup considerations.
And costs, there aren't costs applied to that.
Not really, because if you have a sour crude has lots of sulfur and H2S. those are still something that can be burned as a calorie, and since they're hydrocarbon based, they can be converted. Right?
Yes.
H2S can be converted into sulfuric acid, or it can be converted into fertilizer. Both of which have a higher value than the hydrocarbon component that they originated from. As a result, it's just about building infrastructure to do something with them. Right? And the only time places don't... Yep, we got another super chat.
Yeah, he has oil stains on his lens, for God's sake. But I can't see it. He hide his camera. So,
they're always making fun of my camera. And yes, this camera is terrible.
Yeah,
I can't figure out how to do stupid.
When America finds its oil in whatever country you're at, they send Mr. Ted to go check it out before they send their freedom fighters.
That's been the case. That's pretty close to accurate. Yeah, I've been to some pretty ugly. I've been to some pretty ugly places.
Yeah. You are the freaking scout,
Gabriel.
to decide if they need freedom.
You know everything. You can read people's minds. Fucking Jesus.
I heard, Mr. Ted. I got a question.
Sure.
Oh gosh.
Well, I heard that that oil was not considered a fossil fuel till the.
There are plenty of people that nowadays don't consider it a fossil fuel.
Yeah. Well, I heard the reason why they did it is to make it seem like it's a limited resource, so they wanted to put price on it. Otherwise,
kind of like De Beers does with the diamond, to artificially inflate the value of an object.
Yeah. It's a good thing that De Beers is going broke. It's on sale and no one wants to buy it.
I think that's all bullshit. When it comes to those precious metals like gold. I'm trying to understand that, but like, how do you put price on a gold? I mean, you're still using money to put price on a gold, right? I mean,
well, it's just like anything. You have a product that has a known cost of extraction and refining, and then you've got a market that wants to buy it. Look at hydrocarbon. You've got a product that's got a known cost for extraction and refining, and you've got a market that's willing to pay X or X plus 5 for its final product.
Okay.
So when we take natural gas out of the oil fields in Texas, that was not only free but was net positive to put in a pipeline to ship to the coast.
They paid you to extract it.
Yeah, they pay not to extract it. They pay you to take it in the pipeline, and then it's sent to the coast to be converted into liquid natural gas to be put on a ship to be sent to Europe. And as a result, when it gets to Europe, it's still free to the people that are selling it. And it's still going to be sold for 3 times its U.S. value.
Yeah.
And we're probably selling it too damn cheap.
So that's good money, man. So, chat, where is Vaughn? The people want Vaughn and talk Ukraine. Anyway, I got a question about the fossil fuel just now you mentioned.
Sure.
So I always wondered, how much dinosaurs need to die for us to have so much petrol. What is your theory?
Crazy.
How does the oil is formed? I actually very confused. How can there have so much dinosaurs?
There's some theories that have now had 20 years worth of scientific research trying to decide if there's microbials that actually excrete oil and oil byproducts. And there are they're controversial studies, but there are some studies that suggest there is microbiologicals that could be responsible for the production. Yes.
So we are just using shit. So the microbes in the underground, so they just shit and then we use their shit to. Power of
it's not just microbes. Ted, I'd say this goes back a lot further than this. This is abgenesis versus biogenesis of oil. People have been saying for a very long time that oil deposits are far lower in the geological strata than any fossils have ever been found.
Well,
And
so you got to be careful.
So
you got to be careful talking about fossils, because having been involved in lots of industries over the last 40 years, I've seen fossils in coal beds, and I've seen fossils in the core samples of oil wells. So they're in there, and they're in the same areas, the same stratus.
Sure, I'm not saying there's no such thing as fossils. I'm just saying that there are also oil deposits that are much lower in the strata than any fossil has ever been.
Can I jump in there real quick? The thing about the fossil layers is that it's basically a layer in which the geological changes has not just. It's like according to the theory. I'm not saying this is actually the case, but according to the theory, it's that the age of a layer, it determines the capacity for it to retain remains that are recognizable. So beyond certain layers, that's what they say, at least. Go on, Mr. Ted, you're the expert. You've seen the Earth, how it is in the deep.
Well, some of it I can remember when it was formed. Well, no, we got a super chat. Let's read the super chat.
Super chat by Johari. Question to Ted: is there a difference between Russian oil and US oil? Because when importing like natural gas, US prices are quite expensive compared to Russian.
Cyrillic.
Russians are more benevolent.
Cyrillic. No, Russian oil is always in Cyrillic.
What is this?
And it's state-owned.
The ruble is cheaper than the dollar, basically, is what he's saying, right?
Yeah, Russian is going through the pipelines mostly, right? So
yeah, well, I mean, let's just say there's lots of dynamics involved. And Russia is playing a lot of those dynamics in sending natural gas and oil to Europe. And when I say Russia, I mean the old Soviet sphere. That's Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan and all the other stains.
So is it like a state-owned version, state-owned versus private-owned? So state-owned is more efficient in terms of like lower cost because...
No, in fact, my experience is that most of the state-owned oil entities in the world are more inefficient. And that goes for the narco state of Mexico. Yeah, way bad down there.
Yeah, not to mention Argentina. But the thing is, Argentina, when it privatized its oil, it didn't improve the efficiency quite so much.
Well, I mean, we could jump down the rabbit hole of the
oil pipeline.
Well, I was going to say plata o pluma, but
no, it's plata o plomo. Plata o plomo.
Well, my Espanol is not very good.
Very bueno. No, plomo.
No
plomo.
buena por caca, as I say when I travel.
Russians call it Operation Gazprom.
So, I mean, really what it boils down to is that the market will bear it, and Russia is undercutting it, and they're still making a profit. So that when Russia sells hydrocarbon into Europe, they're doing it so that it's cheap enough that it's economically
indispensable.
It's indispensable, and it's economically unviable for the investment that would be required to compete. I mean, it's no different than how OPEC plays the game, right?
But that's what happened to Ukraine, right? Ukraine cannot develop their oil industry because the oil and gas from Russia is just so cheap that they make no sense to develop their own.
They make more on the travel tariff on the pipelines that go through the Ukraine. I can't wait till the conflict is over. I just renewed my passport. I'm good for another 10 years. I figure I've got at least that much left still in my career. I'm going to the Ukraine, and we're going to rebuild all them fucking pipelines. Every one of them.
So what you're
I thought you want to go to
Mr. Ted,
Ukraine to decide whether they need freedom again. Is that? But you guys are already there.
I looked at going
Hey, hey, hey.
I looked
This
at
is
going
important.
8 months ago.
This
I
is
looked at
this is
going
important,
agreement.
Mr. Ted.
We
So
have
what you're
agreement.
saying here is that it's not the oil freedom fighters that are crushing Ukraine right now. Like, if it would be convenient for you for the war to end, that means that there's another competing interest that is overriding the interests of the oil industry.
Well, hang on there. Wait up, because
E2?
literally this morning.
Why not both?
Well, hang on, Mr. Ted. The thing is, this morning Trump just announced that Europe is buying 750 billion, right, with a B, liquid natural gas from the US.
Yeah.
So that is a huge market for LNG, and a lot of it comes from
that's-
Australia as well.
That's a drop in the bucket.
Well, it's a big drop, but the point is that market only exists because those pipelines from Russia have been cut off, and Nord Stream as well. So there's a
the only reason why the United States is interested in doing it is because we're not worried about the competition from Russia. And when I say Russia, remember, I'm talking about the Soviet Russia of the 1980s. That includes all the Soviet blocs. No, that's how much when oil and gas guys like me look at the event horizons for the next, I'm looking 20 years, guys. 20 years, I don't see oil peaking yet. The amount of need the world needs for hydrocarbon has not ever been truly satiated. And until then,
I don't think people understand properly the market for hydrocarbons. And maybe, Mr. Ted, you can expand on this, but people think that electricity is going to be the future. They don't understand the scale of trucks.
It's not just it's even if you replaced every truck on the road, right? Even if you replaced every vehicle, every truck, every power plant that burns natural gas or a hydrocarbon, if you replaced all of them, you're not going to replace natural gas or hydrocarbons. You know why?
Well, because
what are you going to make? What are you going to make plastics out of? What are you going to make fertilizer out of?
But even if you just look at energy, how do you build the grid? Where do you get all the copper? It's like you want to replace diesel engines in mining. It becomes impossible. You simply 60% of mines would shut down because you cannot build an electric truck to work in a mine because the batteries, the battery technology is not there. The trucks that have to go down into the mines, if they don't have diesel engines.
But that's the thing is, even if they were there tomorrow, it doesn't matter because you're not replacing the world's need for hydrocarbon for everything else. So even if all the energy was replaced, even if you replaced all the energy, right? What are you going to do for polymers? What are you going to do for any plastic or plastic derivative? That includes pharmaceuticals. Most people have no idea how many hydrocarbon-based pharmaceuticals are used on the open market. Cosmetics. Now, there's not a cosmetic out there that would survive without hydrocarbon. Which, I'd be fine going without makeup. I seem to have done just fine without it.
I mean, what are the gays? What are
Super chat, donation on behalf of Toby by Toronto Brad.
Thanks, Brad.
I just want to make a comment regarding the plastic thing. It's like I actually really think about it, because now we are surrounded by plastics and everything, right? So I was thinking about 100 years ago, there's no such thing as plastic. I was thinking, if we remove all plastic today, can we live? Can we actually survive?
Plastic's been around 150 years. Yeah, we could. We could, but that's the thing is we won't.
The wooden, you have to everything wooden or ceramics.
I think we should.
You can at a certain point replace plastic by bioplastics that they are making. But wait. I'm going to give you directly agreements. It's just impossible.
It is impossible.
It's sugar plants that they use for it. I don't care what it's called. Lego does it for some green plant that you have in Lego sets. But even they can't do complete Lego set make of bioplastics. It's just impossible to do.
Especially on the scale.
Also, just to
there is one way.
Gas and electricity. Just to continue about gas and electricity. Here in Belgium, we are stopping nuclear power plants. No, they're still trying to run some old ones, but they want to stop it. It's fucking stupid. I mean, what are they going to replace it to make electricity? Gas plants. You just can't stop oil.
There is one solution here, guys. It's like, and this is the thing. If you really want to save the bushy-tailed swamp rat, if you really want to protect Mother Earth, Lambo, because I know you do, because you're a Euro man. But there's one way out of this mess and our reliance on hydrocarbons. And you all know what it is. It's the nuclear redemption. We have a limited nuclear exchange in the Northern Hemisphere. We solved the European problem once and for all, right? We have to take our medicine here. If we depopulate to a significant extent, then the rest of us can burn coal to our heart's content.
Yeah, but Toby, Australia will not be missed.
Well, no, but we will be missed by the fallout clouds. I've checked it out. There's an app you can go to, which is like where you see when the nuclear missiles fly, who gets what. We're pretty sweet. Where I am, it's not too bad. As long as the wind's not, unfavorable on that day, we'll be all right.
I'm going to turn the windmills at your direction. All the windmills you have here in the North Sea, we're going to turn that to the direction of Australia. Don't worry about that.
Toby.
We have very small windmills.
That's the thing is, if the entire world only had 20 million people, I'd be okay with that.
Well, that's Toby, what I'm saying. Listen. It's the redemption.
Hey, Toby, listen. You can join the club with all the vegans, the vegan feminist lesbian furries.
Vegan,
and they also want to depopulate, and they also want nuclear redemption. You can join the club.
They say they do.
Join hands.
But then they get squeamish once you start talking details.
Don't break them.
Oh yeah, but you know how it is with women. It's always like
they always get hung up on the details. We could fix the world I could fix the world in 3 months. No one would like the outcome but me, but I could fix the world in 3 months.
Europe just needs to step up and stop talking so much.
Europe, come on, always blaming us. Come on.
Well, no,
Europe's guilty. Europe's responsible for probably 80% of the sins of the entire planet.
Yeah, maybe.
West Taiwan's responsible for the other 15,
including America.
Mr. Ted,
European Americans,
America and Australia and Canada, for that matter, are part of the European crimes.
No.
What are you talking about, Gabriel? Australians are the only good Europeans. Like that's why we were imprisoned.
Dude, you guys are innocent because the weakness is innocent of his own weakness. Okay, the only declaration of independence that Australia ever did was a pledge to trade Britain for America. I can't remember the name of the prime minister, but that New Year's address by your prime minister in the Second World War. That's the only independence document you have is a speech of a pussy saying, America, please come take care of us instead of Britain, because Britain is too weak for that.
Which the United States did. And I've never heard you welcome.
You for 5 minutes. It said, we'll screw you for 5 minutes if you give us enough of your young boys to die for us in the Pacific. And the funny thing, Toby, is that you've echoed that historic event in your own discourse throughout the time I've known you.
Listen,
I don't document that's still in the heart of every Australian.
Right? God bless the US Marines and their fighting spirit. But I will say this, right? The Americans love Australians because we actually embody their dream of themselves. Because the Americans don't want to confront the reality of their furry existence at the moment, where they dress up in fursuits and they, want electric cars and stuff. What they want to believe in, they want to believe that they were slaves and oppressed, and they also want to believe that they were fighting the British and that they're fighting the British still. This is where
that's using that weed brush really big. I mean,
I've
never been part of that.
Yeah, you have. You in your heart, you want to fight the British, right? And you believe that you used to be a slave. Whereas Australians, we actually will fight the British.
I don't have enough melanoma to ever have that belief. No. Let me stop you right there. Full stop. No.
And we were the white slaves, right?
Hell, not just no, but hell no. Not just no, but hell no.
We're the only real Americans left, right? And
who's got the fucking guns, buddy? Who's got the guns? Who's got the guns? We've got the guns. Who's got the guns? We got the guns.
How many slaves on the plantations, you plantation owner, had guns? No. See, this is what I'm saying. The white Australians, right, in the British Gulag, we embody all parts of America.
Well, that sounds like some copium if I ever heard some.
Well, it's not copium. It's
just yes, it is. That's some copium. That's some good old fashioned. That's some good old fashioned wet back out back.
I'm just trying to explain for the people, for the folks at home.
Yeah, please go on.
Americans have this idealistic view of Australians. Right? This is why we embody everything it is to be a true American. And that's a historical accident. It's not so.
A true American's got a quid of tobacco, a cold bourbon, and a pistol in their hand. None of those things Australians have. None of them. Especially the bourbon.
Especially until after the redemption. You've seen Mad Max. You know what it's like after the redemption.
I haven't. I haven't.
I recommend the Mad Max series.
What do you guys think about Trump? Let's talk about him a little bit. And his,
Trump, the God Emperor, hallowed be his name.
Show me
blasphemy, blasphemy, and heresy. I condemn that statement. Hey, listen. You can tell a lot of a culture by its idols, its heroes, the quality of its heroes, and not only of a culture as a whole, but of the particular historical state of that culture. For example, if Ted were in the place of Mr. Trump, then America would be a glorious and mighty nation, an ancient of days with a mighty honorable beard, that has drilled the profundities of the earth. But since I've
drilled more than just the earth, my friend.
If their God is a whiny fatty that with a spray tan that is famous for doing reality TV and
you've got to take the player you got, right? You gotta play the field with the roster you pull. What do they say? Never put off a good plan for the perfect plan you don't have. Right, so is Trump the perfect God Emperor? No, he's not. Come on, let's face it. He's on his third wife, and he had to buy that one. Okay, fine. He's got enough money to do it. Good for him. But let's face it. What was the alternative?
No, I agree with that, Mr. Ted. You guys have definitely an improvement compared to the prior situation and the potential situation. However, it is
did we dodge a bullet or did we just defer?
Of affairs. Such improvement is not a flattery to the state of affairs of what could be such a mighty nation.
For real.
Yeah. What are we gonna do in 3.5 years?
I just want to say that America suffered under European colonialism just as much as Africa and India. We were victims of the European colonists, just like them, exploited, manipulated, robbed, stolen, try to steal our money.
And we threw that yoke off.
You can only blame Columbus for that one because he missed his mapping.
Where'd he come from? Europe.
Yeah, but Columbus missed on his mapping, not me.
You motherfuckers. You just can't leave us alone. And look what you did. You made you created a horrible stepchild that now learns your ways and does it better.
Hey guys,
when you say Columbus, all I can think of is that made up image of Pocahontas. No, the wife, the red bar here. No,
Yeah.
Under the blue, don't forget you gotta dance under the blue full moon.
The thing Columbus saw when he arrived to America. That's what you're thinking. She's she's dressed as a Yanomami.
I'm so converted, man. If I'm him, I was like, oh, I'm gonna live here forever.
I saw this one meme one time. It was like 3 or 4 like really, really hot South American chicks that were native. And it said, "You're a sailor in the 1600s. This is your point of view." I was like, "Fuck yeah!"
I'll bet that's what the Dutch thought when they got to Japan. Huh?
No, or Philippines.
No,
or the Philippines. Yeah,
the Spanish to the Philippines, and yeah.
No.
Look, the Spanish arrived to the Philippines. The Spanish arrived to America. They arrived to Japan. You know, when the English got there, all they saw was Spanish people. When the Dutch got there, all they saw were Spanish people.
And things looked up as soon as we showed up.
Well, it's arguable. Like Spain never devolved into a godless and homosexual empire.
Well, I don't know about that. I was in Portugal and Spain 2 years ago, and
no, I mean when they were the empire.
Seems pretty godless.
Now they're the colony. No, I'm talking about when they were the empire. When they ruled, it never fell to this low.
I don't remember back that far.
I do. I can tell you.
I am too stupid.
Mr. Ted, you said what's the alternative for Trump? And I say, well, if we had what's her name, Kamala win, you know, at least we would shit on her, and then think that Trump would have been better, and this way we all know that he kind of fucking wanders around with his foreign policy and even domestic issues. So basically, I would rather know that. Yeah.
I don't think the world was ready for what would have happened had that scenario played.
Nobody.
No, I don't think the world would be ready for the kind of scenario that would play out. If
would have been fun though.
No, it would not have been fun for anyone.
No, I know what you're talking about.
When rough men need to do bad work, no one is happy. Not even the
Mr. Ted. Sometimes, a rough man is the only thing that can actually fix the situation. Like
you guys sound like a pair of furries. Really, you rough men.
No, really.
Daddy Bear.
When you talk about rough men, are you talking about Michelle Obama?
Both of us are more furry than you.
When they talk about rough men, I always think of Michelle Obama.
Big Mike! Shots fired! Shots fired!
Or, sometimes if I'm feeling a little international, I'll think about Brigitte Macron as a rough man.
Come on now.
Yeah, I ain't trying to get sued.
Old daddy! Old daddy!
I think
the girl want to sue. Want to ask Brigitte Macron to sue her, right? The influencer girl. I forgot what's her name.
Candice.
Candice Owen. Yeah, correct. Yeah, she was like, daring the come sue me. I see you in court.
She didn't start it even. That's the best part. It was Orwell.
That'll be some interesting exploratory.
Well, Mr. Ted, some people say that
it's all by making her stand outside naked for 5 minutes. And
many small evils. Many people say that many small evils are better than one great evil.
Who says that?
But in this,
they say that when you're trying to boil a frog.
In this thing, I don't think one should be sparing. A great evil cries out for help. It's like a boil that blusters and bursts, and it's there like, I am sick, fix me. But many small evils.
Thomas Paine had a very profound thing about that, and I don't think the world is ready for people to play Thomas Paine.
Only Macron is suffering, right? No, we are not actually suffering that, right? No, only one guy is suffering.
I don't think he's suffering.
And she abuses him. She's slapping.
I don't know that Boy Junior. He might be into that weird stuff. Who am I to judge?
Hey, but
I've been told by the younger generation I'm not supposed to judge other people's.
Yeah, Macron, Emmanuel Macron, he doesn't need a dildo, you know. He has a real thing, you know. So that's.
Hey, but Mr. Ted, shouldn't your ancient wisdom be teaching the younger generations instead of, you know, following the children down the pit?
Yeah,
I am teaching my generation. I have ensured my progeny will stay the course.
Well, you know, for one side, I'd say that to reduce the competition on your progeny might be a good thing, but also if there is no competition, how can they ever achieve greatness?
Well, I've already assured that there's a selection for my progeny. You know, if you want to have livestock, you got to have a full barn.
Yeah, endogamy will kill you long time. But anyways, do you really think that like an open evil against which you can fight openly is not better than, you know, a creeping silent evil that corrodes to the core without noticing?
Sure. Open armed conflict is always better than subversion.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be so bad.
Gabriel, the problem with having an open evil out there where you can see it is that you neglect the corruption of your own soul and you fall prey to vanity and pride. If you are aware that the world is already
just die from corruption?
No, to be aware that the world is already lost and that all is corrupt except the divinity.
The world's not lost till he closes the book.
The world has always been lost. Like, look at you.
Now, some of us don't believe in original sin there, buddy.
No, but Toby, who is the creator of the world?
Well, it depends what you subscribe to, but a lot of people would say
No. There's only one real answer. Everyone else is wrong.
Listen, Toby, does evil have ontological existence?
Sure.
It does.
I mean,
so it's a
Neil
creation.
deGrasse Tyson explained it very good, you know. I mean, if you listen
to someone created evil.
Well, when you say someone, do you mean a person or?
I mean,
that's not completely accurate. Evil was created, but it wasn't created by him.
No, that's why the theological tradition says that's it's the absence of the creator. That's why evil has no ontological existence, because it's not a thing; it's the absence of the thing.
Yeah, it's just there to test.
I will add in a philosophical mix to this. No, in Taoism, the whole, because you know in physics it's always that if there's a push, there will always be a reaction, right? Similarly, they cannot have evil if there's no good. It's because you have good, that's why there's evil. Because then there is something to compare. Like,
yeah, it's a test.
Do you want to say something?
Yes.
Oh well, what if you have a sentient entity, whether it's a person or an alien or an intelligent gas, and that sentient entity does evil? Then evil has an ontological frame of reference.
But
if you're going to talk about
evil,
the abstract,
you must have something that is good, right? It must be a contrast. For example, if you guys still don't press the like button, you are evil. No, if you press the like button, you are good.
Yeah, but see, that's Wyatt gave a good example, because see, Wyatt said that the lack of an action, like the absence of an action, a negative, is the evil, while the active action, even if you press dislike, it would still be good. Like to do the action. To do the action is the good thing. The evil is the absence of the good thing. So when a person, when a living being, when let's say a secondary cause, or an active agent does evil, what he's doing is departing from that which is constructive, that which is fruitful to life. And so when you do something that subtracts from the creation, that destroys unnecessarily, that is the evil.
What are you talking about? Fruitful for life? You sound like a dirt worshipper. Do you mean like to enhance the divinity of the soul, or do you mean to just?
I mean to like be fruitful and multiply.
Machine that is the world.
So someone have to
multiply.
So
the first commandment.
Ted, you are muted, by the way.
This is the flesh is the flesh, and the spirit is the spirit. You seem to be.
Are we going to chew on? Are we going to chew on the salad of theology, or are we going to talk about? Or are we going to talk geopolitics?
Yeah, it's okay. Let's break down.
We can talk about.
Let's have fun, Santa.
Ukraine. If you guys want to talk about Ukraine,
yeah, I want to talk about Ukraine. I want to talk about Cambodia, Thailand.
Cambodia.
I'm kind of upset about them screwing up all that shit in the mountains.
I have a question about Thailand.
Toby, you can be the. You can be the prosecutor in the VC, okay, where we don't bother all our good viewers with this profound. But I'll close my case with saying that life is sanctified by being created by the Creator. Life is the sanctity. Go on. Let's talk about death and destruction now. So, what about the plague of locusts that's going on in Ukraine? Have anyone heard about that?
I don't know about plague of locusts. Maybe the sequential forward movement of Russia. The bear moves west. Oh.
No, but Ted, literally, there's a plague of locusts swarming through Ukraine. Literal locusts. Like in the biblical plagues.
It happens every 3.5 years. Come on. The cicadas emerged.
You're missing the point, Mr. Ted.
I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you make an insect's appearance into something profound. Come on.
Somewhere in
I wasn't the first one, okay? But maybe I was. Hey, anyways, what I was thinking about that is that maybe all the detonations of ordnance actually disturbs the birds, and it pushes them all away, and so no one's preying on the locust.
Now that actually might have some credence. That could actually be a viable scientific thing. You shake the ground too much, and you made them wake up earlier than they should have.
Yeah, and
that might have been the case.
Birds. How are the birds going to be nesting if all the trees are being blown up? All the tree lines have soldiers and grenades being tossed at them.
And the bees are actually even more important. If you don't have flowers for the bees, you're going to destroy the. You gotta
let those weird sterile ladies do their work.
No, see, Toby, how offending God brings forth the plagues? Do you see, Toby, how offending God brings forth the plagues?
That's because of the furries. It's the furries' fault.
Oh, are you going to?
I think Gabriel's position is that the furries are a symptom of European degeneracy.
I do.
They're definitely an outward manifestation.
Yeah.
It's a boreal. That's bursting.
We tolerate the Lambos of the world, and what we get is quadruped.
So let's talk loud. Let's talk Thailand and Cambodia.
Yeah, let's do that.
So I have a question about Thailand. Are they going to militarize again their army more with more people? So are they going to ask to all these transgenders to go to the battlefield also?
They might. I mean, lady boys scare the hell out of me.
Yeah, it's going to be a very scary war.
Maybe. I wouldn't want to see something like that running at me in the middle of the night in the jungle.
No, I think the best part about this conflict is that we get to see TIE fighters, like in Star Wars.
Some kung fu fighting.
So, Wyatt, I have a question for Wyatt on this. Is there any truth to the idea that this is a proxy war between, like, the US and China?
I don't think so, man.
It's always going to be that.
Oh, I mean, that conspiracy theory thing burned out in about 5 minutes flat. Come on.
No, the thing is, a lot of people believe what Brian Balatic says. The problem is, of all the possible reasons, the US proxying this war is like the most difficult thing to do. Like there is so much other things that can happen that start this war, which is much more easier. Like one of the things that the Thai people is saying that because recently the Thais has been destroying and arresting the people, the scam call centers in the border regions. They have signed this agreement with Laos and Myanmar to solve this problem, because there's really a lot of scam call centers operating from these regions in Thailand and all this. So apparently, according to the Thai side, the stories is that someone that was arrested is very close to Hun Sen, the leader of Cambodia. So, and then Cambodia is not invited into this arrangement. Maybe because Thailand think that Cambodia is one of the backers of such operations, such mafia operations. So maybe they didn't invite. So after that, Thailand, tried to invite, but Cambodia rejected the invitation. So it could be something as simple as like this, because ultimately Cambodia is under effective dictatorship, if you ask me. Effective, not necessarily a dictatorship, because they still have elections. They got a prime minister. Although the prime minister is the son of Hun Sen, which is no longer the leader, but he's still considered the leader somehow. He's the president of the Senate, but somehow he's the one that's sitting at the ops room with all the secret operational maps, which for some unknown reason, why is he looking at the maps, if you're just a president of the Senate? So I don't know, but yeah, there would be a so much more simpler explanation than to the United States, because there is some thingy happening in Thailand, so they going to start a war. If nothing happened, also they're going to start a war. It's like, but I find it very insulting. I just want to say,
Occam's razor.
Every single nonsense that happened in the world, you always blame the Americans. This is very insulting to the local people, because it sounds like as if we have no agency, we have no freaking self-control. I find it very insulting. That's all.
Yeah, it's a colonial spirit. It's like we, the white superior race, control everything. We're evil whites that control everything, and everyone bows to our evil commands. And
if you don't think it's possible, research the Banana Wars.
No, I know all about the Banana Wars, man. I was here. No, I wasn't here. I'm right in the area.
You see, Jesus accidentally said that he actually is immortal.
No, but anyways, what I was gonna say is that what's actually going on, and I don't have any proofs about it, but I don't have any doubts either, is that like Trump discovered that when he creates a ceasefire, he gets applauded by everyone. People offer him Nobel prizes and stuff like that, and so he's really happy about it. And so he discovered that he can offer tariff reduction to any country that want to fight it out and let him declare a ceasefire.
And it's not outside the realm of possibility.
He's offering everyone, hey, do you want to fight your neighbor so that I can declare a ceasefire? I'll reduce the tariffs to 10%. And people go, yeah, nah, yeah. And the ones who say yes, yeah, and they get reduction of tariffs.
That's very simplistic, Gabriel. I kind of think that what we're seeing maybe is what Wyatt was talking about a long time ago when he talked about a multipolar world. Now that we're seeing conflicts erupt sort of left, right, and center, I think a lot of military generals and politicians realize, hey, you know what? We can start a little border dispute. We can start a conflict. It's not going to be World War III. There's so much going on that there's more scope for regional powers to exert their influence.
We can get away with a little bit of.
Well, look, Israel is going on adventures. India and Pakistan had their spat. Now you've got Thailand, Cambodia. I wouldn't be surprised if Argentina, tries to do something with Chile.
Man, I'm counting on it.
So what's the over and under Argentina and Chile happen before Taiwan?
Gabriel.
Well, there was this event. Good for you, Lambo. I'm glad you can enjoy little. No, I have a crappy German one right now. But anyways, Chile and Argentina had a tiny spout because there's a contested area in Patagonia. Patagonia is an important place. Both want to sell it to Israel and keep the prize. So they're fighting for it. So to see which one can sell it cheaper to Israel. Anyway, they're
Australia. They're going to sell it to Australia. It's a mine.
No, not to Australia. You wish. Anyways, maybe some Australian Jew gets it. I don't know. Anyways, the British and the Jewish really like that area, and the Argentinians and the Chileans fight for that area to see which one gets to sell it.
So the Nazis.
Are there a lot of capybara in Patagonia?
No. The capybaras are in the north, in the triple frontier where all the coke is. This is you only have like wind and ice and the smallest deers in the world. You know, like tiny little things like that. You know, it's like
so
a
you
deer.
don't have like a furry, like by furry I mean like with lots of fur. You don't have like a cold weather capybara.
No, not at all.
That's pretty
but
weak.
Tiny
That's
little deers.
Limited, in my opinion. We have wombats.
No, yeah, it's too bad. I think we ate them all. The thing with the southern cone is super poor on fauna. You know, you don't have any great animal. All you had was guanacos, which is a camelid, and nyandu, which is a bird, and that's basically it. You have some rodents. There's like a fake beaver that lives in the water.
A fake
tiny
beaver.
little deers. And because it's a very narrow strip of land. It's a very narrow. So like you have sea life, and without that you don't have that much games. The human population there probably ate everything that was, but you still have like mountain lions. And now there's a lot of boars, but they're a plague. They're introduced, and there's also beavers, and things like that. Anyway, my point is that the people that lived there lived off the sea mostly. They lived off the sea, and they were furry in the sense that they would, like they would live naked but covered in fur. Like the people of the southern cone, they were extremely primitive people, like unbelievably primitive people. They had bows, and that was basically it. They wouldn't even like make any textile, just fur. Anyways, they're fighting for that spot because it's going to be away from the fallout, and it has a lot of natural resources, and they want, and there's a border that is disputed. You know, like Argentina took it in a certain period in which Chile was like kind of flying low, and they said, okay, this is the border, and the Chileans have always been like butthurt about that. It's the way it is, you know.
So you're saying they think that they're gonna survive the fallout in Argentina? If
yeah,
sure, sure. It's down on the it's down on a whole different air system.
Yeah,
it's the southernmost.
It's got a lot of access to.
Sorry, go on.
Right. If you
so
have
I missed the super chat by Von, by Voss. Von and the white Yanks, Europeans. Then.
No, they're Native American. Don't you know? They've been born there for centuries.
Give you another 200 years, you can say really say they're born there for centuries.
Can somebody explain me how the nuclear bomb works? You know, I mean, I thought this shit was like, you know, fucking, you know, radiation, fucking clouds.
No, nuclear weapons are massively overrated. Like, you should read about Nagasaki. Like, Nagasaki got bombed.
People live there.
Well, not only that, like a lot of the population that were in Nagasaki survived and did not die of radiation poisoning, even though they were actually within the city. And then within like 5 years, there were 2 million tourists a year going there. It was rebuilt really quickly. People massively overrate the destructive impact of nuclear weapons, which is probably a good thing, you know, because we're cautious about them. But in the end, definitely, we could see a limited nuclear exchange in the Northern Hemisphere, and it would just, you know, for the people in the South, it would just clear the sinuses a bit.
I heard that I heard that United States has you know, like a doctrine or something that, you know, if the nuclear war would start, they would basically hit every point on the earth just to make it uninhabitable. They would survive, you know. They would be the only ones who survive.
The thing, Vojislav, is that the worst risk with the nuclear war isn't actually the fallout; it's the nuclear winter. And it's a theory of climate change, you know, yet again. So whatever you think about climate change, for whatever that's worth, it's a theory that, like, if you have an all-out nuclear war, then it's not going to be like the, what is it, like 7,000 that have been tested so far. It's going to be like tens of thousands of nuclear weapons of very high yield simultaneously. That's going to lift a massive continent of dust into the sky and particled material. It's going to block out the sun for a few years, and we're going to get into a cold age.
That's all theory.
That's the theory. It might not block anything.
That's a theory. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen. That's why that's a climate change theory. Okay, basically.
I think a much more likely scenario is that you have a limited nuclear exchange, and what that would do is collapse global supply chains, which would lead to astonishing famines across the northern hemisphere, which would lead to social revolution and interscene warfare everywhere. I don't think there's enough competency in the world to actually launch all the nukes at once. And there's also big question marks about how many of them would actually work. I mean, like, you know, if you read into the British nuclear situation, there's real questions about how many nukes they could launch that would work, because it's a really, really complex enterprise to launch a nuclear weapon. There's a lot of moving parts.
Toby, is that we know that nuclear weapons work because we have computer models that test them, like through computer modeling. So we have very smart people sitting in nice little rooms, you know, probably with white robes, and they're looking into their computers, and their computers tell them that the nukes work. So at least that's how it's been for a few decades.
They have been tested in the atmosphere.
When was the last time? When was the last time?
30
years ago?
No, longer than that. Back in the 80s. So almost 40 years ago. Yep.
Yeah,
the United States knows ours work.
We've been proving it. A nuclear weapon is a very delicate thing. Like you need to, the nuclear fissile material isn't particularly stable, and you need a very precise reaction. Like explosive materials usually aren't a chemically stable molecule. Have a lot of issues, you know, keeping them up. You need to make sure that you have the right potency and everything. Imagine all the explosives, the calibration you need to do the implosion effect, precise pressures. If you're not testing them all the time, like, I don't know, man. It's like computer model.
They say that
I'm sure there's a lot of money going into making sure that the nukes work, but they're not testing them. So
yeah, and they're not maintaining them at all. They're not.
No, they are. They are maintaining them, and there's a fine line that between, like, we're not making any new nukes, we're just maintaining them, and, you know, like, we're actually making new nukes. To what level do you say, like, is Theseus's boat still the Theseus boat when it comes back to harbor? That's what's happening all the time with the nukes. So, like, what is the actual count? How much are being produced every year? It's an interesting subject.
And I think delivery vehicles are so much, advanced. Russians made, huge advancements in delivery vehicles. So basically, you have in the West, you have these older, rockets that can maybe fly lower, hypersonic speeds, and can be brought down by.
And how old are the Minutemen, Mr. Ted? How old are your Minutemen doing already?
Well, hypersonic is an overused term. I mean, all ICBM by definition hypersonic.
That was before. So the thing is that we just, I think, all can agree. I don't want to know it or is it effective. I don't want to see it in practice. I don't want to see it in a war situation. I don't want to see it happening. If they work,
no. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. There's a infamous song.
I'm not suicidal, Mr.
From back in the day. The song was "Let's Get It On."
I think, like,
one thing we can be sure of.
I'm all about getting this going.
Europe is so small. Like all those Europeans crowded on their little piece of dirt. They're so small.
At least
like
you have the
Europe
best
is
beer,
one
my
for
friend.
sure.
Oh, look me tasty it. You can't argue against that one. You're going to lose directly. Look, we have the best one, the beer. You don't want to destroy Europe, and certainly not Belgium, because the best beer in the world is
bull fucking shit. If you can see
Super
through,
chat.
super chat.
They can't make folk bang anymore. What is a folk bang?
I have no idea what that is. But Toby, remember, it is not their sin, but their weakness and mediocrity that cries out to heaven.
How is that not sin?
That is the sin, actually.
It's the love of sin that we see in Europe.
No, but I mean, like, yeah, I'm in a pretty sweet spot if that happens. Even better than Toby. I'm sure Toby thinks he's safe, but actually New Zealand's gonna get all the nukes because all the bunkers are there, and so he's gonna get all the fallout from those pesky New Zealands that he never liked.
No, the prevailing winds will carry it across the Pacific.
I doubt it. But the Pacific really carries wind inland, not back into the sea.
The Roaring 40s, my friend, straight to Argentina.
Okay,
I think
Australia.
I think first person that wants to start a nuclear war is the guy in Kiev. He's just salivating over the thought.
Yeah, the guy is mental. This Zelensky is mental. Yeah.
Yeah, they just fucking want to start so bad. Like they're, praying to their satans. Like please help me. Start a fucking.
By the way, I made some people jealous in the comment section about my beer. You're fucking jealous, my dude. Some say that I'm smart.
Maybe Zelensky is just faking this whole thing because he wants to bring about the nuclear redemption. Maybe he's Toby's hero, and he's faking. He's a good actor, so he fakes all this. I need more homes and stuff. I need all this money. I need the nuclear missiles to save me. But all he wants actually is the nuclear redemption.
Yeah, he's an anti-hero.
Again, Gabriel, you keep confusing my position. It's not that I want these things. It's a question of whether or not the people deserve them. Right? And we can have an objective discussion about that. I mean, take Mr. Lambo as an example. Clearly he doesn't want it, but does he deserve it? It's a much deeper question.
I think he deserves it. Got it. I'm already going to the devil, by the way. So
Ted's right. Lambo has it coming.
We all have it coming.
Hey, Toby, already going to the devil. So what's matter?
What?
Hey, I'm already going to the devil. So I'm already going to meet the devil. So
no, guys,
you too, Toby. So
guys,
out of the horse's mouth. There you got it. Out of the horse's mouth. No, anyway.
Oh, super chat.
Super chat. Mr. Lambo, when is the next VC drinking party?
Hell yeah.
We need to ask that to our organizer, that's Wyatt.
Kind of like when are we going to
imagine
start the gaming? When are we going to start the gaming role?
Wait, imagine Wyatt. A drunken open mic need to be epic.
Yeah. If you're not drunk, you cannot come on.
It's like everyone is Mr. Lambo in the chat in the everyone's drinking, see? We're already on it.
Actually,
Bridget.
So come join us.
Yeah, all that's missing is you with your drink. Come join it with your drink.
Mr. Ted,
I don't know.
Mr. Ted, we have agreement that after the war we're gonna all meet like in a DPA conference, probably in Ukraine somewhere.
In the Ukraine when I'm rebuilding pipelines.
Yeah.
He's so busy with his business plan. Come on.
No, it's my prediction is the place gets divided 8 ways, and Transnistria only gets a piece if they change their name.
Yeah, it's a dirty name. I agree. I don't like
they have to be Cisnistria now.
No. They need a cool sounding name. If Americans can't say it easy, it doesn't exist.
It has to be hetero Cisnistria now.
Hey, even
Why
in a
can't
That ain't gonna cut it, folks. That dog ain't gonna
even in
hunt.
Russian, Transnistria,
Oh, yeah,
even
by
in
the way,
Russian
about
sounds bad.
Russia, and it's behind me. Guess who's back, baby? Admiral Nakimov is sailing again. The big cruiser.
And if I get to draw the line, they get Odessa.
Who
And
does?
since whoever changes the name of Transnistria, I'm drawing that line all the way to the damn coast. The only way that
Is that going to
country's
be
got a chance.
Romania?
No, you can't call it Romania. Come on. No one wants the Roms.
Well, I mean,
Dracula
I can
land.
see Romania getting it back. It would
Hey,
make
but Ted,
sense.
seriously, Ted, this is a serious question.
Ever.
If you say that in the final cutout of Ukraine, Russia doesn't get Odessa, what do you do to stop them if they really want it?
We already bought it. You guys remember that, right?
No,
A
but
U.S. conglomerate bought the port.
Is
I'm
it
It's already out.
I'm asking, what does that deed say in the face of like fav bombs and infantry?
Have you guys not heard of the U.S. MIC? Who do you think runs it?
I've seen it. I've seen it pretty thoroughly in these past few years, and I am unimpressed. I'm thoroughly unimpressed.
We're still wearing the gloves.
I know, but so are they. But who has more SAMs? Who has more artillery shells? Who has more fabs?
We're playing the long game here, buddy. We're playing the long game.
I hope so. I hope so. But what I see is that your MiC isn't playing the long game. Your MiC is playing the profit
I think
game.
the United States still
At
has
the cost of the empire.
The longer the conflict goes, the more money Mick makes.
That's true.
So are we worried about who's getting hit where on the ground? Absolutely not. Those long conversations Putin and Daddy are having. You think they haven't talked about what the schedule's like? All right.
No, I think
we've already seen.
They're discussing how to destroy Europe together. It's like, hey, how do you want to go on this?
This is how you do it. This is how you do it. And how are we dividing up what's left of the farmland and the mines and all of the transmission lines that go from Russia through the Ukraine to Europe? And who's going to rebuild it? You know who's going to control them? Here, I'll let you guys in on a little secret because that's not part of my NDA. The United States conglomerate is going to control all of the gas transmissions, and we'll guarantee its security.
Yeah, Russians don't care about that shit.
Not only do they not care, they'll love it because the United States will protect the Russian interests of natural gas flowing to Europe. It's a win-win for everybody.
They'll protect They'll protect Russian exports of fossil fuels.
Yeah,
but
it protects them. It protects them. It protects us.
In Russian hydrocarbons is American conglomerates. This is a fact. It's been true since the 90s.
Is America really going to do that? Like,
sure,
that would be the best case scenario. That means that there's still competent people in the State Department.
Hey,
and that's what I'm asking.
Old white guys sitting in Houston run the world.
Yeah.
Are they like Biden or Trump?
No.
Okay.
No. Come on.
How you doing, Upgrade?
There's enough people with clear heads that don't care about who's in charge in any country or where the border is, right? I mean, the U.S. were in Afghanistan and Iraq, and you still had oil guys going in and out of there. And you know what? We weren't using U.S. guys for security. Let me let you in on that little secret, right? You know who we're using? We were using former ROC Marines and people from Ireland. Why? Because we wanted people who would be ruthless. Ruthless. And when I say, hey, look, that guy right there, he's giving me a funny look. Why don't you guys go over there and see if he needs to be tuned up? I don't want an American to go do that. I want someone who's going to go over there, and you know what? He'd tune up his own mother if it meant keeping his job with me. And that's what I want. Well, more like 8, but yeah. It's not that people are cheaper. It's that people are. When you want results, you hire results. And when I go into a country that's a little unstabilized, I want someone who has an understanding that the guy who's in charge is right here, and his only interest is keeping me happy. And when we're there, we're not interested in U.S. government interests. We're in there for our interests.
Yeah, but
and when we leave,
problem though,
it's not a problem.
That their interests are departed from their nation, and therefore the viability of the nation.
Do you think that's a unique situation in the current day and age?
No, I think it's a universal situation, but
it's a universal situation where there's always been a disparity between what American business interests and the U.S. government and the U.S. military. And remember, that's 3 separate entities.
Actually, what I'm thinking about that's a Latin American universal situation. That's
it's a world business situation.
Like every country here has oligarchs, has actual rulers that don't give a shit about their national interest. You know, they're all European.
Well, it's not that we don't give it. It's not that U.S. oil doesn't give a shit. It's just we realize it's a simple priority. And what are our biggest interests?
It's a second priority. It's second place. First is my profits, then comes the nation, and then maybe.
Oh no, profits aren't necessarily. No. You don't understand the true motivation. Sometimes we do something for silliness. Right?
No. I mean, I say profits, but I actually mean advantage.
Von say, "Look at that sexy mofo." Guess who?
Are we going to hear from Upgrade? Is he going to speak, or is he just going to smile and be coy?
That's his job. He's here to make the stream look beautiful.
Well, everybody realizes Santa Claus is the sexiest bitch on the planet.
Globalist Santa.
I made a nice photo though with Luis Figo today, so that's a nice shit.
It's hard to compete with that mustache, Mr. Ted. It's really hard to compete with that mustache. Go on, Upgrade.
Yeah, I don't know. What should I say?
What's going on in Switzerland, man?
Upgrade. Do you live in do you live in the same country as Mr. Lambo?
No.
Belgium is not a country. Belgium does not qualify as a country. It's just a place.
My French part of me says the same like Toby. Yes, it's not a country.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, you know what the Belgians say about that? You guys know what the Belgians say about that? They say, we're not French. That's what they say.
Well, I mean, they have that going for them. They're not French. They don't have to have rear view mirrors on a tank.
Because we don't have tanks anymore.
Well, I mean, what do they need them for in a swamp anyway?
Exactly. It's just a job nobody wants.
Yeah,
we are buying French armor, we are buying French vehicles, but we build it in Belgium because we don't trust them.
Well, I mean, Belgium's had its uses over the years. I mean, even St. John Moses Browning was keen on going there. Hallowed be his name, by the way.
But what's it for? I mean, like, seriously, what is Belgium for? What's the point?
Well, it's a jumping off point. You know, it's like Europe light, kind of like their beer, light.
No, seriously.
The French have to be kept in line or something like this.
Well, it's a place for people to speak French without being French.
It's like Bosnia that's part of that used to be part of Yugoslavia. You know, it's like to keep everybody.
Let's not talk
happy.
about Bosnia. I still got a bad taste in my mouth about that.
Remember what Trump said?
Toby, I mean,
Brussels is a hell. You don't want to go to us because you're going to be destroyed.
Bit of hush, Lambo. Bit of hush over there.
That's going to be destroyed by us, and not by the Belgians, but by the foreigners that are living in Belgium. So don't even try to invade Belgium. They're going to all these guys that shouting in the trenches, Allah Akbar. We're going to have them in the trenches. Don't do it.
You guys know that the whole brigade was chasing Owen Wilson in that movie. The whole brigade of Serbian, renegade army was chasing Owen Wilson in that movie. Enemy
behind enemy lines, something like that.
Yeah, and they couldn't get him, man. I mean, fuck, the whole fucking brigade with all the tanks and fucking rockets and everything. I mean, shit, dude. I mean, he escaped Serbian army. That's crazy.
Yeah, not even a Serbian sniper could get him.
Oh yeah,
so bad the Serbian snipers.
Yeah, and the guy looked like fucking evil. I mean, they had to.
We can still offer chocolate. We can still offer chocolate.
Yeah.
And beer. Don't going to take our country because our food is too good.
I don't know if you guys noticed. Like, I mean, I noticed because I'm Serb, so I noticed this shit. Like Serbs and Russians are the villains in the bad guys in all the Hollywood movies.
As they should be. As they should be.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we're born it's in our gene to be evil and shit.
Well, it's kind of like the gypsies. It's in their genes to be thieves.
Can we not?
You look at Vojislav. If he's in like a Hollywood movie, he looks so badass. It's like he'll be like the big bodyguard or the big like the mafia boss. What are you talking about? And you choke slam the person. Like if you tell Upgrade to do it, it's like it would be like a comedy. It doesn't work.
Yeah,
I gotta ask. Upgrade, did you paint that thing on this morning?
If I painted it on, no. Maybe the light is doing some reflection. What's up? Is that nice?
You look like you look like the mustache man.
The mustache man. Oh shit! Oh no, the light is from up. That's why.
Yeah, explain it. Come on.
I've seen 12-year-old boys that had better mustache. That's sad.
Sorry, man. I can't compete with your beard. Your beard is epic, man.
I trimmed like 4 inches off of it the other day.
Seriously, guys, be careful. Be careful of being in the video chat with Vojin because he's gonna send a picture and ask for a ransom. He's gonna take a screenshot and ask for a ransom on all of us.
Bring.
I have to go to work, but before I do, I'm just going to speak a little bit about Serbia and Constantinople because we should always remember the Serbs fought on behalf of the Muslims when they conquered Constantinople.
Is it just me, or can you guys also hardly hear Toby?
No, I can hear him just fine.
Yeah, no, it's you. You need the internet.
Otherwise, on your roof, maybe there's a kangaroo on your antenna.
I'm just saying. Be careful of the Serbian, right? And let's not talk too much smack about gypsies. Gypsies are pretty based. I actually think gypsies are almost like the real Europeans. They have freedom. They have
stop it. No.
They have a certain love of life.
No, stop it.
Well, the thing about the gypsies that makes them superior to all the Europeans is that they aren't afraid of having children. They know what's important in life.
I actually aspire to become a gypsy when I retire. I'm going to get a wagon and everything and go around and live that life. I think there's a lot to be said for it.
Doing fortune telling and making copper pans.
For sure, right?
Preaching the nuclear redemption.
And London.
Yeah, build the cult. Yeah. No, Upgrade, I think you should
ask the Germans in Duisburg if they like the gypsies. Then you will know.
Well, who cares what the Germans
Paris or London?
And no one's thought about what the Germans liked or thought since 1945.
Yeah, the Germans they go to jail if they criticize their rapists. So
yeah, so they lash out at the gypsies. They pick on the gypsies. The European man
you
hates
saw the documentary I saw about this place. It's horrible, man. It's horrible. It's the entire town became gypsy land, man.
That's so bad.
What were you saying?
Yeah, I can send it to you, Mr. Lambo.
Yeah, send it to me. Look on the WhatsApp group.
Yeah, we'll send it on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Toby, what were you saying? Toby, what were you saying about Serbs and Constantinople? What were you saying about?
The Serbs fought on behalf of the Muslims who conquered Constantinople. They basically gave it away. You know, they betrayed Christendom. It's a big black mark in history. And obviously, I don't hold modern Serbs accountable for that. I'm just saying that, you know, we have to be careful. And so perhaps some of the gypsy hate could be deflected into like more productive areas. But
I want you to take in consideration that we who consider ourselves Serbs, we think that the good Serbs died at the Battle of Kosovo in 1389. And basically what was left behind were, you know, the degenerates and, you know, traitors. So
I think that's fair. Yeah. I think that's fair. Yeah.
That might be accurate.
I have to go to work. So, like, have fun, guys. Yeah. Good to see you all. Take care. Ciao, Wyatt.
Be safe.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you guys before I lose the thought about the scheme. You know that, you know, I see this all over the web and on TV. You know, like buy gold. You know, you need to buy gold because the gold is only, you know, currency that has the value. But then again, if you buy gold, you have to pay with something. So how come that money, you know, that money has to have a value in order you to buy that gold? So I think this is kind of bullshit scheme to prop up the value of the money more than, you know. What do you guys think about that? You know?
Yeah, gold has no intrinsic value. I mean, it's great for It's great for electronics, but other than that, it doesn't have a real use.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, you know.
So unless you're a weirdo that likes wearing jewelry, then doesn't have that much of a value.
I know.
I feel the same way about diamonds.
Well, but to be fair, the gold, if like, it's so easy to give form to that you could replace plastic with it to a certain extent.
Well, I don't know that I want to be drinking. I don't know that I want to be carrying around a case of water in gold containers.
It would be nice. It would be tacky, but it would be nice.
Well, I'm just thinking about the logistics. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when shampoo came in glass bottles. Right? It was cute for ketchup, but a glass bottle being dropped in glass. Right? So
no, I mean, are you that old? I never knew that.
I earned this, baby. There's a lot of miles between me and the North Pole. I like vacationing down here in the South.
Hey, we over here in you know, in Serbia, we had, like, you know, bottled soda pop till like maybe it stopped. They stopped, you know, filling them up like maybe 15-20 years ago. You know,
I mean,
it used to be like you take the bottle to the store, you know, and grab a new soda, you know, pay. You know, and I mean, I was okay with that shit. You know, I mean,
I mean, do that with Coca-Cola, with beers.
Sure,
we have more plastic bags with 24 bottles of beer.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, there's something about a society that has a value in reusing or recycling things, and glass is a great thing. It's, you know, it's a fairly benign product. It's really easy to reuse. It's even easier to recycle. You know, if you've got glass and it breaks, you just scoop it up and throw it back in a kiln, and you'll have liquid glass. Yeah, I mean, it's great.
In Argentina, there's an old saying which is like when something is super easy, you just say like it's soplar y hacer botella. It's like blow it and make a bottle.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the modern glass manufacturing, you know, it's still cheap, and that's the crazy thing about the United States, is it's so cheap to make glass that it's not economical to recycle it, because the transportation costs would overcome the value of transporting it somewhere for it to be recycled and reused.
Yeah, that makes sense.
By the way, I just want to...
And plastic's the same way.
By the way, I just want to refer to the chat again. If these keyboard warriors are also saying that beer is for women.
Well, it is. Women and small children.
We still have 4 places left here on the screen, maybe 5, because we can go up to 11 in total with Wyatt included. Join us. Come to do conversation. Don't play the warrior on the internet by typing bullshit. Just come to argue with us. Don't play the gay guy that's saying Bush Light is better. Come on. Don't play gay against a Belgian beer drinker. Fuck you. Okay?
Well, I mean, Belgian beer is basically horse piss in a bottle.
No. I'm going to
I said it. I said it. I said it.
Directly. I
said it.
No. And
anyone who's older than 8 or isn't XX shouldn't drink beer.
No. You're going to hurt my feelings. Be careful.
Beer for boys, whiskey for men.
Yeah, but fuck you. The English are afraid of Stella Artois. If you're saying to an Englishman, "We drinking Stella Artois,"
hey, you know what I say to all English people? We got rid of your tea.
No,
and the beer, we never bought.
The story about the piss is Heineken, and Heineken is Dutch beer, and Heineken is made by Belgium P.
And people in Aruba.
That is a real story. Google it.
Yeah, that I can remember they used to sell Heinekens in these little tiny 7-ounce cocktail cans, because that's what it takes to get someone who's Dutch drunk.
Yeah.
Heineken in a 7-ounce bottle.
Ted, I called my cat Stella. In case I have a second cat,
terrible.
Male, I can call it Artois. That is how
you call your cat warm piss.
No, fuck you. I don't call it Heineken.
It's the same thing.
No.
It's the same thing.
You know nothing about beer, so shut up.
If you can see through a beer, it's probably not worth drinking.
With whiskey, you're going to get faster drunk. At least with beer, you can first enjoy it very well.
No, we enhanced our genetics so that we can drink whiskey and still be sober.
Yeah, I can agree that moonshine in the United States are like disgusting guys. I can agree on that.
Why?
Shine is fine.
I have a question. Do you think Russians found another tunnel in south of Pokrovsk to enter the center of the city? What do you think?
It goes fast.
I think if any country would know, it will be the Russians, because the Soviets are the one that built all the cities. So I have no freaking idea. Yeah, I think they have all the plans. Unless they build new cities, but I don't think they do.
What do you think?
So the other night in the
city.
The other night in the DPA, we were having a discussion about what it would take logistically to push a piece of HDPE pipe underneath the Dnepro.
Yeah. Good question.
No, it was a mental exercise that took about 30 minutes. But basically, all you've got to do is decide that you've got a warehouse big enough to amass people and material, and from that warehouse, drill underneath the Dnepro. It's a trivial thing that can be done with off-the-shelf parts.
Yeah, and I had a discussion with you because I, as a crane operator, I work sometimes for drillers.
Oh yeah. You and I had that discussion. That's right.
And it's fucking plausible. It's plausible.
And not just that, the Russians are very good at building pipes and laying pipes underwater and whatnot, right?
So I actually put the sharp after that conversation. I actually put the sharp pencil to it. I actually figured out, okay, how many men do you need on the west side of the Dnieper to hold it? Because once you hold it, you can pull lay barges and use a road. All right?
Yeah.
And once you have a floating set of barges, you can drive over everything you need. So really, you only need the tunnel there.
They can still do that, but they cannot maintain that pontoon bridge. It's not possible to do that.
Why not? Why not?
Because the pontoon
you will get hit.
No?
You will get hit by
the problem are still the drones. That is still an issue, but it's an issue for everybody.
It's an issue, but you can put reactive on it. You can put reactive nets on it. All you gotta do is.
I forgot that one. We also searched on Google Maps about that bridge, but you still had these piles of the bridge still standing up. The bridge itself is destroyed, and you still can attach your pontoons to it. So you can do we figured out we can do a very big long pontoon street,
a string of pontoons. Yep,
string of pontoons by using the rest of that bridge. So it's practically plausible. But you need to push first, and that's the second thing that we didn't talk about. You need to push your enemy pretty far away to have less drone attacks. You're still going to have drone attacks, but less.
At least 20 kilometers. At least 20 kilometers.
8. I sat down and figured it out. I'm thinking 8. I mean, you've got to push them. You've got to clear 8. 20 would be nice to have control of, but you need 8 solid. 8 solid kilometers worth of control. But that's the neat thing is you only need it in a spot. You only need that in a spot that's about 5 or 6 kilometers wide.
I think that's gonna happen.
From the spot you cross the river, you need 4 kilometers on each side. About 2 miles.
At least.
No, I mean solid. But that's the thing is, once you cross that bridge, all you need to be able to do is hold that zone, that sausage-shaped zone across your crossing.
Yeah.
And if you decided
you're in close range, you're in fab range, you're in drone range.
No, well, so here's the interesting thing. Once you cross that bridge, if you've got enough people and material amassed, once you cross that bridge, you can cross in mass enough to hold not only that 8 kilometers, but to push in and hold the 20. 20 kilometers, we're talking about 6 miles. 6-7 miles.
You need to take it in consideration. It has to be urban or semi-urban zone, to survive those kind of attacks.
That's when I looked at the map, that's exactly the spots I was looking at. Spots that are urban or semi-urban or industrial. Basically have enough cover. Yes.
Yeah.
There are 11 places I chose along the Dnieper. 11. It can be done.
I think the best chance is Kherson as a city itself, like a urban zone, and you push there. I don't know, just thinking about it. Once you get in the city, it's kind of hard to, it's easier to hide, and you can move, you can hide troops easier. You can, there's buildings, there's.
You can also drill from one building to the next.
Also, this guided drilling that you're doing, and the installation I did with the Dutch people. These are actually Dutch people with American hard hats, American glasses. They drove American pickup trucks. Amazing guys. very professional, and they had a fucking big drilling pushing rig to guide one of the bigger models to do the guide and drilling. And on another job sites, I worked with guys, and they were doing push drilling. So they push the tubes like pieces of, I think it was in foot, I'm going to say 3 meters, something like that. Each time they are pushing, pressure, drilling and pushing. It was like fiber-ish tubes. It was not concrete, something like that, not steel. And they say they're doing that pretty quick. They told me that depending on the ground, we say we're drilling through everything. So we don't care. We're drilling through everything. We just need other heads. Don't care. And if you have that type of equipment that Russians have, because these are every country has them, they need to be old or new, don't care. You just need to work. You can do it. And with guidance drilling, the advantage you have is you guide it where you want to have it. If you want to end up in the basement of a high-rise building, you just do it. You're going to end up, if you have the good coordinates, the good plans to do it, perfect.
I actually think they're up to something, when it comes to that, crossing.
You already did it twice, so why not the third time,
Yeah, I think
I tried starting an over-under, but nobody wanted in on it. You've still got 3 months of this year. There's still 3 months of good weather to do it. And with the increase in territorial gains, we've gone from 20 kilometers a day to a fairly steady 35 kilometers a day. We're getting close. We're getting close. So then it's just a matter of, is Putin willing to commit to a hard push? Because that's what it'd take, right? The gains they have now, it would require having a very hard push to get to the Dnieper, get across it, and keep it. But we've got lots and lots of domestic instability in Kiev right now.
Yeah. And the problem that we said together about the Dnieper River, and there was a conclusion about that tunneling, is maybe the only solution to be able to do it if the Ukrainians still hold the position on the other sides. Otherwise, it's going to be too difficult. Going by barges over the river is just suicidal right now. So you need to have people on the other side first, pushing everybody away, supported by good assets, and you can bring them via tunneling.
Well,
I think Russians, I think Ukrainians mostly keep their FPV operators, and they lack, infantry on that area.
And that's why I think if they were to do a heavy push, and cross the river, as long as they could withstand the first, let's call it 8-12 hours, as long as they could withstand the first 8-12 hours of FPV repulsion, they'd get enough people across, they could keep it. And they don't have enough support. They don't have enough support to respond to a push like that. They just don't. The barn's empty. The barn's empty. And if Russia would commit to making a hard push, I think they could keep it. I really do. So then it's just a matter of, okay, where do you do it so that you can keep the territorial gain? And you've got to commit to a very, very large logistical expansion when this happens. Because you're going to make a long, long, long road to the Dnieper. And you've got to be able to keep the supply line open behind you. I think you'd have to worry more about keeping your supply line behind you open than you would keeping the beachhead across the river. Because that would be more important. Taking territory on the west side of the bridge is not that big of a deal. It's keeping the supply line behind you to that crop.
That's why Ukrainians had the problem with the Krinky operation. They crossed, but
it's like, okay, you're there, now what?
Yeah.
They
could move forward. They only cleared like kilometer, or that wasn't enough. Like you said, at least 10 kilometers so you have operational space. I don't know.
So that's the thing is you look at the historical numbers that the United States started during World War II. It was 3-1, three logistical guys for every guy in the front, right? Not just infantry, but guys in the front. We ended the war. It was 8-1. Logistical support to guys in the field. 8
Yeah, but
so does Russia have the political and military will to commit to a 5 to 8-1 logistical support push? And you're talking about trying to amass 50,000 to cross the river.
So
you're talking about committing almost 1 million.
Yeah.
Oh, super chat.
Yeah.
By Johari, just a thought. Western politicians keep blaming Putin for nearly everything, and the Western public has been drilled. Putin is a bad man. If let's say Putin die or steps down, will the replacement still get the blame or demonized?
Yes, of course. That's an easy one. Of course. But that's the thing.
Because the new Russian leader will be worse.
But that's the thing is
way more angrier and crazy.
The only Europe believes that, and I would say only half of the United States believes that. I think you've got a lot of people looking around in the United States saying, "Why is Putin the bad guy?"
Yeah. Hey, but Ted, to what you were saying earlier, I was going to comment that, like, by the rate of advance and attrition, isn't it the case that by the time they cross the reach the meter, like, what resistance is there going to be left? Like, there's probably going to be a political agreement or the fighting capability of Ukraine, and so.
See, that's the thing is, I think if Putin and the military of Russia were willing to commit, you could commit. Let's say for nice round numbers, 400,000. Right, that's a big number. 400,000 to decide. Okay, we're gonna push to the Dnieper and hold it. I think if you could do that and hold it, and it wouldn't even have to be that long. You could push it and hold it. There would be enough of an upheaval in Kiev and in the western part of the Ukraine that all of the Ukraine and all of Europe would say, this is over. This is over.
Like we're gonna go fight Russia, or like we give up?
No. We give up. This game is silly. We do not have.
I don't think they will give up. I don't know. I think they're fucking crazy.
If Russia was willing to commit fast and hard, Europe couldn't decide to respond, and they're not going to provide people. They're not. They'll whine and complain about it. They'll rattle empty, rusted sables, but they will not move to save the Ukraine against Russia.
Yeah, but think about this.
And Russia doesn't even want the whole thing.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
They just want to say in their piece of the 8 chunks that get cut up from the Ukraine.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think there is no way that the Nazis in Nazi regime is gonna even if the Russians get to the Dnieper, they're gonna.
But listen, Bojislav, and like listen, Bojislav. These guys are dumb, are useful dummies. Okay, they're not a political force that can actually decide anything. Not the government, and not the little fanatics that are on the ground. None of those can decide anything. They're just being propped up because they're useful for now. The moment they're not useful, there's going to be a purge. They're going to get wiped out, or they're just going to go crawl back into their caves. Go on, Upgrade. You've been holding your field for 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Mike.
I think.
No, Upgrade's been for like half an hour.
Okay.
So sorry, I'll just go quick, Vojislav, then you can go, right?
Just Mike.
Yeah.
You go ahead, then Mike.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think this theory of having a hard push and taking high casualties is something which the Russians don't want to do. That's why they're doing the attritional warfare. That's why they're getting to kill all the Ukrainian soldiers so they can go through then after when the job is done. So they will not do that. They will not push anywhere because, first of all, you cannot amass 400,000 troops anywhere near the front line, not with that drone technology and all that satellite images and stuff like that.
You don't need to.
But
you
if you want to,
No, remember that number is based on.
You don't even know what I want to say. I'm just trying to elaborate about my point. If you try to amass anywhere troops anywhere on the front line, you're gonna get killed. That's why you see when somebody is taking over a position, especially the Russians, they don't go with 20, 30, 100 people. They're like 4 or 5 guys, and they're holding the flags at the end, because that's what our days modern warfare is all about. It's about to be agile, to be smart, to use your capacity good, and not like the Ukrainians do. But that's another topic. But I don't think that the Russians will try to do any push anywhere until they just grind them. They just grind them. That's what they do. That's what they say. They officially say that's an attritional warfare. So I don't know why we even talk about this topic. But go on.
But Russia is already committing to this war 100%. Putin said many times this war is existential for them. You're going to accept that this is all they can give.
Dude, Putin didn't even call it a war. He's not even mobilizing. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, this is still a military operation. That's exactly right. And that's the thing is, you don't need to amass 40,000 or 400,000. You've got to amass only, goodness, like 1,500 maybe, and most of those are going to be support people, right? You need logistical support, so you need a bunch of truck drivers, but that's it.
Yeah, but
so
rotation.
As soon as you're willing to commit to that,
easy, Russia would be already in Kiev. It's not that
but
easy.
The last pipeline attack, they were with 1,500s, something like that.
Sorry guys, I'm just gonna. How are you guys doing? Sorry, I'm just gonna say quickly to Mr. Ted what he said earlier that European is not gonna go in. I'm gonna say the way I'm looking at things, in my view, I would say you are wrong. Okay. European will step in when the time comes. In my own view, the way I'm calculating this, just bear with me. So when I say something, everybody will always say maybe I'm the way I think, right? What it was doing is that I said something earlier. This is a mission creep in action. That's what we are watching. All we are seeing right now is a mission creep in action. They are creeping in slowly. Everything is creeping in. Nothing go in full force one time to not cause full headache. So they are creeping everything in step by step. Okay. First, soon they're gonna arrest Zelensky and take him out. Okay. Now European gonna be fully control the Ukraine by the Ukraine himself. The way I'm calculating things, the way I'm watching this, how it's going right now, because now this is getting desperate. No matter what they do, before what they was calculating is that they gonna cut off. China gonna stop supporting, providing some goods, not just weapon, but from like a goods, like a clothes, foods, and all that stuff for Russians, because that will cripple the Russian economy. That's their goal. Because I know the European are screaming right now, say China is supporting Russia with weapon. Right? Actually, it's not weapon. They really worried about, but the foods, the clothes, electronics, even to make the Russia economy keep going forward, right? That is what really pissed European off, because they believe that the calculation what happened back in the 80s, right, when no goods going to Russian to Soviet Union, that way Soviet Union be able to collapse on themselves due to not have all those goods. Not because of the way the West was sanctioned them back then, like they don't get a new stuff. They get like outdated stuff. Not for the military, but for the civilian. and that is what they are calculating at this time that is going to happen into Russia to Russian. So they're not going to get anything new anymore. Everything going to be outdated. But to their surprise, they are getting something new. So that's why the Europeans are twisting that word, say, "Oh, wait a minute, they are getting weapon." It's not about weapon. It's about the goods that they were supplying into Russian
Yeah, we
Federation.
understand that. We understand that pretty well. That's keeping, economic relations. That's what it is about. It doesn't
Right,
need to
right.
be about weapons. Now, the thing about Europe, and because you're talking about this originally, you said that Ted was wrong because Europe was going to go in, and you talk
Yes,
about mission creep. But
yes.
if you look at the trajectory, the mission creep is actually receding. Like Europe was 100% committed and talking about their coalition of the willing to send troops to Ukraine when there's a ceasefire, which is actually sabotaging any possibility of ceasefire. And they don't have the weapons, they don't have the manpower, they don't have the economy for it. They're not actually mobilizing their economy. They're not doing anything actually, and they actually suspended a budget for Ukraine. So instead of a mission creep, what we're seeing is actually
No,
a retreat
sorry.
from the. So you could say that there was a mission creep a month ago, but not today. Today, now
I'm
maybe it continued,
I'm
but
sorry.
I don't see them willing to send troops at all, and not even if they're willing to send troops, they aren't even capable of doing that. But
Okay,
what makes you think that they are going to send troops into Ukraine?
that's okay. Thank you for just asking that question. Okay, the thing is, they are not, like I say, it's a mission creep. So the way they are doing this is this: first, wear Russian soldier down, wear them down. That's first goals. Okay, let them have a less soldier that motivates to fight. Okay, they want to get, they are trying to get Russia to the point that they will start mobilize, just mobilize the way they was mobilized in Ukraine. Okay, because now they won't fight the dedicated soldier anymore. They
Yeah,
are
but
now
that's
getting
not happening. But that's not
that,
happening.
that's exactly what I'm saying. That is what Europeans are going to toward. They
No,
are going
that's what
toward.
they want. But
Yes,
clearly they aren't capable of achieving that, and that's
no, they
what's
are going.
happening right now.
They are moving toward that right now. They are using Ukrainian force
No,
to wear
no,
their soldier down. The
they
motivated
want
soldier in.
that, but they aren't succeeding.
They are
They're
succeeding.
failing.
It's just taking time. They are succeeding. Believe me, they are. The goal is first to wear down all the motivated soldier out. Once they wear
Dude,
them
they're
out,
doing the opposite. They're doing the absolute opposite of that.
you might
They're
not. You
strengthening
might
the
not.
Russian army. They're
You might not
training
see
it.
that.
They're giving
You,
it enough tempo. They're giving it enough tempo of operations and enough exposure to Western military to train them, but without the rate of logistics and of intensity to actually wear them down. So Russia can inject 30,000 men into their armed forces every single month. They can train, they can rotate them all out, give them all a tour into the combat zone in degrees to proximity to the front line, wave after wave, line after line. They can rotate them out and put new guys in and have the veterans go train the new
sorry,
recruits and circle
sorry,
around, and everyone
sorry.
gets training and their army grows and their technology, their efficiency of industrial output improves, and it's perfect. And not only that, but you're also weakening Russia, making them fracture diplomatically, economically, and socially, and also, by the way, the United States. Um, so it's convenient in all forms. And to this super chat that says, the same guy that was talking before, so y'all saying is that existential, but he is not committing 100%. Stop with the cope, man. Russia is powerful, but Putin is weak as fuck and a traitor. Which is kind of redundant because, like, how can he be a weak and a traitor if he's putting 100%? Like, if he's putting 100% of effort, that means that he's giving it all for success. And if he's not putting 100%, then he would be a weak and a traitor. Now, what I'm telling you is that he's not putting 100% and that he's doing it in the most efficient way possible, which is to save your forces and strengthen them and weaken your rivals fundamentally, like in detail, thoroughly. That's what he's doing. So it's actually pretty brilliant and pretty patriotic. So I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to come up and have a discussion about it, I'd be glad to oblige.
Okay, Gabriel, let me just say this. Sorry, upgrade. Gabriel, this is what I'm trying to say here, right? Mentally, physically, Russia are wearing down. People might not see it right now. All the best soldiers, the thing is, motivates. There is some soldier that motivate to fight. Okay, there is some soldier that they go there for money, and there are some soldier that they are forcing to fight. Okay, there's three goals there. There is three goals here, right? Motivate soldier that go for money, and the one that are forced to fight. Okay, now that is what Russia is going toward. See, they are losing more soldier daily, and the way Ukraine soldiers are fighting are different. Okay, this is what they do, and that is what has the difference between Ukrainian and Russian is this, and that is the scary part. You see, Ukrainian, right? Whenever they use their drone, right, they target Russian personnel. They don't go if Russian. Let's say Russian have a 5 vehicle, right, and a 2 personnel. Ukrainian would target the personnel instead of target the vehicle. On Russia is backward. Okay, if Russians see 3 soldiers, 1 vehicle, right? Russia will target the vehicle, okay, and left the Ukrainian soldier. You see,
how do you know that? How do you know that? That's just assumption.
It's okay. It's okay. I've seen that.
But for a while, it's getting
however,
tiresome,
Russia is gonna target, like Ukraine is gonna target the soldier. He's gonna throw a FPV to the soldier, and Russia is gonna throw a fab bomb to the head Q, to the HQ. He's gonna throw heavy artillery to the FPV drone positions. He's gonna throw thermal barracks into the trenches, and he's gonna throw fiber optic drones to your logistic lines.
No,
so
what I'm saying
that
is
soldier that the Ukraine kills is one. Well, the Russians fabbed artillery, thermal barracks, optic cable drones, and then the FPV drones. Okay, all those 5, that killed like 10, then 8, then 6, then 2, then 1, and the Ukrainian killed 1 soldier with his FPV drone. Okay, that's what's happened.
May I just interfere real quick, Mike? Just real quick, because we've seen you over the years, right? And you've been always talking like this. You're always saying, yeah, but the Russians lose more men and so on, and the Ukraine is going to win. Then afterwards, when you see that the front line is moving,
I never say Ukraine gonna win.
I know you. I see you, and I've been here for a long time. So
Russia gonna win.
I'm just saying what I think, right?
Okay.
So I'm just saying what I think, right? I understand what you mean, right? Because you see the guy who target the Russian soldier, right? Or target, but you have the same with the Russians. You can go on many sites where you can actually see how the Russians target just specifically Ukrainian soldiers who are in their trench and doing nothing because they are scared like shit, because everywhere is something falling on their fucking head. It's like Gabriel said, either it's a fab, then it's a drone, then it's artillery, then it's non-stop. And
I haven't made the point.
Let me finish real quick, Mike, and I will give you the word. The important part is, and that's the reality of war, is how the front line is moving. We've been constantly hearing for years that the Russians don't move the front line. So now when they move the front line, all of a sudden they start to lose 1 million people a fucking day. Guys, wake up. It's not realistic. It's totally clear. Even the Western journalists and all the generals, they say the Ukrainians are losing on the battlefield. They're losing on the battlefield. They're losing. They don't have manpower. They don't have armor. They don't have artillery. They don't have money to pay even the soldier now. Now Zelensky is coming and telling us, oh, we need to pay for the soldiers' wages. You know how bad it must be that your country's president is telling a third party to pay your fucking soldier. That means you're bankrupt. You have nothing left. And you can tell me, okay, the Russians lose. Obviously, they lose men. It's normal. You're in a war, you lose, you have casualties. But you cannot tell me that with all positive points on the Russian side, even on with the planes and so on, they're losing more men. Even if you're accounting to they storm the trenches and so on. Those trenches are not even manned. They sometimes just go inside the trenches. There's like 2 guys who against 5. So I don't see the point where you always try to find the positive point for the Ukrainians, especially now when you see they're getting surrounded in many places, in many strategic positions. You will see when they lose these places, it will be not strategic. It will be just another town like every time. So I'm tired of hearing that. I'm tired of hearing that these excuses of always when the Russians are winning, then they have huge casualties and they're going to break in 2 years. How many years we've been hearing this bullshit with that they're going to lose the war, and they're still in. The Ukrainians also, but they're going to lose at the end for my part. But go on, Mike. I want to hear your part, yeah, because I talked a lot.
Thank you. Sorry, my point there is that I was talking earlier to refer to what I was saying, and my point is this. You see, mentally, physically, you're wearing people that are out. Okay. The most scary part is when you realize that these Ukrainians are going after the personnel and they are wearing them off. Okay. You might say Russia has 1 million people, they might have 1 trillion people. Okay. The fact is that when they start reducing them one by one, it counts. That's what you don't try to understand there. One by one, it does count. Like I said earlier, you see, that's a motivated soldier. Okay.
But Mike, when you see the drone going down and killing one soldier, okay, you see it. But when you see a fucking artillery barrage going on a position, you don't see these guys anymore. They are dead, buried. Maybe they're even not in pieces. You cannot make battle assessment like this just because you saw one drone who's going inside the soldier. Oh, okay, they're losing a lot of men. But we don't see the casualties. We don't know both sides the casualties. That's why it's ridiculous to talk about.
I'm not saying. You see, you guys are getting me wrong here. My point is different from what you guys are saying. I'm not saying the casualty is not on both sides. Okay, my point is like we are talking about. Yeah, West. I mean, they will come in. They are trying to wear the Russian soldier down. Okay, so let's go back to the main point. The point is that they are wearing the Russian soldier down, and they are trying to get all the most motivated soldier out before they step in. Okay, that's my point. I'm not saying that the Ukraine are not losing soldier. No, that's bullshit. If I say that, I didn't say that. I'm just talking about how they are wearing them down before the West move in. Okay, that's my point there. And the thing is that they are going after the most motivated soldier. That's what I said. When the Ukrainians send a drone in, they're going after the personnel. See, it's like one at a time. It's like you are saving the money. If you're saving $1 every day, right? It can't. But if you don't save it,
okay, Mike, with which soldier will the West help Ukraine? They don't even battle test it. They don't even know what the fuck is going on. They're gonna go there. They're gonna die like fucking crazy.
I say that
will be so high on our side. You will not understand because we are not on the same standard. The Ukrainians should teach us how to fight. Actually,
I said something earlier.
I have actually a friend that is in the 4th Battalion of the Army, and he is so a mercenary. And the guy I am actually is discussing to say, I am waiting that his parents going to take a message on his Facebook to say that he's dead. Now I think he had a little bit of training. I showed pictures on the WhatsApp group of him posing in trenches in the forest, like basic trenches, just for training. It was actually just for training. The guy has no military experience at all. And there's these type of guys that they're going to put in the war zone. Same like you see videos. I saw a video of a guy walking his dog and the TCC came after him. The TCC came after him, took him, put him in the van and left the dog alone on the streets. Maybe that guy had a wife and 3 kids. I don't know. He even didn't have the time to say goodbye to his wife and 3 kids. How mentally are you going to be prepared to go to war if you just lost your whole family, you didn't have the time to say goodbye, and most of all, you didn't even want to participate at the war? How can these people make a change in the battlefields? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
Jesus, I say Putin is giving 100%. He is weak. By asking.
I don't know if you...
Mr. Lambo, you are right. You are right with what you are saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. But my point is this. They are wearing Russian soldiers down. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But also
I'm not saying anything that they are not kidnapping.
Take arrests.
Kicking
They're taking up people from the streets to put them in the fucking front line, bro. They
It's an asymmetrical game of attrition, and the Ukrainians can't win.
See, listen.
They're taking more casualties.
That is okay.
Take a break.
That is fine. Okay, let me just say this thing quickly. Hold on.
Ukraine can't afford it.
They're not
Let me say this thing quickly, guys. Hold on.
Your point is they bring them down.
That is okay. Okay, listen. Let me tell you something today, right? If it happened to United States get into the war today, right? I will be the first to sign up, right? Because many people, when they see, oh, I'm a citizen to this country, they don't know what it really means to be a citizen.
Wait? Why wait? Sign up now.
Okay.
Why wait?
Yeah, but Mike, you go
Why wait?
Hold on.
No, run out the door. Go.
Hey, Mike.
I have my own reason. If I explain to you, then you understand. But I'm not going to say it right now.
Mike,
okay?
You're going in circles for too long. Anyways, to the super chat.
I already did.
Wait a second. To the super chat. ASCII, listen. How can Putin be giving 100% and be weak at the same time? Like, by definition, giving 100% is being strong. It's giving it your all. How can you be a traitor and weak and give it 100%? It's impossible. And Mike, you're going in circles, man. Okay,
let me go back to you.
You're not saying anything.
I did already and was denied. Okay, not like I didn't did. That's what I'm saying. You have a situation. Okay, if I didn't explain this to you, that you will not understand. But that it gets to the point. It gets to the point that whenever, no matter what you are, they will accept you. Okay, if they need like Ukraine right now, they will accept everybody as long as you come forward. Okay, to the point that they won't care coming, you are accepted. Okay,
yeah,
but
they don't care if you're retarded. They don't care if you don't speak the language. They don't care if you don't have a body limp. They don't care if you have a room temperature IQ. They don't care about anything because they don't have men. They don't have men because they're all dying in great numbers.
Hold on, Gabriel.
Let Judah go for a while. You've gone for too long, Mike. Let Judah go. He wants to say something.
Hold on. Let me explain something quickly.
No. You already said it.
1 minute before I leave. I'm about to leave. Let me just explain this before I leave. Okay. See,
it's a scam. The last time he said this, he go on for like 10 minutes.
Exactly.
People don't understand what it takes to be a citizen of a country. Okay, when you stand up, say,
everyone here is a citizen of a country.
Hold on, that's what I'm explaining to you. That's when you put your finger up, say you are eligible to be a citizen to this country. That means you are ready to die for this country.
No.
Yes,
Being a citizen of a country means that either you were born
there,
or you went there.
That means you are willing to die for that country.
No one signs a paper to be willing to die for the country.
That means you are willing to die. Because don't be a citizen to that country then. If you guys don't want to be there, then don't be.
You're correct. Mike,
only if you're joining the army.
Mike is saying you're correct. Most motivated. Are you gonna read it, Mike? Wyatt.
Okay. Jesus, what happened with your logic? You can give 100% of what you can do and still be bad at something. Are you 7 years old or just coping? Yeah, he's 7 years old.
By definition,
what Mike said is correct about most motivated soldiers are being removed from Russian sides. yes, this is complaint also from the Russian analysts, Voinkor's war correspondents. That's what they're saying. No more ideological fighters, no more in trenches. This is true, but it's not very important component of the war, because you can avoid that. You can compare it to the corporation that don't have motivated workers, right? But it still functions because there's a whole set of organization, whole processes are set up that not even motivated, but there's a processes of control and how to say, where you cannot avoid some effect, right?
They
some
have
effect
protocols.
of the work.
Corporations have
protocols,
protocols,
processes, everything that will still function. Yes, you will not get heroic deeds, right, from so many soldiers, but you will not also get, comparing to that, you also will not get many cowards just that get sit in the trenches and drink and gets drugs, right? This is the processes that prevent this, that make it all automatic. How to say, just going to the work and you're doing shit, and this is how it becomes in huge organization like a military. Especially Russians been always like that, to prevent initiative, personal initiative, right? Yeah. They always been like that organization that really knows how to set up the processes, mechanism that will just keep on going, no matter ideological power of that. Yes, this happened, but it's not so important. Mike is right, but he makes it so critical to the success that he decides.
He's not understanding the logic of the strategy, which is
exactly.
Let's talk about something important like Macron and the extra leg.
Hey, but wait, let me answer the super chat that was directed to me. Okay, first of all, people who are strong are able to give 100%. People who are weak are unable to give 100%, especially in the context that you framed of weak and a traitor, which is someone who is deliberately sabotaging, i.e., not giving 100% to achieve his stated objective. To say that is existential, to say that the conflict is existential, means that you should win. It doesn't mean that you should be desperately suicidal in trying to accelerate whatever you think that will make them win. There's a reason why people plan things out and do things according to a plan, because it gives you more probabilities of success than running off like a headless chicken. So it's completely incompatible to be a traitor and give 100%, or to be weak and give 100% in the context of what you're saying. What you're saying is contradictory.
And you
can always come back up and argue, or send more super chat. Good for Wyatt.
Just a note for Matthew in the backstage. I need you to reply to the private chat. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and to add on it, Gabriel, if he would be weak, he could have just accepted what the Europeans said. Just remove your troops, Then he will be a traitor, right? You remove the troops from Ukraine, accept the terms of the Western countries, then he will be a traitor, yes, to the Russian people. But he's not doing that. He's doubling down. He's tripling down. He don't care. They put how many sanctions on the country? He's still here. They wanted to isolate him, isolate the country. It's still here. It's growing. The economy is growing. People are still going and fighting. They still want to do it, So it's just ridiculous, this argument. I mean, if he's weak, then I don't know who is weak. So Macron is strong, or Scholz is strong, or Starmer is strong, or Biden was strong. I mean, what's the comparison with that, right?
Yeah, what's the comparison? Compared to
Mommy Macron might be kind of strong.
Yeah, she has a good slap. Good slap.
No, it was more like a push in the face, you know.
She'll push him down the stairs of the plane once.
Yeah, I'd like to have heard the conversation that deserved that.
Yeah.
You see, you know, like the impression I get, because it's such a lopsided relationship. You know, like Macron is like this powerful, kind of young, reasonably fit person. He's not like a fat fuck. And he has this goblin of a wife, quote unquote. He has this goblin of a wife, and like she should, like, if like the only reason that makes any sense is like that she can mistreat him, is that it's a fundamentally abusive relation, like that she's just gonna slap him around.
Or she's the one of power,
like,
and he's not.
Yeah, she's the real power. Like that. I'm not going to say she. That is the real power in that in that nation and in that relation, which is, you know, pretty harrowing for the state of France's affairs.
No, it's not. This is typical. This is typical. I don't see that unusual, especially normal, long-lasting relationships. This is very typical. The presentation in public is different than what is at home. Or many of the leaders have their wives behind them that keeps advising, because they're conniving more than men. So this is I believe very normal. It's just that we now, with due to the speed of communication and social media, that we are seeing it so openly. I think this is only different. This is, to me, to my understanding of how majority of relationships work, is normal.
Oh my God!
It doesn't matter if it's man or woman, but behind, in the public, you see the man, yelling at wife, while at home is completely different. The normal thing.
That's a good point. I mean, what would we have thought about the Kennedys had we had the social media of today?
Yeah.
That
weird.
Just won the gold medal of coping.
We can.
I mean,
gold medal awarded.
Instead of writing like a little child, just come on, you can speak and we can debate about what's your points, and then we can see if you have actual substance and you're just not writing down things, behind your laptop.
No, it's fine. It's fine for you to send super chats. But
I keep sending the super chats.
It's great for you to send super chats, but it would be great if you can like elaborate on your point instead of like just insisting on it, like butting your head against the wall. So either you want to jump up or send more messages telling us what is your actual point, like how is Putin a traitor and weak and all of that you're saying.
Yeah,
like, just
that will be more constructive.
For God's sake. And
we need some opposite perspective.
Guys, he does. In the view of somebody from the West, when they see Putin, they actually do think that he's weak because of his inactions. I mean,
they're saying that Russia is
like
all the Western countries.
In actions, like being the first ground war in European continent since like the first large-scale ground war since 80 years. That's in action.
No. I understand you, but in their eyes, they think that he should have went like hard.
It's a product of social media and propaganda. That's the only reason why people in Europe think that.
Man, Toby is popular with his nuclear holocaust, with his nuclear redemption doctrine, that like everyone thinks that since Putin isn't throwing nukes, then he's weak and a traitor. Like, how come he's not throwing nukes? What's his problem?
Exactly. They actually do think that, They actually do think that they're fucking crazy, dude. That's why I'm saying it's like they really want to see a nuclear war. That's the only explanation.
Yeah, and
well, so would I. So would I. Let's get this on.
No,
I just add on something what's be saying. That's exactly the Western perspective, right? So Putin is at and Russia is at the same time they are strong and weak, right? Because they cannot conquer Ukraine since 3 years, they're weak, right? But they're existential threats to Europe because they're invading another country and they could possibly go up to Berlin, and up to Paris, and take
Paris,
over. That's
Paris is done. Lisboa is done.
Yeah, but it's just dumb. There's no thinking about what they're saying or what they elaborate in their thoughts. It's just rhetoric, from like Mr. Ted said, right, from social media, from propaganda. It's just dumb. It makes zero sense, and I don't know if there is anything else besides this kind of thing, but we heard it 3 years, so it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
When you listen to Piers Morgan, I mean, this dude had like all sorts of people on his show, right? And that pretty much explain him every time, what's going on over there, and he's still pro Ukraine. I mean, there's no fucking way that this shit is getting through his head, And
well, it's because he's been told to toe that party line. He doesn't believe that.
Yeah, he just says what he's told.
He doesn't. Yeah, he's just reading what's on the teleprompter. That guy doesn't have a thought in his head, and most anybody in front of the camera feels the same way. They don't have a unique thought in their head. They're just reading the cue card.
And Bojislav, you can be pro-Ukrainian and still have a accurate assessment of us. I mean, it's difficult. You need a lot of cognitive dissonance, but you can still think that Ukraine has a right to exist, or his internationally recognized borders, whatever, and still realize what's going on. That Putin is sweeping the floor with the NATO proxy and by extension with NATO. And on that same account, how can the NATO alliance say that Russia is an existential threat to them and not be giving 100%? They're also traitors and weak. So that's the thing. Who are you comparing? Everyone's weak compared to something. You can,
they
be
can't
the world
make their
champion.
fucking mind, dude.
You can be the world champion of powerlifting and still are weaker than a gorilla. So you're weak as fuck.
And
so compared to who are you comparing?
How can you recognize a pro-Ukrainian that knows the reality of the situation? There's a pro-Ukrainian with a box of Kleenex next to him.
Everyone imagines what Israel does as the supreme control point. Israel goes in all the way in, right? Finds the most strategic targets and goes in 10 days, tries to demolish all of it, and then is exhausted, right?
And runs away with the between the legs. And runs away with
everyone thinks of it. This is how the war should, how Russia should do the war, like Israel, right? Go all the way in, that just demolish everything, and that's what they compare it. That's why they say Russia is weak. But also, why they're saying it? Okay. Another point is, for majority of population in the West, they don't see all this bombardment every night of Kiev, and they're not shown this, right? So they don't know how fast
they're
Russia is
showing
moving.
it. They're showing it. I'm telling you, they're showing it. They're showing it on TV.
To say that they hitting civilians. To say that they hitting civilians. Yes, just for that purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
So
but they show.
Yeah, but just to say civilians, and
don't show what is
really
destroyed.
But they still show it. You cannot say they don't show it. I mean,
but they show what they want to show.
Yeah, but every media is showing what they want to.
No, it's like if you just look to other YouTubers, what they telling, the first thing on the screen is going to be, we did some advance. Which advance? Which advance did you do? Yeah, and the Kurds region or the Sunni region, I don't care. That little advance, but they're not really telling. They're actually telling what's happening in the whole city and the whole mapping, but they're passing that very fast through.
I disagree because they
the news just don't say it. Do you see the news that they're showing the maps and they are saying, okay, the Russians are winning there and there and there and there.
Some circle. They show that some Sumi incursion. They show. I disagree with that, Mr. Lombo. They show it.
Which channel shows it? If I maybe know it, LCE.
No. Just I mean, like maybe in Switzerland is different than European countries, but in Switzerland they definitely show the advances of the Russian. They definitely just talked about it like 1 day ago that the Russians are already in Pokrovsk, inside Pokrovsk.
Here we're going to have a message like Russia did again a very big drone attack, and they hit against civilian infrastructure. And they showed them pictures and videos of firemen trying to put it out. And there was like 5 firemen wounded also because of the fire. That's one of the last ones that I read about.
Propaganda. That's
there's a fucking thing, but they're not showing the mappings. They're saying, they're just
showing the mappings.
Like Avdiivka, they're going to say, they just lost Avdiivka. But after it lost, and that's it. They're not going to tell.
But you're not going to say that you lose. That I mean, like Mr. Lombo, you need to be logical. Also, you're not going to say that you lost something before you lost it, right? I mean, the Russians need to take it before they can say that.
They're not going to say that Avdiivka is starting to lose. They're not going to say that Ukrainian forces lost a lot of tanks. They're not going to say things.
Yeah, but that's more propaganda.
It's like a tragic story, and they're always going to use the planes. A young F-16 pilot died because he was trying to hit some drones, and he get the shrapnel into his plane and crashed and didn't survive it. He was 26 years old. That's how they play in the propaganda.
Yes, but it's more propaganda.
They're not going to tell these, because you're going to tell about the first one that was a blue and blue. Actually, your 4 F-16 shot down already. Or destroyed, and the two others, they didn't talk about it. Even as there are dead people, they don't give a fuck because it's not tragic enough. The guy was too old. They're not going to talk about it. The first Mirage,
let's talk about the super chat.
Oh, there's super chat. Okay, sorry.
I want to reply to the first one.
Wyatt.
Sorry, I was busy. So wait, Von say, Dre, destroyers of narratives, and then Aski said, EU is preparing for war with Russia because Putin is playing safe. Traitor. They will suffer a lot in a few years. Russia will lose this operation. And
they are not preparing for war. That's one thing.
And Rob Frost said, what Putin is doing is opposite of what the West wants, and it makes them mad. They want overreaction. So, and,
yes.
And one more reminder, Matthew in the backstage. You need to go to the private chat. You need to answer some verification questions. Yeah, if not, you'll never get on.
If I might, I want to reply to ask his one. Put it back on.
Mira en el chat, Mateo. Mira en el chat.
Yeah, I want to reply to ask his one.
StreamYard chat. He doesn't know that there's a StreamYard chat. That's separate chat. There's a YouTube chat, and the private chat is StreamYard that he applied for. But there's no picture of him there yet, so he needs to check this chat in the StreamYard that only we that are on cameras can see.
That's exactly right. It's down. It's the little square right next to the camera icon.
Yeah, it probably has icons. Probablemente tiene iconos.
So to reply to ASCII66, EU is preparing for war with Russia because Putin is playing safe. Traitor. He will survive. It makes nothing sense. EU is not preparing for war. They have nothing left, so they need to restock. And we have nothing. So it's going to take years to prepare. What they are doing is saying to us, the danger that Russia is going to enter after the problem. But after the war with Ukraine is going to be very huge. You're going to invade Poland and all that bullshit to come to us. And that is what I'm saying. Russia first.
But after this leadership.
I didn't speak very well. But wait.
You speak for 20 minutes now with interruptions.
You can reply after
Lambo, you're speaking for 20 minutes
No, fuck you. You can reply after it.
You're speaking for 20 minutes now without much
No,
saying.
I'm not speaking even. And I'm just
civility.
I say
You
nothing.
can shorten it a little bit.
Civility.
Because you explaining
Try
in
to
one half and a half hour what you can't say in 5 minutes. So fuck off. I do it in 10 minutes. So it's better. I don't care. But you
Yes, the Belgian beer is making him
That's why
feisty.
you cannot talk properly.
No.
Just
You need to shut up yourself.
get
Because
some
you're
information.
He's been drinking the cow pee.
Just let me speak. You're
Yeah.
losing time like that to always stopping me speaking. It's fucking egoistic and stupid of you. And it's
you're talking for 20 minutes and me talking
I don't
for 2
care,
minutes.
Jules,
It's
because you're
egoistic.
talking
Yes.
like 10 times slower
Yes,
than me. So
very,
shut up.
very
Stop it.
egoistic when you talk for 20
Stop it.
minutes without
Stop
connecting anything. You cannot
it.
connect.
So why are call
Please be
centers
concise.
so important to a conflict between Thailand and Cambodia?
No, but
Why?
can I continue, Ted, please? I even just started.
No, let's switch subjects.
You forget it. No, you forget it. And then putting is playing it safe is the biggest bullshit. We are in a trench warfare. So just go to the history. Just look at First World War, how that worked, and then come back. You know shit about war, ASCII. You know shit. He's not playing safe. It's just a tactic that they are playing to do it. Very slow. It's not playing safe. It's just a war tactic, a warfare tactic. It's just a way to do. They tried fast at the beginning, didn't work it out. They tried another solution to do it. And don't forget that the Ukrainians had a bunch of reinforcements everywhere. So you need to pass them also. So you need to find a way to do it. That's it. And we were going to suffer the most? Ukraine.
You can see scam centers are big in Ukraine too, not just Thailand, Cambodia, India. It enrages people. You see, many will try to prevent their own people to be scammed, but they cannot. So they might go to war over it because of so much scamming done by the other side, and you don't have any jurisdiction over it. I've watched these people that are scamming the scam call centers by hacking into their cameras where they work, recognizing their names, real names, and also calling the police. He's the biggest one, and calling police and giving them all informations, all the tracks of money and how they do it, and where to completely destroy them, how to destroy their logistics. Yet police doesn't do anything. Local police doesn't do anything, because also the country like India, they see this is a big income for them for the country, right?
Yeah.
And local police get good bribes, and government get good bribes from those people. Maybe even they have the option sharing of those scam call centers. Yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. In Ukraine, they do.
I know.
Yeah. So that's why they're so spread out, because they have the support of the government, right? Government members that will protect them. So this is the many time it can be that the government will try to start a war over it. It outrages people. This could be more than temple sharing, right?
When you see those call centers, it's crazy how organized this shit is, and like how
normal business.
And how
what you don't realize is even worse. There's kidnapping involving. So they kidnap people from the different countries. For example, from Singapore, they kidnap you. They force you to work there, and then you are to scam your own country people. So because a Singaporean answer the phone, they will hear a Singaporean voice, so they'll believe the person more. So that is the worst thing about the scam call center. It's a freaking kidnapping mafia. They kidnap all the people, they slave work them, and then they scam the people from all around the world. So it's not as simple as just scam calling, like the Indian scam call. Like, it's not like the India one. India one is like, they just call and then you hear the Indian accent. It's like, this guy. No, this is not. This is like legitimate, very intricate and complicated, complex kind of operations. So like a lot of people, there's also stories, the news, like the people who they apply a job, going to so they go to Thailand or what, and then they will meet the person, they'll drive them to another place, and then they got kidnapped. So it's a way more bigger thing than what it seems to call. Hi, Matthew.
Hola.
Hi, Mateo.
How are you?
Good.
Finally, I get in. Finally.
Where are you from?
Good.
I'm from Mendoza, Argentina. I'm from Mendoza, Argentina, but I'm living in Pucón, Chile, in the south, near to Temuco. It's a place near in the beginning of the Patagonia, in the north of the Patagonia.
So you're very similar.
A beautiful place.
In the chat, people are talking about the Battle of the Beards. I concede.
The Battle of Beards. I like this kind of battle.
I concede completely.
Stay away from the moving parts.
From now on, nobody shave anymore. Okay, you listen very well. We do the Battle of the Beard from now on. Nobody shaves anymore. Wyatt,
okay. But
Chinese is not fair. No,
I really like Belgian beard.
You can do
No,
that.
I'm not agree with the opinion that the Belgian beers are horse pee or something like that. I don't know what it say, but Belgian beers are very good beer. But in Eastern Europe, are very good beers. Even in Ukraine, was very good beer.
Where the hell Gabriel go? No, is his compatriot.
Yeah. I'm Gabriel. I'm Gabriel dad.
Hi Gabriel dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about the resemblance, but I was like, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, okay, look at it. I'm exact as him. Okay,
I
nice to
almost
meet
feel
you
bad
guys.
for
I
trimming
really
4
like your
inches
show.
off.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, upgrade, go, upgrade.
Okay.
You have your finger up.
Sorry, I don't hear anymore. It's like my sound. I don't know if my headphones or whatever are working not too good, and I'm not hearing very good what is happening. It's like an echo every moment.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hopefully you
Nice
come
to
on.
meet you. Nice to meet you, Upgrade. I really like your way to
take. Know that Gabriel is not Jesus.
Thank you, Mateo. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, he's not the Jesus.
Yeah, I wanted to add on something about what Mr. Lambo said before. I mean, when we talk about war propaganda, I mean, it goes both ways. I think we can agree on that, at least. If you can say, okay, the Western media shows like the drone attacks, and they say civilian facilities, and then they show some firefighters fighting the fire and so on. But on the other side, the Russians, they also don't show their casualties, right? It means it's war. It's normal. You just show the best side of one. You're not gonna show the bad and the ugly. You know what I mean? It's logical. It's always been like this, and even before was even worse because we couldn't verify any of it. So it was just the newspaper who give you the news. So sometimes you didn't even know that the enemy is like just on your post.
I don't know. Maybe now it's getting better.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hey.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, but the
something.
thing with the propaganda is
what is going on? I have very bad signal here. It's like it's storming all the day. Was storming all the day. And no good.
Yeah,
it's not good internet here.
So I have sir, I have a question for you. What is it like to have intellectual conversation with your son?
It's getting bad.
Does this take
okay.
does this take like days?
Sorry, I'm just trying to do. Oh wow!
The first answer immediately
There's a lot
is
of
bad.
interference. I can't hear anything. I don't know. I think
What the unfortunate coincidental answer.
Yeah. It's
you need to tell Gabriel when he come on. It's like
suspicious.
It's very bad.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
That was nice.
Gabriel was talking halfway just now, right? Then yeah.
Yeah, they actually do.
Mr. Rumble, yeah.
Yeah, so you can finish. Yeah, the propaganda is the both way, but I have like the feeling that we know less about what's happening in Ukraine if you don't follow what we are following, compared to what's happening in Russia and the propaganda. So the lies.
Yeah, but I mean, there's more infos, right? You have more infos. You can get much more, information.
No, but like, I mean, for example, Ukraine is not going to, Russia is not going to say like, we already killed 1 million. Ukraine do that. And they changed the phrasing about that million.
I mean, Russians say all the time they killed 1 million Ukrainians.
Yeah, but... Well,
I think they see casualties. I think they see casualties.
But you know what I mean. They always
first KIA, and then it was everything, and then it was again dead people, and then again, and then suddenly like, what million is it? And I told a few days ago against a friend, I explained that thing. Like if you wound a Russian military, so you put 1 up, but that same guy maybe had just little cut on his hands and he was wounded, so he needed to go to the hospital. And 3 weeks later, he's going back to the battlefield, and then they shot him in the butt. He is out for 2 months, and he's willing to fight again, so he's going back. And then they kill them. So actually, you count 3 times because he's been hurt 3 times, and then 1 for killing. So it's 4 times for 1 person.
And also,
that is why you never can trust numbers. There's already one stupid reason. Because
yeah, but you can trust the body count. Ukraine can't even pay for the bodies.
Exactly.
That's why they're not accepting them.
Also, like you will see Russians from every part of the society joining the army, and in Ukraine you won't see this because they pay off the recruiters, but on the
By the
Russian
way,
side,
who is not protesting in Kiev? The man. They are all afraid to come out.
So super chat Aski say, Mr. Lam, you are clueless about war and what is happening. Maybe in your country, the dog here, doesn't tell it publicly. I live near Ukraine. We are preparing for VAR. I
So
think
you
he
need
write
to
war.
go to battle training, ASCII, or you've been? Did you get a letter in your mail to say you need to go to the caserne and you need to go training to have a military passport? Did you get that? Can you prove it?
Of course
not. In case
not.
of yes, then you are prepping for war. In case of no,
hey Gabriel,
he's just trolling, Mr. Lambo. He's trolling. He's just.
I know, but I think he is clueless. And if you want to learn a little bit about how a good example, I can find a lot of things on YouTube for that. If you want to know a little bit about trench warfare, First World War, just look after the Battle of Verdun.
So what are you guys talking about?
Oh, we are talking about how Gabriel's dad actually don't want to talk to Gabriel. He talk about things like bad. The experience is just bad.
He's trying to reach him over the internet.
Gabriel.
And he's also very suspicious, right? On screen, right? It's like, it's either only Gabriel or his dad. There's never the two of them together. Maybe he's the same person. No, just joking.
Everybody is celebrating because I get it. Okay, I get it now. It's with the mom.
Yeah, you got it.
Nice to see you guys.
But okay, at least we confirmed they're not the same person,
We can confirm it's not the same
person. It's like a dream come true.
Yeah, but you look much better. You look much better than You look much better than
yeah, the sound is failing. I know, you guys.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. There's the dad of Jesus. There's God.
Yeah. Yeah. But they are the same person at the same time. So that's very confusing.
No, we met.
Matthew's reception is super bad. He actually cannot hear us. So he hang again. So
no problem.
You see, it's Gabriel's fault because Gabriel never give him better, GSM, connections.
It's because they're splitting the internet.
And his New Year, his Easter presents, all things about internet.
Is that coming from Vaughn?
Yeah.
Yeah, the noise is from Vaughn. Yeah, not sure why. It's always Vaughn.
Near Bakhmut.
Yeah, I think Vaughn's room have a very huge ventilation fan or something. I think. Yeah.
No,
okay,
he's making these cages for the tanks. Yes, actually, they're busy. Next
What tank? The Americans don't got no tanks left. They all got blown up in Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean for the Russians, you're making their new tanks with their spider.
Fuck them, man.
34 of them.
What now? Ukrainians are getting kangaroo tanks.
Yeah, they got the Australian ones in, but I think I don't know if they've been seen anywhere yet.
Full of spiders, snakes, and things like that inside of these tanks.
Yeah, they probably have Australian spiders in them. You know,
like the very big ones.
That would fucking suck if you're in a fucking tank and one of them fucking Australian snakes or some shit comes out and fucking kills your ass. I made it through Bakhmut, but a fucking snake bit me. Whatever.
An Australian gets to count that casualty.
The spider, oh my god, the spider on my face.
Yeah.
Died in Ukraine from an Australian spider.
Yeah. Does Russia get the counts out or the Ukrainians?
Do they pay? No, do they pay the death benefit if you die from a spider bite, even if you were in combat?
Nope. Hell no.
Nope.
Nope.
That would be so sad. Right?
We got to be quiet. We're giving Zelensky more ideas for loopholes not to pay. Oh yeah, put the spider thing. That's a great idea.
Yeah, they send the letter. I'm so sorry, I cannot pay for the compensation for your son's death because he got bitten by a spider.
Oh, your country, you asshole.
Yeah, he's a traitor to the country because he died from a spider.
They'll send a bill to Australia for the soldier. You fucking killed.
Now,
but if let's say they have tanks, but then they are not deployed, are they maybe they are planning an offensive again? No, maybe.
You would say the next newspaper titles: Putin is weaponizing Spider-Man. It will be like immediately blame Putin.
Guys, I have a question.
The spiders will still be more effective than Ukraine.
We never talked about this, or I never heard you guys talk about it, at least before, about exoskeletons.
No, it's never going to happen.
Well, it's good for cripples, for invalids. It's good for that, for the hard work, but you don't need it on the front line. Absolutely, you won't need it on the front line.
You need to be fast.
Yeah, unless you can run real fast in it. It makes you jump so you can dodge drones and shit. It's probably not worth wearing. It's too heavy. I mean, it's cool. It's cool if you're going through Iraq, with a robot suit, because they ain't got nothing for that. But
yeah,
the robot suit's probably not suitable for fucking Ukraine or Taiwan.
But
maybe ask the Australians to make a kangaroo suit that you can jump away everything.
Technology is advancing, so you might look at maybe 20-pound exoskeleton configuration. That's
maybe
how are you going to power it? How are you going to power it?
Battery. Yeah, 50-pound battery.
Yeah, 20-pound exoskeleton with a 50-pound battery on 150-pound infantry pack out. Yeah, 120 kilos worth of shit. No.
Yeah, dude. You just have that. No. If you have that spider behind you, you just keep running.
I kind of agree with I think they could probably use it for people like cripples and shit like that, or if you can wear a suit where you can lift real heavy shit and put it somewhere. I don't really see it in, like, I don't know, maybe like in 30 years there'd be combat suits that you can run around in and all that, but
I mean, if for people who are semi-sedentary, so some guy at an artillery battery where you could actually plug into a cord to the generator, so the guys throwing 155 shells. Okay, maybe. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yeah, you got guys that are loading the back of supply trucks. Okay, same thing. He plugs the cord into the generator and uses that 20-pound exoskeleton to throw it. And they've already got those. Milwaukee and some of the other tool companies already have the exoskeleton yo-yos.
I know, no, not Milwaukee, but that other red brand for drilling equipment. I forgot it. Doesn't matter. And there's like a thing that you have on your back with the string. It's like for drilling holes. It just make it lighter for you. So you still have the whole weight on your body, but for lifting up at your arms, it's more comfortable. So you're going to lift 50% less, for example. It's just like a lifting tool. If you want to load shells and 2 artillery units, and you have a very big artillery, it's going to be lighter for you to put the shells inside. And instead to use 2 people, you can do it with 1 people, with 1 person.
Yeah, but the key is to make your back, less prone to injury.
Exactly. But you can load faster also. You can do everything faster. But if you put somebody on the front line, like somebody on the motocross is already vulnerable for a drone. Imagine like a Terminator guy walking like I'm going to destroy everybody with my Gatling gun. Yeah, the drone is just going to say what? Dead.
So because if he had an exoskeleton, he could also be wearing a passive cage. Remember, anytime you motorize something. No, I'm serious. You think that's funny, but I mean, chain link's working. Chain link is low tech and it's cheap.
Can you guys imagine bike? Can you guys imagine bike with the cage? I mean, this is like fucking original shit.
I have wondered why we haven't already seen it.
I bet you we'll see one somewhere sometime. There'll be some guy. There'll probably be a guy on a motorcycle, and there'll probably be a guy on a pedal bike with some kind of cage.
It's like in the medieval time. You have like these. How do you call that? These warrior on the horses, like completely dressed in metal. With the helmets and the plume on it. And the problem was, if you fell down off your horse, you're fucking fucked because you're stuck with all the weight of metal around you. You just fucked. So yeah, you can walk with the cage, but if you topple over, you're going to be there like, oh shit. Hello, Commander, I have big problem. Can you send me a truck to retrieve me?
I'm surprised. I'm surprised we haven't been seeing it with side by sides. Oh
yeah.
200 horsepower Hayabusa caged side by side. Thing go 150, 170 kilometers an hour.
No. But what we see, the issue with the cop cages, they don't work again to protect you if you're not armored, right? The only way it works is by activating the explosives a little bit away from the armor,
exactly,
not from the glass. Not from the so you don't have it anymore over the
not from skin.
Trucks and light skin vehicle because it doesn't protect you. Explosion will still hurt you there. It might a little bit maybe compared to saving your life. It might save your life instead of just to be like wounded, right? But it's still gonna incapacitate you. So they don't use it anymore on the light vehicles. They prefer now to speed instead of the cop cages over the light vehicles, right? So in armor, yes, it completely protects you as long as it's not direct hit on the armor, it's not gonna penetrate. That's what the armor is made for against the shrapnel and against side explosions, not against direct explosions. So it's not working on personal small thing, right? Like that.
I have up the super chats at lab. I'm reserved and called twice at the unit for training this year. Very well. You and upgrade to ignorance. Thank you. We'll search for the PPR and put it on Telegram. So I guess you are in Poland. Because
just
you're the Lulu
I don't
for the
know why
moment with
he's
their
always
army.
talking. You know, he can just come on. He just needs to click 2
Cannon
buttons
fodder.
and then we can
He's reserve cannon fodder.
Because I respect people who actually been to the army and want to defend their country. But if he's just talking shit, at least come here, show your face,
Yeah, come
and
here,
then we know
join
who
us,
you
and
are. We can. I respect that much more than to do like this cheap shit. If you tell a story, then
Upgrade.
Decide for
Upgrade.
yourself.
Listen to me, Upgrade.
Forced going to the
Listen
army.
to me, Upgrade. This is really important. Never disrespect the super chat, okay?
No, I'm not disrespecting the super chat, man, Gabriel. I'm just disrespecting the person who is behind it.
You can disrespect the person all you want.
He can just come here and talk.
Disrespect the person all you
We're
want.
not gonna judge him
But
or something like that.
don't disrespect the super chat. You can disrespect the person all you want.
Gabriel.
No, upgrade. You don't understand what he's saying. Don't disrespect super chat. Wyatt needs super chats, so you don't call him in to cancel his super chat. You just give him attention.
I will give
attention.
You should give them more attention so that they'll fight with you more on super chat.
Don't diss the dollar, man.
Does anyone know what country he's in? I mean, guessing Poland, but I mean,
Poland, Belarus.
Well, I mean, Poland's the only country that's got a decent sized standing army to drill and train with.
Romania, it's Romania.
I mean, everybody else is playing catch up and don't have shit. Especially if he's in the Baltic states, he's pretty much fucked. What is that? 30,000 troops between Estonia and Latvia. And
Romania.
Well, I mean, dude, I don't think Romania is ready to go to war either, even if they go training.
They are not ready, of course not. They just have a border to protect, so they have the right to maybe reinforce.
But
maybe they're sending out letters just for optics.
Listen. ASCII. He says this is expensive shit. What I do with super chat, and you're right, man. And thank you for your super chats. And that's what I'm saying, Brigade. Disrespect the person all you want. ASCII can be a retard, he can be stupid, he can not know what he's talking about, but the super chats are fine, okay? And long live Romania.
He says Romania. Okay, Romania.
You say
Roman Empire. Romania.
Because I have Google, and it works also, and Belgium use Google to see what fucking Rome 10 means. There's like 1.97 euro.
Yeah. What I mean, Gabriel, is just like if you have an opinion about like this deep, then come here. We can talk about it.
Of course.
Fine, that's the best option.
I mean, don't worry. You can always come on and then still send super chat.
Exactly. You can do double.
We're going to give you time to speak. We're not going to eat you.
Can you send super chats if you're on the stream?
I have a theory.
Really? Okay. All right. Now you guys are gonna make me look down into the icons again. Damn it.
No, but
Mr. Ted, people, we have fun on DPA and Telegram also. So joining the open mic, guys, everybody in the chat is actually a very good thing. You're going to be a member of DPA. You're going to have an invitation to come on Telegram. You can do voice chat on Telegram. We already like a lot of people, more than 130 people, 140, I think.
And then we can fight every day on the VC.
With each other. Everybody respects a little bit each other, not completely.
And then we can fight every day on the VC, and we don't need to wait for the weekends. It's great.
Yeah.
Hey, but
exactly.
I'm still waiting for our resident porch dweller to come back.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Has anyone seen him, Vaughn?
Who's that?
He needs to come up.
I've talked to him a few times. He's around.
Have you? All right. Tell him we miss him.
You think?
I'll tell him how to get. I'll tell him how to get in touch with you. That way you can
do that.
No, he's trying.
I'm worried about him. I hadn't heard from him in what? Almost 2.5 months?
He called you up. He tried to DM you. You just didn't respond. Maybe you didn't see in Telegram, you didn't see his call. His invite.
Maybe not, because I didn't see it.
super chat. Do you think I pay for all these super chat just to troll XD and
maybe
smash like, share the link, send super chats.
There you go, John.
But now, ASCII, you're very grateful to send super chats, and thank you to support the channel. First of all, I mean, very meaning that. But if you can contribute your opinion about your sides, we don't need to have only neutral people or pro people from one side. We need to have also the other version. So if you're not agreeing with us, just have a good conversation and put a fake beard on your face and not be 1% recognizable. But it's beard day today, by the way.
Just wear a baklava when you come on.
Put a fake beard like Mr. Ted.
Show your face and then pull the baklava down.
No, but seriously, man.
It's real, man. It's real.
Instead of beard, I'm gonna let my hair grow.
No, but seriously, ASCII, the thing that you're saying about Russia, like giving Europe time to prepare, like it could be a good point, like if Europe were actually preparing. If they would actually develop their MIC, because you can train all you want, you can have conscripts all you want, you can rile up the population and ransack them of all their pension funds and social security for the MIC. But if you're not building, military factories to be able to outpace Russia with its industrial production, and China, by the way, all you can do then is buy super expensive stuff from the United States that they're going to happy to sell it to you at a premium for jumping the line, and you'll run out of patriots in 2 days. Just like Ukraine. Look at how Ukraine is doing, depending on the military industrial output of the West. How is its shell situation? How is its interceptors? And its strike capabilities, like how is its storm shadow stockpiles? How is its ATACMS stockpiles?
Well, I mean, think about it.
That's going to tell you how ready you are for war.
How many Western main battle tanks did they get in total? Like from Germany, the U.S., Australia, and everything else. I mean, that's probably at least a brigade's worth of Western tanks that have been destroyed, maybe more. I don't even know how many they got, but I'm just saying a brigade, maybe 2 brigades worth of Western tanks, and then you figure probably a brigade or 2 worth of Bradleys, and I'd say they've lost at least 30 or 40 of those by now. I don't even know how many of those.
I would say.
What they do? If they got 4 more? Is that all they got?
In the 4 years of war, I think they got over 1,000 tanks. But first it was T-72s from Eastern countries. Then they came in.
T-60.
They
got shit ton of BMPs. They got shit ton of artillery, planes, all the ex-Soviet planes. Yeah, Ukraine has sucked up all the surplus military production of the entire Warsaw Pact. Like what? Maybe Serbia hasn't.
Leftovers, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like all it was the main like armament of all Eastern Europe, all the way to Berlin.
72. Yeah, all the
leftovers
from the Warsaw Pact was employed. Yeah, sent to it.
Grace all the planes, all the artillery, all the SAMs.
Like us in Serbia, we were supposed to have like a squadron of MiG-29s, but the only 2 are currently flying, and somebody's thinking that we might have actually sent them to Ukraine, and the government is not telling the people because they
might have gotten shipped to the United States.
So yeah, our president is a fucking traitor. I mean, he's a deep shit asshole faggot, and he's just pretending to be a patriot, but he's actually wolf in a sheep's clothing,
looking at your president, looking at Vucic, I get the impression he looks super wimpy. He looks like a manlet.
He's a faggot, dude.
He looks super weak
major faggot
and kind of dumb. He looks kind of dumb.
he doesn't have a 1 day. He doesn't have a 1 day of a working experience in his life. All his life he's been a politician. Basically, he never done shit like in his profession, which is law. You know, he finished university.
There was this video circulating around. I don't know, maybe it's an act, but there was this video circulating around, and it was a conference, and Trump was there giving a speech, and Vučić was beside him, and Trump was saying like, and so the president of Serbia just ratified with his signature the treaty to send the embassy to Israel, to Jerusalem, his embassy in Israel, and Vučić grabs his head like he didn't know what he was signing, like he looked at the paper. And then he grabs his head like, "Oh fuck, I screwed it up."
No, he did that.
He signed a paper and he didn't know what he was signing.
No,
it was amazing.
He just thought he just thought that it was not gonna be announced publicly so much. Like he tried to like slide it underneath. But
don't tell anybody I like the Jews. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, dude. Like he signed to embassy be moved to Jerusalem and for Israel to recognize our province of Kosovo as independent, state. I mean, this is crazy shit, dude. Like you cannot believe this. I mean,
what the hell did Serbia get out of that deal? Anything?
Nothing, dude. Just to help Trump. Just to help Trump, seem like he's a deal maker or some shit. I don't know. But we didn't get nothing. We basically dug ourselves, deeper hole, when it comes to protecting our.
Maybe there's an agreement, like if you give away your last MiG-29s today, they'll give you a F-35 on Tuesday, like Wimpy used to do with his hamburgers.
This was way before
Tuesday for a hamburger today.
No, I mean this guy, our president, he gives like fucking, like I don't know, he does treacherous stuff like every day. I mean, it's crazy, and most of this shit he tries to like not make it so obvious public, and like media is like he controls the media, he controls everything, like. Europe is behind him. EU, they're, he gave Chinese like our biggest gold mine. Like we can't do that shit ourselves, and like everybody, he had to like satisfy everybody. He's a pretty much like a whore, and just looking for his own interests, and it's fucked up, and we think like there was a scandal like 2 years ago when there was a Ukrainian plane that was it stopped in Belgrade, picked up something, and then went to Greece, picked up something again, and so by the flight plan it was supposed to go to like I don't know, like Sri Lanka or something like that, like Asia, but actually the plane was like overweight or some shit like that, and it crashed somewhere in Greece, and they covered it up like there was no like Greece was pissed off this happened, but they couldn't do nothing because probably United States told them to be quiet about it, and like nothing happened, so, and we're supposedly like we're not selling Ukrainians guns, but yeah, they're doing that.
Did the plane that crashed, was it full of like weapons and shit they were shipping?
Yeah. It was big boom.
Damn. Well, I mean, think about it too. Look at what they do with like Yura and everybody was saying with the Soviet stockpiles that everybody had left over. I mean, they like went around basically anyone that was against Russia that had stuff, they got everything from them and sent it all to Ukraine. And then you look at, the U.S. and everybody emptied out their reserves. I mean, look what they're doing with the Patriots. When they were talking about how they went all over the world scouring for the last few Patriots they could get to send to
Ukraine, it's like everybody's dipped as far as they can, I guess, into the leftovers of the Cold War and what they got in stockpiles because everything's gone. I mean, like, it's like 1,000 Western tanks on top of how many Soviet tanks they got before they got to the Western tanks, on top of what they had themselves already. I mean, they probably lost thousands of Soviet tanks, and, you know, if you throw the Western stuff in, it's probably thousands and more. I mean, they're probably, I mean, I don't even know. You see tanks get destroyed, it's like one, you know, like you don't even see a lot of tanks getting hit anymore. So I wonder if they're saving them or if they're.
I think they mostly use like fixed artillery points nowadays. I mean, from Ukrainian side, I don't know about Russians, but I think they realize it too. Like, you know, you're gonna lose a tank if you move it anywhere. So just cover it up with like brushes.
The best use for tanks in this front, a trench war, is sniping position. You can snipe actually with the tank, an exact point, exact house, right?
Yeah,
you
but
completely demolish the house with a few shots. Actually, when you see how the basements in Ukraine were built, they're like entrance to the basements is a separate place, and you can see the cover over the stairwell that goes down the basement.
That's like a cellar.
Away, it's a separate place from the house. So it's just that small shed, like concrete stuff.
Yeah.
So they snipe those with the tanks. That's what they use the tanks for, to snipe at those. Exactly.
I even
because
think
you can have observation drone over that and correct. And once it gets it exact position, it can just snipe it exactly in the same spot over and over. That's what they do with the tanks when they cannot reach something with artillery.
I think the only time recently, it's not even recent anymore, that we've seen the Ukrainians use tanks in any great number was when they did the Kursk offensive, right? Like they pretty much, all the tanks that were given them, like it was kind of like what Vaughn said, you see like one straight tank here, one straight tank there. I think the only time they really used them in force was when they, you know, did the incursion. And it was probably just, I don't know why the Russians didn't see a troop concentration, but that seemed like the one time where it was effective. And then a lot of them got left behind when they evacuated, when the Russians dug that tunnel. They got most of their people out, but they left a lot of equipment behind, including tanks. Because there was an Abrams tank that was left behind, and it was pretty much totally intact.
Yeah, I saw, there was one that looked like it might have run out of gas and just pulled over on the side of the road, literally.
Yeah,
I mean, and I've seen a few that had like light damage on the coke cage, but they were not knocked out.
Yeah, so some of them, I think you're probably right. They just.
I saw a video. There was a guy, I don't know who he is. He's some foreign guy. He lives in Russia. And he was going to what town he was in, all the displays were moving through on the trains. And they had like these museum train cars. So you could go on the car and you walk through and they have all this stuff you could look at. And I'm not even lying, dude. They had a fucking Canadian armored vehicle on there. And I'm not even joking or exaggerating. That motherfucker looked brand new, like it had just rolled off the line. There was like not a mark on it. The tires were, I mean, seriously, it looked like somebody washed it and shit. And it was brand new. And I was like, you know, did they just run away? Did they sneak up on the guys and kill them? Because that thing did not, I mean, like I said, it looked like it just rolled off the factory floor. I was like, geez, you know, everything else is dirty and fucked up a little bit. This thing looked like it was brand new. I was like, and you know, they got tons of armored cars like that, those Max Pros and stuff. I mean, I would be surprised if Russia could field probably at least a battalion of operational NATO equipment.
These
if they wanted to.
Trucks were also brand new. And we had like a video that one that was running away of a drone, driving away of a drone that drove into the ditch. I think that vehicle was also brand new, with new soldiers on it, non-experienced, and they already like first deployment, the second deployment, they already crashed it into a ditch.
I saw one guy, they tried to avoid a drone, and I guess he overcorrected and he went flipping through
I
the
think it was
ditch.
that one.
And then the drone like flew up. I guess it was going to see if anyone was still alive or blow it up anyway. But I mean, the guy crashed hard. So
Did you guys see that one where like Russian soldier like head-butted the drone?
Yeah, I saw it.
Was that a journalist?
He had butted the drone, and it blew up, and then he ran away. And it was a cloud of smoke and debris, so you couldn't see the actual damage. You couldn't see, but you could see him like running away between the smoke. It's pretty crazy. And yeah, like maybe he died a few steps later because the concussion of that must be horrendous. I guess
he gave an interview. He gave an interview, but
no way.
Yeah, but
he might have been sitting up there.
He sounded kind of shell-shocked still a month after.
No shit.
That. Yeah.
Yeah. No shit, Sherlock.
Well, there was that one. I think there was a video like last week or the week before. There was a drone that flew into a trench that was covered with like trees and stuff. And you see it go in the trench and there's no explosion. This Russian guy climbs out and he's like punching it and smacking it, and ripping at it. And then he runs over to a tree and just starts beating it against the tree, and then he throws it away. And I'm just sitting there like, dude, is that thing going to fucking blow up? Because I mean, I've seen other ones where guys grab them and it's like, why don't you throw it? And they run down the road and that one guy blew up while he was carrying it. It's like, and I've seen other people carrying drones get blown up. It's like, I couldn't believe that guy. But he must have just been pissed. Like, fuck these guys. Fuck you. Maybe he knew the drone was watching him. Because, I mean, he went off. It was just funny because you're like waiting for the boom and then the wah, 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 but it never happened.
Yeah, the funniest thing is the guy that caught it while flying on him. He caught it with his hand while running, and the drone was approaching from the back, and he just turned his head and caught him, right? But they say that it exploded a few seconds later. While he was still holding it.
It's like a grenade. If you catch it, you got to throw it away far as fast as you can, because But yeah, I guess like for us that might face the situation in any time in any place, if you're stalked by an FPV drone, the best thing is to face it. Like if you give it your back, you're screwed. At least if you're looking at it, you can either die at once or do something about it.
Let's just hope we don't experience that shit. I mean, you don't want to be in that position.
It's not going to stop. It's just the beginning.
There's worse things.
They say that many, at least like 10% of the fuses that Ukrainian produce don't work. That's why they can survive, right? You've seen those drones falling in front of the vehicles and just like flipping over, crashing without explosion because the fuses are defective. So this is what the real issue is. But you also have some of them employ the remote detonation, right? They can detonate remotely the drone.
Yeah, the thing about remote detonation is that it you need to have signal. If you don't have signal, you can't detonate. So you probably have both. Ideally, you'd have this wire contact. It's very easy to like. They get this wire and they put a coil around it so that anything will disturb it and make the contact. But you would also ideally have a way of activating with a switch. If you have the signal to do it. Usually, when they close down on target, they start jamming and losing signal.
Well, imagine if you use an RPG to put underneath the drone. RPG usually flies at 100 meters per second, so that's a huge impact. Well, you cannot use the RPG fuse on a drone, right? You have to do electronic fuse. So that's why they put the wires that shortcut once they hit something. That's why netting will protect you, right? Because they setting those fuses like that. Because RPG, you have to really have a good speed and straight hit. That's not achievable so much with a drone. You usually approach it slowly in order to be precise to fly between the trees or a bit underneath the net. So it's a slow flight, right?
Even at top speed. Yeah. Even at top speed, a drone is probably not going to have the impact for a RPG fuse.
Yeah, so that's why they put electronic ignition for the fuse, right? with those wires. So you have so many complications with it. They solve it, DIY solution, whatever they have at the front line. They just put something together that really ignite. But still, some fuses are defective. Always are, right? And you can see this guy that caught a drone that flew into the trench, didn't explode. He took it, and I was hitting it against the tree. He was safe because the fuse didn't work. Maybe all the electronics did work and everything, and it ignited the fuse, but fuse was defective. It couldn't ignite explosive. That's why he was safe.
I still think like one of the best ones was that winter one where the guy faked like he was dead, and they flew the drone down to check him, and he's laying there, and it got right down to close to him, and he grabbed it, and he's smiling at him. It's like,
yeah, luckily it was just a normal drone with no.
Yeah, it was just a regular drone, like checking him out.
Can I ask Mr. Ted a question? I was a resident petroleum expert. I was wondering, has the oil prices have been down from their highs like during the war? I mean, not that they're low, but you know what I mean. Considering everything that's going on, oil prices are fairly low. How is this? And also, Russia had to sell at below market rates. How do you, I don't even know if you have any insight into this. I was just wondering, how has that affected the Russian economy? Because so much of their economy is dependent on exports from, petroleum products directly or indirectly.
Well, it doesn't matter what they're selling it at. They're still making money coming in.
No. The key is it's never been dependent of the income of the sales. That's the story of the West. That's the hope they will crash it. They're not dependent on it. They're not dependent on the exports. Their economy is not dependent. Well, you can nod, but it's not true.
Well, I just kind of wanted to hear. I just kind of wanted to hear.
Forget one thing: they don't pay insurance. They don't pay insurance on the transporting. So that's a big thing.
Right. That's true. So, Mr. Ted, what's your insight into that? You agree or disagree, and why?
Even though they're selling it below market rate, they're still making money on it, and I don't know that they're selling it at that much of a discount. The oil they're selling to India and China is almost at market rate. So,
well, they would have to make some sort of discount, wouldn't they? Because then why would China doesn't give a fuck, but India would be.
India doesn't either. I mean, they talk a good game when the politicians are out, but just like anyone else. I mean, look at when Venezuela and Colombia were being embargoed by the United States, right? They were embargoed, but where was all the oil going? To Houston.
Mr. Ted, the way I see it, I have just one question.
No, go on. Sorry.
Regarding the price. The reason why I think Russians or India is buying at that price is because they cannot buy it for lower, or OPEC. I don't know if they would allowed Russia to sell it under price. I mean, I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah,
OPEC doesn't control what Russia sells oil for. Same way with OPEC doesn't control what the United States sells oil for.
Yeah, like what
OPEC controls OPEC countries, and they do that marginally well because there's plenty of countries inside OPEC that aren't following the OPEC guidelines.
Yeah, they're guidelines. They're not actually rules.
Like the OPEC plus,
but isn't it Russia in OPEC plus?
It's more of a guideline.
Yeah.
It's a guideline. It's not a rule. But to John's point, maybe you missed what Ted was telling earlier, but he talked and it made a lot of sense to me about the thirst for oil, which is it's literally the fuel of the societies, and so there's a certain amount of output and there's a certain amount of demand, and that has to be fed. The spice must flow. So either you're getting it from Russia, or you're getting it from Middle East, or you're getting from America, from Denmark, but you need it. you know, and there's an available pool of oil in the world, and you gotta secure your share. That's what I understood from
And what most people don't realize is all of these embargoes, all of them, even when the politicians were throwing around, full blockade embargo. Actually, when you read the fine print, there were plenty of exemptions. I mean, even for Russian oil coming directly into the United States, there were plenty of loopholes where there were contracts where there was oil on the water, and they got loopholes, and they continue to get loopholes, just like Venezuela and Colombia, right? I always think it's hilarious when I'm down there working in the ship channel in Houston, and you see a ship from a place that's not supposed to be in the United States offloading oil, and it's like, that's not happening. Yeah, it's not happening in secret.
So do you think with that going on with that particular product, if Trump's talking about 100% sanctions and all that, it's probably not going to do anything then, is it?
No, because they're saying 100% sanctions, but is it really? No, it's not. Because that's
what I'm saying.
I see them go by,
but you're saying you see ships coming in. So
no, I mean, last time I was down there in Houston, back in what was it? I guess it was in end of May. Last I was in Houston, there were ships coming in, and it's like
flying Liberian flag, all beat up, rusted. Fucking.
Some of the best painted ships are oil. I mean, money talks when people paint murals on oil tanks just so it looks cool. Yeah, you guys want to see what real oil looks like? Use Google Maps to look down Refinery Row, right? From Pasadena to Deer Park. You're right, it's 20 miles worth of freeways on both sides of the freeway, north and south. And those refineries and chemical plants and tank farms have huge murals. We're talking 250, 350 diameter, over 100 meter diameter tanks. Some of them are almost 100 feet tall, 30, 35 meters tall. They've got murals painted on the side of them, right? We're talking about full-fledged paintings, right? We're not talking about cartoon characters. We're talking about actual paintings. Yeah. And for what? Just for something for people to look at as they're driving by at 100 miles an hour.
Mr. Ted, is it true that they based that television series Landman on your life?
Not on mine directly.
You kind of remind me of him, so I just wondered if that was based
most oil guys are just like me. I've had I haven't actually watched any of those episodes, but I've had people send me clips of them, and they're like, "Hey, is this accurate? Is this accurate?" I'm like,
have that kind of lifestyle, it will be fucked. It will be like overwhelming. They have that kind of wife, fucking screaming. I'll be like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch."
The way he dealt with the first episode when he dealt with the cartel guys, I was thinking, I could see Mr. Ted doing that.
That's actually one of the clips that they sent me. That one and the windmill, the windmill clip, and I was like, yeah, that's how all of us oil field guys feel about it. Yeah, we'll take the subsidies. Yeah, we'll let them plant them in our backyards on all these oilies. You know what? It won't change a damn thing. Those are net negative objects. And the only reason oil companies are dealing with it is because they get to take the tax incentives and they get to take the publicity with the governments. That's worldwide.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Shell Oil and BP, right?
See what Trump just said today?
I haven't seen what he said today. No, not particularly.
He said something today about he's not going to allow any more windmills to be built in the United States.
I did hear that. He was talking about how
they should ban that shit.
If I may tell a little story about my experience in windmills, if I go out of my apartment, I am directly at the North Sea, so I have vision of the sea. and I look over the horizon. Now it's fucking late in the morning. It's like 3 a.m. I think. Oh, 2:25. I'm going to see all red dots in the horizon. I'm living in the most expensive city of Belgium. The apartments costing almost millions, and maybe some millions. I think the most expensive duplex apartment here in my town is 20 million euro for a duplex apartment. These guys that are paying these apartments are looking at the horizon and seeing hundreds and hundreds of windmills on these lights.
There are ways
at night. At day, you can see them turning.
By the way, I'm sure Mr. Ted knows about this guy, but there's a guy, he's like a petroleum expert guy, like more for like investing purposes, but he's been on a lot of different podcasts. He's called Doomberg. Mr. Ted, you know what I'm talking about? He has like an avatar of like a bird. Yeah, look him up. A lot of this, because a lot of the stuff that Mr. Ted has talked about, I've heard this guy Doomberg talk about, especially about like the natural gas is like, it used to be that natural gas was just a byproduct of drilling oil. Now he said it's going to go to the other way where oil becomes a byproduct of drilling for natural gas. He said eventually that will happen because we have so much of it. Like the idea of like there being a shortage of oil is ridiculous. There's no shortage of oil or hydrocarbons or whatever you want to call them. It's just a matter of extracting them and getting them to different places that want them. But the idea that there's some sort of oil shortage or anything like that is a crock of shit. And like this whole thing about like windmills and stuff like that, that's all just bullshit industry, nonsense. Like, it's complete ridiculousness. So, and don't get me wrong, like I use solar, but I mean, right now I'm running my place on solar power, but I'm not against it. But as far as it's going to wean the world off oil is completely ridiculous. You could build all the windmills and solar panels in the world, and that's never going to happen. And the demand for hydrocarbons is just going to keep increasing and increasing and increasing. If anything, the problem is simply going to be just distributing the electricity, in different countries, because a lot of countries don't have the infrastructure that they'll need for that, like the United States. And another interesting I heard is that China uses almost 3 times the amount of electricity that the United States does, which I thought was pretty interesting.
So, well, I mean, we got the reality is the electricity production is going to be complementary. I mean, the alternative electricity is a complementary. It's not going to replace it. This is the dream of some, propaganda stories, but not. But it's not ever gonna replace it. It's just gonna complement.
Yeah, there's so many products you can't replace it with.
Yeah,
you're not going to replace. You're not going to replace. Yeah, 90% of the plastics out there, you're not going to replace.
Electricity. So if you
fertilizer,
need to build more capacity for the electricity network, you can just add a little bit of windmill next to where you need it. Right, you don't have to be far. Well, solar panels, not necessarily windmills. Windmills are only for specific areas, not really work in every place, right? But this is how you reduce the need to completely redo the network, wire network for electricity, is by having the more localized complementary. You add 10%. More of electricity production, you will satisfy that extra need, right? That's what.
Yeah, but what are you going to do with all this plastic? Right? You need hydrocarbon to make plastic. You need hydrocarbon to make fertilizer. And the United States, although we could use all the oil we produce internally in the United States, there are plenty of times where it's cheaper to buy discounted oil from another country and use it in our refineries, and a lot of that's just based on purchasing agreements.
Isn't vice versa also true? Don't we ship some of our oil to other countries to refine?
Sure.
So,
so a lot of the refineries in Europe are set up to refine light sweet crude because of the environmental concerns and the lack of them being interested in investing money in building the infrastructure to process it, right? So because of all the extra stuff that's in the oil, you have to build additional. They're called units, right? In a refinery, every different process is a unit. Okay, and they can be the size of a small town. They're huge city blocks.
Yeah, they're massive. Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah, they're massive. Exactly. Some of them, some of them are half a mile long. A kilometer square. They're huge. They're 5, 6, 8 stories tall. Right? They're huge. But every refinery in the world that's a modern refinery, and when I mean modern refinery, I'm talking about from 1938 on. Right? 1938.
We haven't built a refinery here in 50 fucking years, as far as I understand it. So.
Well, the last refinery in the United States was started from the ground up in 1976. But every refinery in the United States has been modernized probably a dozen times since then, right? And modernization is a loose term where you've invested lots and lots of money. I mean, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars in upgrading or changing the infrastructure in a refinery. So a lot of times, especially in Europe, it didn't make economic sense for them to invest 15 or 20 billion dollars in a facility that only has 8 or 10 years left on their environmental contract, right? Their environmental permit. Right? I mean, that's what drives a lot of these power plants, coal-fired power plants, to either switch to natural gas or to shut down completely. They can't get a renewal on their emissions permit, and no one's willing to invest the kind of money required to clean up the emissions to meet the new requirements. Where in the refineries, okay, $10 billion, we'll make that back in 90 damn days. That's not hyperbole, right? I've seen those spreadsheets. You've got an ROI of less than 100 days on a $10 billion project, right? I mean, that's the kind of infrastructure we're talking about here. So when someone says, oh, well, the United States can't process their own oil, that's the biggest damn lie since 1938, right? I mean, the whole reason the United States is buying Venezuelan and Colombian crude is because it's black, nasty, sour crude. No one else wants to deal with the shit. And it's sold at a discount, right? There's bench, right? When people talk about WTI, they're talking about West Texas Index. They're talking about a medium sweet crude, right? Most oil is sold off that bench, that index. So when people talk about the price of oil, they're talking about the index. You might have a contract that's $8, $10, $12, $20 cheaper a barrel. When you're talking about $70 oil and you're buying it at a $20, $22 barrel discount, well, if you can get the same BTUs out of that same barrel, why wouldn't you buy the cheaper shit? Especially if you're willing to invest the infrastructure to process it. Where if you're Europe, you're BP or you're some other conglomerate in Europe, you're not going to invest $20 billion in a refinery to process something you can't meet the emissions for. You're just not going to do it. We're in the United States, it's like, yeah, your Shell oil or your Pemex or your other, any of the oil facilities, right? Motiva, look at Motiva, right? $25 billion facility upgrade in a single unit subset. ROI was 120 days. $20 billion, really? That's nuts. And we're not even talking about the world's largest refinery. And that's the part people don't understand. I mean, people talk about, oh, there's product streams on a refinery they can't use. They can't use those product streams to make diesel or gasoline or kerosene. But guess what? They put it in a pipeline and they send it 2 miles down the road, and it's used for making polymer sub-bases. Right? It is what it is. And you're recovering more than 100% of every barrel. That's the neat magic about catalyst. You run a barrel of oil through a refinery, you get more than a barrel of product, right? So when people talking about, oh, well, you can't, you know, diesel's is a byproduct of gasoline. Not since 1928, right? There's no wasted product anywhere. Even the sulfur that you extract from diesel, right? I mean, out there on the West Coast, all the refineries have to do ultra low sulfur diesel, right? They're taking almost all the sulfur out of the diesel component. Okay, well, that's sulfur, but guess what? It's elemental sulfur, and we can convert it into anything we want. We want to make fertilizer out of sulfur. Guess what? We'll build $100 billion project, and we'll make that elemental sulfur into fertilizer, and we'll turn it around and sell it on the open market at its value.
So refineries produce oil. That's good. We just have to ship less oil to refineries. It's a good thing to know. How to say? No, I'm just kidding. But I would want to talk about something. Well, any super chats? Quiet.
Hey, Mr. Ted, I just want to ask a question real quick. Instead of using windmills, wouldn't it be better just to go to the molten salt reactors, since they're smaller and portable and safe? If you want to like increase your energy or have an alternative or complementary supply, wouldn't it be better to put these
molten sulfur and nukes? Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big proponent of. I'm big oil, but I'm also big nuclear.
But you can also do complementary things, right? Complementary production, if anybody understand, you add a little bit that you need, and it smooths out production of the rest of it, right? Like additional solar in a battery, it can just smooth out the needs of the producing by large producers like nuclear.
Oh yeah, the thing.
The
thing about energy, you know, and I can't remember the name of it, like the Kadyrov scale, or the scale of civilizations. Like the use of energy is the magnitude of your civilization.
Yeah. So you'll need more and more. We'll need more and more energy.
That's the maximum. That's the power. It's literally the power of your civilization is how much energy it can produce and deal with. So
the adding more sources of energy, it's always good. But saying it is going to be replacing the old type, that's fake story. It is just adding more.
Yeah, I mean, I would think you know, like you take New York City, you know, maybe you ease the grid by throwing a couple of those salt reactors in, you know, to help offset the grid, and then they can either use that energy somewhere else or lessen the burden on the old grid because you've got new stuff that helps, you know, like maybe you don't run them in the winter, or maybe you only run them at certain times when you need the extra energy, like in the summer or something, and just to ease the burden on some grids. I mean, look at California and shit. They always got brownouts, but they're retarded. They'll never realize, you know, the good idea, like, hey, we want to be real green. Well, hey, build these little reactors and you won't have to use as much oil, or you won't have to build a dam and make the mountains look ugly again. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're really about all that stuff, then these things would be an ideal supplement into a system, like you're saying, complementary. You know, you use what works there, and, you know, maybe you don't use it all the time, or maybe you just use it for peak needs, but it's there, and you know, it's expensive, but it's pretty cheap, I guess, compared to building an entire site. Like I think you were saying, you can put those on a truck and basically pull up somewhere and plug them in. Yeah, I mean, how can you beat that? I mean, one of those reactors, it may not power New York City, but what if 8 trucks could? And you could release a lot of the burden on the New York City's old grid.
They're small enough you could put them inside a building.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I know you were talking about that, but I'm just saying it's so small. You could help big cities like that, you know, have a less burdened grid And like Yura was saying, you know, alternative choices, you know, different things to use, complementary. I mean, it just makes sense. You know, why not have wind, solar, nuclear, hydrocarbons? You know, if you're in a first world country, you should really have the choice. Sorry, Vlasislav.
Thanks for fucking.
Yeah, those
fucked up my
modular
name.
still not in a mass production, but
That's not
they are
Vlasislav.
in a. They're gonna be available, right? And they're gonna be modular, but as far as I understand, it's that they're gonna just sell the energy. They're not gonna sell the. I mean, the producers are gonna manage those modular nuclear small reactors, but they're just gonna sell the heat. So you'll need to have a generator at the site, right? That will use that heat and produce it for whatever you want it. Do you want to heat for the heating up the subdivision, or to use it for generating electricity? This is the optional, right? But it's still not mass production, and I don't think it's still option to implement it so easily. It will be in time. Modular nuclear reactors. Russians are making them small reactors. They're trying to commercialize it too. Chinese seems like already selling it, but not at mass scale, just a testing phase, right? So yeah, it's all the sources of energy are needed. You can employ them for the specific location, for the specific needs. That's how it should be treated, not as a replacement of each other. And as most of the new technologies come in, is the number of horses smaller than it used to be? No, it's not. It's still the same number as before the cars came in, right? The same numbers, but they're not used for the same thing. Same thing with oil. Maybe it's going to be used even more, dug out from the ground even more than at present time, but it's going to be used for different purposes too, because the new energy sources allow it for the additional usage, right? When it becomes cheaper to use it for something else, like major plastic production, it's all from oil. So it's going to add more options because it becomes cheaper, and it's going to be commercialized for a long time enough that you can use it cheaper, right? In a mass production. This is just giving more options. It's not bad to have new sources of electricity, of energy.
No, we should have a balanced system. I mean, you know, you could use nuclear power to make hydrogen to inject into the cat crackers. You need, or reformer units. You need lots of hydrogen. You know, that's where your catalyst bed conversion comes from, is all your hydrogen. So it'd be nice if that all came from electricity instead of stripping it off the stripping gas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
yeah, guys, can I say something?
Go ahead.
No.
Yeah. When it comes to solar power, I'm gonna sign out after I ask you guys this question. I gotta go to sleep. So when it comes to solar power, we all know that the problem is like storing the energy. So it's not really, I guess it's not really
it's expensive.
Usable,
It's expensive.
Yeah. But I'm thinking, like, what if you grid up the whole world, and basically, like, in the areas, I mean, if this was feasible, like if the areas where there's light today, like, United States, and here is dark, you use energy, you transfer the energy like worldwide. Would this be something possible?
No, you lose too much in the transmission.
Okay.
You lose. Yeah, the further you send electricity, the more you lose.
Yeah, because like you can't send direct current over long distances. So you have to convert direct current into an alternating current. Even alternating current, right? You lose when you send it over great distances. So there's like, depending on the efficiency of the inverter, you can lose up to 80% of the power that you store in a battery from the sun. It goes into the battery in direct current, right, from a solar panel to a battery. But then when the battery has to go through an inverter to convert it to electricity that we use, because pretty much everything runs on alternating current, you can lose. Now they're getting better on this. There's some inverters, the efficiency keeps getting better and better every year, but you're still losing some. And also batteries just over time degrade. And also you can't keep a battery, if you want it to last long term, you can't keep a battery stored at 100% capacity. Otherwise it just, because it's a chemical process that goes on in there.
So you're saying even if you had a grid that goes worldwide, you will still need to have batteries. Is that what you're saying?
Well, there's no solar. You have to have batteries.
Everything.
There's no solar at night, right? So.
But that's what I'm saying. If you grid
He's
up
trying
the
to
whole
say
world,
that to send electricity around the world to where they need it. And what we're saying is you could set up wires to do that, but you would lose most of the electricity in getting it there. The further you send electricity,
commercial efficiency of sending it to the distance, it's about 1,000 miles. So around 1,000 miles is where you lose the efficiency of it. Right.
We're doing that in Europe.
Well, DARPA just did a test where they transmitted, like, I can't remember how much energy, but they did it wirelessly. I think it was 5 miles. So maybe down the road that could be a possibility, but I don't know how that works and if that's something that you could use for an energy grid or that's just some weapon system.
So
fucking with.
There is a thing that we are busy doing in Europe, here in Belgium, but with the subsidization, we want to build like an artificial island. By Vajislav, building an artificial island for the windmill plant, offshore windmills. If they are producing too much power, they're going to activate some pumps at that island that are going to fill up a water basin. And if you are you need more power, you can't empty these water basins, and you work like a hydro plant for the moment. And Germany, they also tested that with windmills. So the base of the windmill was like a tower of 100 feet, 30 meters. And then up that concrete tower, they're going to put the windmill on it. We are not speaking about American windmills anymore. We are speaking about the bigger ones. We have cranes like a boom of 180 meters long, putting these big giants, very strong cranes, building these things, because we are speaking about 6+ megawatt per windmill for the moment. So if the windmill is producing too much energy, it's going to fill up that concrete 100 feet tall tube with water, and going to do the same if they need more energy to use it as like little hydro plant also. These things they tested in Germany. I don't know if that's going to be very something. The problem is here in Belgium is subsidization of money. The Belgian government is a big mess. They cancelled a part of that fake island. We are very 18 years ago, when I started to work as a crane operator, I was still maintaining the very first windmills in Belgium, from Belgium, here in Zeebrugges. And I had the crane with a little bit more than 100 feet of boom, 30 meters, and I could just reach the center of the hub, where you have they were actually the first ones. The evolution, and this one were already from my mom's time, so more than now we're speaking about an evolution in 40, 50 years time. The evolution of the windmill exploded suddenly, like 15 years ago, started really to explode, and capacity also. So we have much bigger windmills, powerful windmills for the thing. It's just like you can't use it as, like you said, like solar panels is the same as
continuously energy source like a power plant. So all these windmills is also related to a power plant. And here in Belgium, they say we're going to make new gas plants to produce the energy you need that you're losing for the windmills if you don't have wind, for solar panels if you don't have sun, so by night. Or like you say, you also can have batteries. I know a guy who has a company who's making like 40-feet containers, battery storage for factories, commercial people that want to have that in their backyard to store energy that they get from their solar panels for the roofs, store that during the day, the overcapacity of the electricity in these batteries, and by night they can use that. It's like an endless, it's a little solution, but that's not really a solution, but it's certainly fucking expensive. It's very expensive. The problem you have in the United States with the windmills, and I know a lot of crane operators in the United States, the windmills are not going big. So that's the big problem. You're going to have very large windmill farms with very low windmills. So it's actually in the United States, for the moment, the windmills are fucking useless. For what they have, for how big they are, and even the new ones they're going to build are not big like we have here in Europe, and even not like we have in like China is building a lot of windmills also, funny enough.
Super chat. Jory Jordan looks like he's shooting the opening scene of the crime document 30.
He's looking like a serial killer.
And now he's like, trying to like, he's now going into his like, mafia boss phase, or the, silent assassin killer phase.
Oh, it's like Marlon Brando in, what the fuck was the name of that movie? The Vietnam.
Like Apocalypse Now, when he's sitting in the temple.
Looks like Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Did we discuss about the European deal?
Yeah, I just wanted to start because I just was reading an article from the White House that they have an agreement with.
Ursula von der Leyen was sitting, beside Trump, and then like she's smiling and signing away everything. It's a total collapse, total capitulation.
So they have
zero tariff on US stuff.
She signed. She doesn't know it, but she signed a document that she just agreed to move the EU to Jerusalem.
Yeah, but fuck you. So I'm going to read it. Today, President Trump secured a huge, powerful trade deal, so huge, between the US and EU. The EU will invest $600 billion in the US, purchase $750 billion in American energy, oil, gas, and open markets to US. That's what I'm reading now.
So the EU do not tariff United States. United States tariff EU 15%. On top of that, they must invest $600 billion in United States. They have to buy a lot more weapons, and then they will open up the market, for everything. Basically, is Trump getting everything he wants, and EU waste all these times all this time for the half a year, and then just suck it up. Everything.
The God Emperor even made him say thank you.
But they stopped the tariffs. You know what he's going to stop the tariffs?
Yes, and they had to say thank you.
That's exactly right. And he didn't even say you're welcome.
But they going
when he climbed off.
And he didn't even give him a reach around. He didn't even.
No kiss afterwards.
And just now when I was researching, while you're talking, the media was asking, Ursula von der Leyen about, what is the concession by United States? He literally basically got Ursula von der Leyen to defend Trump's approach about the balance, imbalance. Basically, she said that because the initial stage, the initial problem is the trade imbalance, so we're trying to solve this problem. Holy shit, she basically, explain and defend Trump on the trade imbalance thing, and then say that all these things, we're just trying to solve this problem. But the EU was the one that was like trying to hold out for the longest time ever, and then they just eat everything.
I always said that the EU will always lick the ass of United States. Always.
And I also did say in my trade war reports,
I always say,
in my trade war reporting, I did say that basically there is no way you can fight United States on the trade war, because you want to export things and earn US money. You have to eventually eat all the tariff. And people were criticizing me. You basically can go back and see all the comment section in my trade war reports. Basically, people was like, criticizing me, but in the end, what we have now, every country is capitulating. Every single country.
Yeah.
Why did
it
was
the same with Belgium.
Didn't Japan, like the deal that like Trump made with Japan, like totally screwed the Japanese? Like that's my understanding. Was
everybody just eat all the tariff and also have to open the market to US.
No, they have an agreement.
I think it's still a race. The Philippines ate that one real bad too. I think it's a race between Japan, Europe, and the Philippines as to who ate the worst package.
Shitburger.
Yeah, I mean it was
to be clear about the tariffs, you going to lose that. They don't need going to pay these tariffs anymore because they have an agreement. So that's the thing.
We'll see.
They still got a 15% tariff.
There's still a 15% on top of the investment of over what?
No, it's not written on it, so they say nothing about that one.
Why just said it?
Yeah, the 15% is unavoidable. It's across the board on everything.
They're getting 15%, and then they got to spend what, $1.5 billion? Or
well, I think Vietnam did agreed to a 10%. Like that's
$600 billion, I think.
Yeah, 600 billion and 750 at the American energy. But like I said, Trump was shitting about the European countries of NATO that not spending a lot of GDP for the military, and Belgium, like Greg said, "Oh fuck you, Trump!" Think that 1 week later we're going to buy 11 new F-35s.
So the deal was $750 billion of energy, and then invest another $600 billion. So EU have to sign away $1 trillion.
Yeah, but open
at
market
least get back something
to the
in
US.
half of it.
Why? It's open markets to the US. What means that? Open
With zero
markets.
tariff, which means that because EU always have a lot of protectionist measures, right, protecting the farmers and everything. Now it's all gone. The US farming goods can come in for free. And it is total capitulation, and it's very funny
because
because
the lane stuck his dick.
Yeah, basically, symbolically,
or he grabbed the pussy.
Either way,
same difference, dude.
The
same.
The thing is, when we look at this kind of thing, right? Like in usual, diplomacy, things don't move so fast, and it's always very polite. But Trump basically do it like a business deal. You say that I'm gonna give you a deadline. Either you do this by this date, you get a deal, you offer us something. If not, we're gonna just slap the tariff, and that's the end. We will never negotiate again. Then everybody panic. And I did mention this 3 months ago. I say that everybody is dragging out because they were seeing that China was trying to fight against United States, right? And then everybody is hoping for something to change, waiting for Trump to capitulate. Then I was saying that this is a bad idea. You better get a deal as early as you can. If not, it's gonna be very bad. And this is what happened. This is very bad because you drag it out. If you have negotiated, because EU never negotiate all the way. They only negotiated recently. If they had started early, just like UK, they started early. They would have time to go.
They got the best bidder deal. Yep.
Yeah.
They got the better
UK
deal.
have the way better deal than whatever this deal is. I don't even know what the hell is this. they got nothing in return. Zero. UK at least got something. UK actually got
no, that's not true. They still get to talk to the God Emperor directly. He's gonna show them. He's gonna show them attention. It won't be love, and they won't like it, but they'll get to spend time with Daddy.
But UK got something. UK got no additional things from United States. In their deal.
They got to keep their king. They got to keep the big ear puppet.
And Canada. They can't keep Canada also.
No, Canada's still on the table.
Yeah, Canada is another.
Canada's still on the table.
Slaughtered soon.
And so is Greenland.
Yeah, I think Canada's deal is going to be very bad. It's
gonna be ugly because they think they're gonna be the last people to make a deal, and they'll realize there's no chair when the music stops.
Yeah, I got a bad feeling about that. No, like because Canada is like they are trying to be strong and then they can't be strong, so they keep rolling backwards. Yeah, I think if they don't make an early deal, and the thing is they can't make a deal because every single deal is just a bad deal. There's no good deals for them, which is like for every single country. There's no good deal. You can only get the least worst deal, which is what the UK gotten. It's the least worst deal. Every deal is bad with the United States. There's no good deals at all. So
it's like trying to pick up a turd on the clean end.
Hey, Wyatt, I want to ask you a question. Do you think China practices or is involved in imperialistic behavior, even if it's not like direct confrontation? Do you think they have imperialistic designs over?
For sure, 100%. Of course, a lot of people who are pro-China or anti-United States will disagree, but it's the 100% because you're a powerful country, right? Even Russia actually have this kind of feeling also. They want to get back control and influence over Ukraine, maybe Poland, on Romania, Georgia, the Caucasus countries. They want. The thing is, whether you can do it is a different thing altogether. Like China definitely wants. Why would they not want to dominate Southeast Asia? Of course they would want to if they can. The thing is, because of the United States, they cannot. They are stuck. If you think they don't want to control North Korea, they want. But now it become a military ally of Russia. They're stuck. They totally can't touch North Korea at all anymore. So definitely they want. It's just that they are. China always feel very stuck because they're surrounded by very powerful countries. Generally, like Russia on the top, and then all around it there's India, and then there's the Asia Pacific, which is largely controlled by the United States. So, but the thing is, they are very big. It's not that they are a small country, they are very big, which is why they are stuck because you are a big country. Everybody have to counterbalance you.
So like if the United States Navy didn't exist, what would happen?
Then we will have this trade deal problem, but with China. But Southeast Asia will have to deal with China, and then if we don't agree with the deal, then the Navy will pay us a visit, and then put some pressure on us, that kind of thing. Is that what the Americans do, right? Is that they tell Panama, you must sign the deal, or you must kick out the Chinese. If you don't, then you see the U.S. Navy come closer and closer and closer, and it's like, okay, we'll follow. It's the same thing,
It'll just be like in reverse of like what it is now.
It's
right?
not a.
Well, it'd be like when we went back down there to
thing,
get Manuel Noriega. Panama wasn't playing nice.
Basically, the thing is, Panama knows that China is not going to send its military to come and save them, which is why they capitulated immediately. The thing is, it's not a right and wrong thing because all big countries will have to protect their own national interest and geopolitical influence. The same thing why Russia invaded Ukraine. There is no good or bad or no right or wrong. It's just people do what they can. For example, if I do a business, of course I want my business to be profitable and earn money. Why would I give a damn about my competition going bankrupt? Because of my competition. I wouldn't care, right? So the same thing, the countries do not care. They take care of their own national interests.
Yeah, you can talk about
make a deal,
justice. You can talk about justice amongst equals, but the weak will do what they will, and the strong will do what they will, and the weak must suffer what they must. But sorry to pop your Yankee loving circle jerk, but to what Ted was saying earlier, that everyone needs the American market. Why does a nation need a market in the first place? What's the cause of that?
You can also don't advance at all your economy and you'll be perfectly fine, just like North Korea.
No.
Just like Cambodia.
Why does any nation need trade? Why does a nation need a market?
It only needs
an external
trade
market?
if they can't produce something themselves or if they produce an excess. And the United States produces plenty of excess, and we we purchase stuff from everyone else because it's cheaper for poor third world countries to make it for us than us to bother making it ourselves.
The consumer country, the rich consumer country, and the poor producer country. So like the logic there is that the country that produces is poor, and the country that doesn't produce is rich, right? There's something weird about that logic. Like something has to be in place for that to be able to function. It's not.
Exchange
it's
rate.
not the
Incorrect.
It's not the. It's not the natural.
Wrong.
It's not the natural state of affairs. But to my point of what a country needs. Oh wow, Dan.
Yeah, just
Sorry.
wanna
Shut
say,
up.
shout out to all my. Oh man, I'm lagging anyways. Just wanted to say hello.
I can hear you just fine, man.
Your video resolution is too high.
Hey man, I'm sitting in Kentucky sweating my ass off, and I don't appreciate you posting videos of you sitting on a paddleboard in the cool waters of Lake Baikal while I'm frying. That was a nice video.
Love you,
Why
motherfucker.
are you flying? Why are you flying, Dan?
I just want to say hello.
He's flying.
That's nice.
Fishing. Yeah. FSB cut him off. He's like, no, you cannot touch the free world.
Yeah, he was wearing one of those old style Soviet hats, I think from like the Afghan war. And he's sitting on a paddleboard. I was like, man, that water looks so damn good. I mean, it was nice.
Okay, guys. So what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say is that, like there's a lot of talk about the reserve currency and countries need dollars and they need the American market so that they can get those dollars and all that. And it's a pretty nice and sophisticated, very expedient system for global trade and all of that. But nobody really needs money. What they need is stuff. What people need is stuff, energy, commodities, finished products. And so the thing about trade deals and trade wars and, tariff escalation and all of that is it's basically where can you sell your stuff at a decent price, at a decent amount to justify the production, and where can you get the stuff you need at a decent price. And so sure, you can put the pressure that you can put, like if you have the guns to do gunboat diplomacy, you can force your products into any country that can't defend itself, like Britain did with Japan and with China and with.
I know all this, but what do you? I'm not sure what's your point.
No, that like Trump might feel great, and you guys might feel great by proxy, by doing deals that like are lopsided, so to speak. But it's just a matter of where you find a better deal. Like if it's a hard,
the strong don't feel bad about making a deal with the weak.
No, like what pact is there between wolves and sheep, and what custom between lions and men? That's what Achilles told Hector.
Well, the United States is the lion.
Yeah.
Is it though? It was.
It was the lion. It is. It's not as big of a lion as it used to be. And yes, the lion is aging. But you know what? So is the poor old man.
So the lion, because everyone agrees to it.
The lion is losing its energy.
Until the poor man decides to live without selling his wares to the United States, nothing will change.
So
the United States is still going to be the elephant in the room because no one else has the purchasing power.
It is going to be, and it still is.
So what is happening right now?
As long as it's a convenient deal. As long as it's a convenient deal, or there's a threat of violence.
What's going to happen is because of these tariffs, the other countries will have less and less dollars to trade, right? This will raise demand for dollars. So exchange rate is going to be even worse for other countries. And that's going to make, over time, the trade with the United States more costly, more useless. And they will keep abandoning it. So that's what's going to happen. It's going to be useless.
Well, they can't abandon it. They don't have an alternative.
If there's no benefit to it, if there's no benefit to it, they will abandon it.
Well, that's.
Okay?
I mean, they only.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And to what John is saying, of like, what are they going to trade with? Like I was saying originally, nobody needs money. What people need, what countries need, what economies need are goods and services.
Right, and but they also like. There's other things that the United States provides, like intangible things, like for example, protection of trade routes. So
yeah,
we're the only country. So,
as long as it can provide that. Like, how's it going with the Houthis and the protection of that particular trade route?
well, I believe that they've silenced the Houthis, right?
The United States doesn't need that trade route. The United States was help protecting a European trade route. So that's probably why the United States dipped
that
out.
Particular trade right.
Yeah, and why is the United States protecting it? Why is the United States protecting that? Because it has no use to us.
Yeah,
no, it does. Of course, it does have use for you. Like that's why you have your unsinkable aircraft carrier right in the middle of that.
No, I think we are looking at this like way too like narrow, right? It's not just about tariff. The deal is a lot more than just a tariff. It's security deals, is weapon deals. Definitely, there is other things. For example, if you sign this deal, we will help you sort out with the Houthis in the Red Sea. The kind of thing which they will not say in public. So I would say that it's not the lion is aging. I would say that the lion is losing vitality, and now it's starting to eat the sheep. Last time they have the deal with the sheep, right? They just herd the sheep around. Now they eat the sheep to gain back the energy so that they can fight the freaking dragon that's rising in the east. So they are now just taking back what they have given to the sheep. So I do not think that
it's harvest time. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's harvest time. It's not. If United States continue the decline like how Biden have made it, and then if Hillary Clinton have won the election and then Biden become the president, and if we have all these Democrat presidents all the way, then I would imagine that we are talking about an absolute decline of United States for sure, 100%, because United States will self-implode. They will just collapse inwards, and then maybe a civil war or something. But now, under Trump, the United States is very powerful, and they are really sorting out all the biggest problems that United States always plagued with, like the corruptions, all these
what is power
problems.
What is power?
Sorry?
In that description? Like why was the United States weak a year ago and it suddenly became strong? What is that power that increased? Is it personality?
I'm trying to explain that.
Assertiveness. The assertiveness. The willingness to do the right thing in a way for their own national interest. So
to do what's necessary, I agree.
Because the thing
power.
is, United States always has been assertive on certain things. For example, they hell bent on wanting to invade Iraq. Even though it's actually bad for their national interest. But by doing that, they weaken United States. The United States got weaker because of all these stupid wars like Afghanistan. Like even the Ukraine war is actually weakening United States. So
it has weakened it tremendously.
So it's not just assertiveness, but it's assertiveness, but for the national interest. They have to do it for the good of their own country, and then it will get very strong. So what Trump is doing right now, they even pressuring all the allies into signing unfair trade deals.
He's busy.
It's actually making the United States very strong, and in the eyes of other countries, very scary. The United States has become a very scary country. Everybody, have to be like afraid of it. Who is this? Okay, there's a new guy in the backstage.
In the head.
Please check the private chat.
Welcome, maybe, if you make it.
Fuck yeah, come on in, you guy, whoever you are. But yeah, like it is definitely an improvement. And from the beginning, when I start seeing the tariff war going on, I thought, holy shit, this is what is considered necessary to rescue the situation. So like that's how dire the standing of America is in the world, like proportional to the gravity of the tariff policy. Because it's not like U.S. wasn't levying all these tariffs before because of the goodness of their heart. The United States was taking a huge profit from the world, and it is still, and that needs to increase to such an extent to save the American Titanic from sinking. And so that's the state of affairs, you know, like, and so it's good that they're doing such desperate things to save it. My question here, and this is like where I think that the situation might be more profound than simply a trade deficit, is that how did it get to this? And will this be enough to save it? Like, if you have such a level of corruption and decadence in your political class that you have, you know, all the homeless drug addicts, zombies in your street, and you have this whole mysterious island where all your elites go, and you have all this traffic of power, and your society is decaying in all sorts of ways. Is it enough to just try to balance the trade? No, and how possible is it?
I'll just to address you because you're going on.
I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish real quick.
Really going.
And how much how much pressure can be put into the world to save that difference before something breaks?
So I will just intervene because the reality is that all the problems you say about Epstein, you know, about the corruptions and all these things, is actually being resolved right now. They are actually actively investigating all of these things, including, you know, Hillary Clinton stuff, Obama stuff. They are literally now going after all of them. So like I said, you know, if the United States sort out all that shit, they're going to be the very fucking scary country. So
absolutely, yeah.
So that's what Trump's administration is doing. It's really uphill, honestly speaking. It's crazy that they are.
Yeah, at least it's
attacking everything at the same time.
Yeah,
so
I just.
Can we let the new guy introduce himself? He's been sitting there for like 5 minutes.
More like 10 seconds, but yeah.
More like 30 seconds. Officer Horst, introduce yourself.
Yeah, but can you hear me because I'm clicking away on this?
We can hear you. Yeah, but your video is hang, but we can hear you.
My video is not really live.
Yeah, but we can see your face.
Wait,
so.
Can I talk now? I can talk, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Freely. Speak your mind.
I wanted to
contribute
to the renewable energy conversation. So, there's so much organic material in shit.
Gabriel.
So I read it somewhere that you can make coal from that stuff, but it's actually difficult for it to be economically viable. There's some cutoff point at $400 or 400 kilograms of shit where it starts making sense to make coal. Like, you know, coal, the wood coal, the black coal from shit, from sewage, because that will solve like this big ecological problem and make somebody very rich.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't add up. That's not true. But it theoretically is, right. You can make methane gas from decaying matter, but it's a pipe dream.
Why is it a pipe dream?
Because you can't.
It's not that it's a pipe dream. It's just it's not economically viable. Yeah. I mean, the city of Los Angeles and Orange County both have methane extraction on their sewage plants. I've been there. They make a small amount of electricity off the methane gas they extract off all the sewage. It's a net negative. It's a net negative. They spend more on maintaining the system than they do on generating the electricity. It's a net negative. The only reason they do it is because that allows them to burn the methane that they would ordinarily just vent or just burn as a flare. So they have a
into something that is an organic fuel, because all that stuff is like organic, it has energy, right?
You're talking about something as cheap as coal. Coal has no value. It has a cost of digging it out of the ground and transporting it to where you use it, right? You look at the large coal beds that are all over the United States. Pick a place, right? The cost of digging that out of the ground and transporting it to where you're going to use it, that's the real cost of coal. Right? It's almost free.
Yeah, but does it have
we've got so much of it, we don't use it. I mean, in Pennsylvania and West Virginia, they're extracting the methane off of the coal beds, and then they're not even doing anything with the coal. They extract the methane, and they're making a synthetic natural gas out of it, and that's all. Because it's not.
You can't like make this gasoline from
if
coal.
I can explain. Well, you can use the sewage, dry it up, and turn it into coal. But how much energy you're gonna do for that? How much energy you're gonna use it for that? If you use 90% of the energy that you will get from the coal, 100%, so you will have only 10% of energy left. It's basically you're wasting the energy to get just 10% or maybe even less than 10%. This is the question, right?
You get more energy grinding up tires.
They actually made some pilot projects, but it's not really successful. Maybe in the future they do. But this coal
That's
thing,
what it means. It's not successful, which means they put more energy than they get out. Just like fusion energy now, they put more energy into fusion than they can extract the energy. This is the issue, right? You always have to calculate. Just like a fracking, it always calculates how much energy they put into getting the energy out. That's what they looking for. They're looking for the price of gas to be high, but price of electricity and diesel to be low. This is what they're looking for. This difference.
So
it's not basically in energy, but what's the energy price discrepancy?
There's no profit. There's no profit in that.
Yes, there's no profit.
No.
This is the first consideration.
Like what they do
then you go with
they
energy.
lose money. So it's not just there's no profit.
Yeah,
it's actually
it's
a
also
loss.
whose money. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big one too. Whose money is spent to get that energy.
So diesel has so much more caloric value compared to coal. I didn't know that. That's new for me. So I don't know what else to say. Like I'm not really.
Yeah, coal has a high BTU value. The problem is converting it into anything other than heat. You know, they have all kinds of processes of breaking down coal and trying to make synthetic oil out of the coal. You can do all
talking bad about the Nazis, all right? But leave the Nazis out of this, please.
Magic coal. This is magic coal. This is not
magic
Nazis,
coal.
After step after magic coal.
Yep. So it's there's more energy in grinding up tires and burning it for energy. And I was involved in 2 different pilot plants on doing that, and both times it was a net loss. So,
but they use coal for heating. They use it for big factories and stuff.
Sure. Coal is real useful, and we've got lots and lots of it laying in the ground.
Would there be a market like in the third world where it's developing, like India and stuff, for coal until they get more industrialized and can switch over to more efficient, cheaper?
No, but like for metal
I'm asking.
with coal. Using coal for melting metal.
Yeah, you make coke. You make coke out of coal, and it's really
I just meant, would that work good? Like because in Kentucky it was a few years back. It might have been before Trump's first term, but we had supposedly secured a deal with India to ship coal from Kentucky over to India. But I don't know whatever happened to that. I assume it fell apart because changes in the administration and.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
think it
it's like
depends on the
yeah,
price.
look like
No, but that's what I'm wondering. Like in a third world, would coal still be good for your industrial base until you get more modernized?
It would depend
Well,
on the price
that's the
of
thing
other
about coal is
fuels,
we can
right?
make it as clean as natural gas. It's just it's expensive to build the infrastructure to clean the emissions well enough. I mean, there's a rather famous power plant down there in the Four Corners area of Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, right? There's a power plant. It's built real close to the only major city in that area. It's not a very big city, but it's the major city. And not too far away is a power plant. And just a few miles away, it's like less than 30 miles, there's a coal plant. So they used to dig the coal out of the ground, use electric rail cars, which in the United States is really unusual. They used pure electric rail cars to move the coal from the coal plant to the power plant to make electricity. It was one of the more modern coal plants in the United States. Its permit for air quality was coming up. And in order to meet the new emissions, they were going to have to invest a fair amount of money in infrastructure to clean up the emissions well enough to meet the new emissions. It's not that they couldn't do it. It's just it required a capital expenditure to upgrade.
Hey, Mr. Ted, is that the plant? I think I saw a story about that, and the guy was talking about how this plant at the time was like the cleanest burning plant in the United States. It had all kinds of like high tech.
It was one of the cleanest in the world.
And I think they
were going to make it.
Story. Well, they did the story. They'd been open like 3 years, and they were going to shut them down because they couldn't meet the standards. And I remember the engineer saying, like you said, it would be a massive investment, but he was talking like some of the technology they would need doesn't really exist yet.
No, it exists. It's just
super expensive.
It wasn't. It's not even super expensive. It required an assurance that they could have an ROI, right? And it wasn't a real long ROI, but it was longer than the 2.5 years they still had on the air permit, right? So they were looking for a 10-year extension on their air quality permit, and they only wanted to give them a 5-year permit. And because the permit was only going to have about 1.5 years of good profit after they paid their ROI, they decided, you know what? It's too risky to invest it if we're not going to get assurances that we can extend the permit longer than just another 5 years.
It was a permit for some clean energy or for using this energy for something.
Well, no, it provided power for the entire region. That power went all the way into Vegas and Los Angeles, right?
From coal.
From coal, that's exactly right. From coal.
How do they clean it? They clean the chimney, or there's a filter?
It had a series of scrubbers. It had a series of scrubbers and O2,
I mean, it really didn't even look like
and
a coal
NO2.
plant, a traditional coal plant. The way those scrubbers and stuff were set up, it looked more like a nuclear plant to me.
Yeah. This thing was like I said, it was the cleanest coal plant in the world. And it also was the largest employer in the entire region, right? Between the coal plant, the railroad, and the power plant, it had several thousand employees, right?
So wait. So the coal is not expensive, and the project, and so they can use it like, economically viable. They can get the fuel and get the energy, but somehow they did not get the contract. But actually, it was a kind of a good system for everything, for clean energy.
Well, yeah. Remember Barack Obama said this? He said, we're just going to make it so that coal is just, what did he say? We're not going to make it illegal. He said, we're going to make it too expensive to use.
Yep.
So to that effect.
Yep.
So
And
said,
that's
we're not going to ban coal. We're just going to put these emission standards where it totally takes the profit incentive out of using it. That was
so what happened is this coal-fired power plant didn't get the extension. They didn't get the extension, so they closed it.
Yeah, that's a sad story.
They closed the power plant, they closed down the railroad, and they closed down the mine. All those people are completely unemployed. There's no more electricity getting made in the area. So the cost of electricity in the area went up 3 times. Right? 300% increase in that area.
That's a sad story.
Yeah, all those people are employed. And what's crazy is you close down the cleanest coal-fired power plant in the world.
Like I said, I believe when I saw that story, that place had only been open for like 2 or 3 years, so it was brand
No.
new.
This place had been there longer than that.
Oh, maybe they were talking about the new scrubbers, but I thought it had
the new scrubbers. Yeah, the new scrubbers.
Yeah, they invested all this money, and then they couldn't get the extension. And then it makes sense. It's like, well, if we do all this, what if they change the rules again? It's like,
and
it was to do that.
And it wasn't, it was a combination of you had a local you had the local jurisdiction, and then you had the federal government, and just the company who owned it was getting shook down by everybody involved, and like, you know what? Fuck you guys in the neck. We'll take our marbles and we'll just close this motherfucker. And that's what they did. And as a result, you took all that electricity off the grid. You took all those people out of the workforce, all of them out of the tax base. And for what? So that some greenie somewhere.
So they can virtue signal.
That's exactly right. It can virtue signal. We're saving the planet. Meanwhile, all those people are now driving hundreds and hundreds of miles to work. All that electricity has to come from somewhere else magically. And the local economy is just absolutely dead. Yeah. And that's same.
Look at what happened with the XL pipeline. All those tens of thousands of jobs between the people working the fields and the people working at McDonald's or whatever. It's like they destroyed that whole area with that bullshit. Same thing.
One of these days, Vaughn, I'll have to show you the pictures I have of the XL pipeline. I was involved in that one personally. That one's.
Did you get to beat up some Native Americans?
I'll plead the 4th, the 5th, and the 14th. They burned a bunch of our equipment, though. Damn it. Brand new bulldozers and side booms. Burn them to the ground.
That's neat.
That's some heck of virtual signal. The economic disaster of their little camp.
Hey, but is that virtual signal seriously, or is it like intentional destruction? I mean, I guess
it was intentional.
Stupidity.
It was intentional.
Stupidity in many ways, but at some point, like the stupidity just doesn't cut it.
Well, the thing is you would think is if they had a problem with that coal plant, that they would allow it to function until they figured out another supply or built a clean factory or whatever the fuck they imagined they were going to do. But they're not even smart enough to do that. It's like, let's just kill it and leave everybody high and dry instead of keeping it going while you figure out your alternative that you're so hot to trot about. And if you find one, great. If you don't, then stay on it. But it's like, they never do that either. It's like, shut it down. Oh, now what are we going to do? Oh, well, I don't know. I guess you kind of should have thought about that before you shut it down. But I think it's all intentional because you can look at the economic damage done by that coal plant being shut down.
I think the local jurisdiction thought they were just going to keep shaking the company down for more.
What were they doing? Were they just getting like taxes and permitting fees or some shit? Or
building schools and playgrounds and all kinds of those kickbacks, right? Ran a local clinic and all kinds of other stuff. No, I mean, that company was getting strung out. I mean, you want to talk about getting milked. And they just said, you know what? We're done. And there's so many facilities that are like that. I mean, I've watched refineries here in the United States close over that. I mean, you've got two of the largest refineries still left in California that have made intentions, and they're going to close. They're going to close. And you're going to lose 8% of the production of refined product in California when that happens. And for what? because they can't get assurances from the state that they'll keep getting air quality permits. And they realize, you know what? We'll close this damn refinery. We'll unemploy all the people that work here, full-time contractors and support personnel. We'll sell off all the material here. We'll either sell it off as units or we'll sell it off as scrap. And we'll have all of this prime real estate in Southern California, and we'll develop it. And they'll make billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars off of it. And for what? For them to increase not their market share, but their market unit price. And as a result, they might actually make more money by closing those refineries. And who does it hurt? It'll hurt the state for losing tax base, and it'll hurt the local economy for lack of jobs. It'll hurt the individual for both losing the employment, and they'll end up paying more per gallon. For what? For some virtual signaling for a presidential hopeful.
I actually think it's just espionage. No, a lot of these politicians are just bought out, and they do not know who bought them out. They get funded, to encourage to do all this stupid green thing, and actually, it's probably China or Russia, trying to weaken the United States by continuing doing stupid things to destroy their own economy. It's a long game. This is what I think. No, it makes zero sense. None of this makes sense to me. Just like the whole walk thing don't make sense at all. There's a lot of funding probably coming from overseas to fund, all these, stupid ideas which doesn't work, but then yet more money is pumped into it. So, and where the money come from? Who have the most US dollars to spend? That's what I think. But that's how I think.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of, like, with the woke thing. I can't speak to the closing the refineries, but like the woke thing, there are a huge amount of Americans that bought into that stuff hook, line, and sinker. I mean, a lot of us did, but you think about all these like liberal types that worked at like the advertising agency. Like everybody remembers the Bud Light commercial where they had that transsexual, whatever his name was, and that ended up costing Anheuser-Busch billions of dollars, right? Because everybody just said we don't. We don't want to be associated with that, and like they still never recovered from it. So like they never, even now they even like got the Dana White and the MMA whatever it's called, the MMA thing to sponsor it. They still never recaptured their market share. Like that was a permanent loss, and they may never even recapture that. So and all this woke stuff, when they had like these. Like I think what was it, the Sports Illustrated or something like that? They had like 350-pound women in the swimsuit issue and like ridiculous things like that. People don't want to buy it anymore. So it ends up becoming self-destructive in the long run, and people are just sick of it.
Look at the thing about what Wyatt says about a foreign influence. Like it's definitely possible, and like if I were a foreign adversary, I would definitely fund whatever that promotes, the downfall of my adversary. I would do that. But I don't think it would be possible. Like it would be considered subversion. You would have McCarthyism all over again. Like if a nation is a functioning nation, like it wouldn't work if you don't have people opening the doors of Toledo, if you know what I mean. Okay? You need someone to open the gates for that foreign influence to come in and be able to do harm.
Yeah,
and whoever
you need someone to wheel in the Trojan horse, right, inside of Troy.
Yeah, push it that 8 furlongs down the road. Yep.
So you can blame China or blame Russia, but it wouldn't be possible if inside the United States, very powerful people that have like probably a preponderance of power, more than the oil guys, more than the pipeline guys, more than all these like very efficient and capable old men that know what really matters in life. People are overpowering them and spoiling their game. And so someone has that amount of power to actually like screw the United States to such a level? And who is that and why?
Yeah, when you follow the money, it's easy to do.
It's probably one of your greatest allies, not your adversaries.
Our greatest ally.
Yeah, and how about this thing called like competition between humans? There's so much competition in like to get a good job or whatever, to get a market share of something. That's for the bigger players. But at some point you cannot trust anybody. All this like whatever it is, life or a way of behavior you do outside of your house or in cultural places. Well, not cultural, but anything meaningful. It has this element of competition where somebody is manipulating you for something. Everywhere.
Well, maybe
everywhere.
not manipulation, but definitely competition. Competition is natural, right? I mean,
yeah,
a little bit of competition, healthy competition, encourages people to do better.
Well, competition, yeah, but it's not like games. It's serious, like simple stuff, jobs and shit.
Well, I mean, like the space race or something. That was good.
Yeah, I mean, look how far we went with the space race, right? We went from not having a program at all to beating Russia to the moon, and we did it so badly that they decided, you know what, we're not even going to try to be second place. We'll just do something else. That was great competition.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
And they went to Venus, and so the Russians went to Venus. Hey, but this is something that I always thought about. This famous line that Putin said of like he who does not I can't remember what it was exactly, but he who does not lament the fall of the Soviet Union doesn't have a heart, and it even makes sense for the United States, because look at the greatness that you were able to achieve when you had a peer competitor, and look how it fell when it lacked one. So like it's this like ancient rivalry that fuels growth and vitality. Like old enemies. When one of them dies, and then the other one like loses its reason to live. This form of rivalry was super healthy, and once it faltered, once you lost that, it's like you lost your way.
Well, I mean, the nuclear race was the same way, right? I mean, we developed it, and Russia found out while we were developing it, and they decided to develop one of their own, because they realized if we had a super weapon and they didn't, they were gonna be our subjugation. Our target, the target of our ire. They were no longer going to be an equal ally at the table. So what they do? They developed a nuclear warhead, and then they spent the next 40 years competing, trying to keep up. Just like the space race, there was the nuclear race, and it was a great race. What we should have done is we should have had a race of nuclear power generation. I mean, we did kind of, but only militarily.
Yeah, do they have nuclear power plants in Europe or USA?
Yeah, we've got them all over the place. We just built and commissioned a new one in Georgia.
So
they've got a couple of them in Florida that are getting ready to go online.
No, I think you said like
so
in Europe.
One of them enough?
They closed down all the ones in Germany. Like I don't know why, but
I don't know. I don't keep track of that kind of stuff in Europe. It doesn't affect my life at all.
France relies a lot on nuclear power as well, but I think a lot of Europeans like Western Europeans have a very negative view of nuclear power.
Only because they've been told to hate it.
Down in Belgium, we realize that we can do for the moment without it. So we we have, I think, two or three reactors that we start to keep online. But the goal is to shut everything off, and that's not a solution, actually.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, but they probably will do
it.
Well, I mean, those are the kind of people that listen to that damn Canadian crypto, that idiot. people that think that somehow oil is somehow magically getting replaced and coal has no use. It's like those people are living in fantasy lands, and nuclear is the answer. It's just whether or not the politicians will ever let the people have cheap energy. And the answer is they probably won't. And unfortunately, people aren't willing to control their politicians because they listen to idiots like that idiot crypto.
We had, like in Kentucky, it was 2 governors back. It was Governor Bashir, not the new one, his dad, and he's a Democrat. It's like, and he wasn't that great, but he was actually campaigning on getting a nuclear reactor built in Kentucky.
Great idea.
And it was getting mixed reviews because people don't like nuclear. Other people think it's great. Then Fukushima happened, and that shit just died.
Yeah.
Because everyone, what if there's a tidal wave in the Ohio River and Godzilla comes out and smashes the nuclear power plant all at the same time? It's like,
I'm sorry,
but yeah, it was a cool idea for about 5 minutes, and then once Fukushima happened, it was like it never even was mentioned again.
Well, that's the sad thing about Fukushima is, it survived something larger than it was designed for, and in engineering, you've got to make a decision when you're designing something. How much bigger, how much more protection are you going to design into an entity? And it's a line item cost. You've got to make a decision. Okay, we can design these to survive a 1,000-meter tidal wave and a Richter 14 earthquake. But it would be so cost prohibitive to do so. We've got to be more realistic. It's just like flood protection. So someone's got to decide.
And I always tell that to the clients in the projects. Like,
yep.
How strong should this structure be? Like, well, do you want it? How much budget do you have? Because do you want it to resist a 6 degree, a 9 degree? A plane crash, a meteor. What do you want it to resist? There's always a higher scale of risk. There's
I always want it to be able to withstand the idiot Canadian enviroweenie in the background, right? That's the cursed crypto idiot. That's what I always want it to protect from. And it's like, okay, design it. It's like oil refineries. When they were building the new ones back in the late 1930s, early 40s, they designed them to last 30 and 40 years. And here we are almost 100 years later, right? 85, 90 years later, running the same facilities, right? So obviously we woefully under-design them for their actual life span. We should do the same thing for power plants, right? If you're going to design a power plant, if you're going to build a nuclear power plant, you need to sit down and say, okay, not the 100-year flood. Let's look at the 500-year flood.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I mean, Texas is experiencing this just over the last month, right? They built bridges and they designed them for the 50-year flood event, even though they've had 5 50-year flood events in the last 30 years. It's like, okay, one, why can you even call it a 50-year flood event if you've had 3 of them in the last 50 years?
You have to put the isolation again against flooding. Like, it's not, you need to isolate it with not rubber, but something. It's not like force, this water. It's not like force. It's like water. It's wet.
Well, the problem is the water rose. What was it? 35 feet higher than what the
40,
flood?
Yeah, it was like
35, 40 feet. Yeah, it's like, okay, are you gonna design a bridge where the average height off the water, instead of being 3 meters, or what is that? 14 feet in real measurements, freedom units.
10.
Yeah,
30 is 10 meters.
Yeah, so instead you're gonna build it 100 feet in the air, 35 meters. Really? No, it's not realistic, right? So instead, what do? You
Ted.
design a bridge that's cheap enough you can just replace it.
I heard you. You said centimeter. You said meters before saying freedom units.
Yeah, because I know I'm talking to a bunch of low-level third worlds.
No, I think you came.
You got to feed the kids first.
I think you came out reflexively.
You got to feed the world first.
And you might lose your citizenship now.
No, I still think that's why I didn't measure. That's why I didn't convert them correctly, because I don't deal in metrics unless I'm having conversations with y'all.
Somebody from America.
And a feet thing, an inches thing, an eighth of an inch thing. And we like working with millimeters, centimeters.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Hey, look. There's 16 divisions in an inch, and there's only 10 divisions in a centimeter. It's more accurate. It's just like Fahrenheit and centigrade. It's a more accurate scale. You've got half a circle from the top to the bottom. 180 units of division. That's almost double the resolution of centigrade. It's more accurate.
Fahrenheit. I don't understand Fahrenheit.
You're wrong, Ted. I'm sorry. Like, I really like the imperial system. I really like to use inches, but you're wrong, because an inch is 25 millimeters. So
correct.
Those 16 are a lower resolution than the millimeter, which is like a third part of a 16th. Now, you can divide the inch into 32s and sometimes even into 64.
In my world, we divide it. In my world, we divide it 100 times, because we use. Okay. That's the one time we use the decimal system. Either 100 or 1,000.
Oh, you have 100 of an inch. That's interesting. I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's what.
I thought the logic of the inch was that it was always divided in a pair.
So in carpentry, it is.
Yeah.
Because carpentry, the best resolution you need is a 64th of an inch.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. You don't need more than that. But also,
in most carpentry,
super useful
a 16th of an inch is actually too high a resolution.
It's too much. Yeah. But in carpentry, it's also super useful to have a symmetrical unit that you can divide it in equals.
And that's why the 16. That's why the 16 divisions of an inch are more organically useful for crude construction. Right? Rough framing of a house, the resolution needed is probably plus or minus an eighth of an inch. Right?
Yeah.
Quarter inch resolution. Right? That's as good as you need to build most structures. Right?
Yeah,
if you need more accurate than that,
no one's ever used. Well, I don't want to say no one, but yeah.
When
we cut wood, we don't go lower than a 16th of an inch. We just don't do it. I mean,
no, not unless you're doing really, really fine cabinetry or something else.
Yeah. Yeah, but for framing, I mean, it depends. If you have a timber frame, like in the Amish tradition or the German tradition, then you should use at least a 30-second for the structural beams.
I've never seen beam construction any closer than a 16th of an inch.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. That's pretty much 16th as well.
Yeah, good.
Have you seen the Amish?
And
I have.
I'm going to sleep, guys. So I give you a good bye-bye.
You don't like hearing freedom units. We were going to talk about the furlong. Crypto made a comment in the comment section. He wanted to talk about the furlong, the eighth of a mile.
Yeah, but it's like 4 a.m.
That only matters in the Kentucky Derby.
That's right.
Heck yeah,
racing, that's important, man.
It's almost as important as the $2 bill, baby.
So my dudes, it's almost 4 a.m. for me.
All right, take care, brother, man.
Enjoy and make him suffer, Ted. You can do it.
That's why
I'm
the
going
whole
to end my
world still
life.
measures oil in the barrel.
And I'm going to sleep. Bye-bye, guys.
Take care, man.
Bye-bye.
Oh, bye, Lambo. So, do you guys want to continue talking or shall we do closing? Since
No, first I will run away
Vaughn, you're
because
muted.
I will. It's 2 a.m. So I
Yeah,
want
I mean,
to
if you
let the
guys want to do
Americans
closing,
get out.
It's only been 6 hours.
So anyway, Officer Horse, I emailed you. Also, I emailed Gabriel's father on the link to join the lounge. So the DPA Open Mic Speakers Lounge. So it's on Telegram. It's an exclusive chat group for only Open Mic speakers. So you can check your email.
Oh,
for the link
thank
to
you.
join.
Can talk to somebody. That's nice. Nice.
There's
Nice to
always someone
know.
to talk to, 24/7.
Yeah,
and then you
because
realize
not
your whole
everybody-
life is sucked.
Yeah, it's all
it will
good,
suck
but
out of your entire life.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, it's the best channel on the internet, so everybody enjoy. Bye
Take
bye.
care, man.
So we
Okay.
can do closing. If
in the name of the
if
Father.
we it's mostly Americans now, except Gabriel.
No, Gabriel is.
I'm American. man.
Honorary
What's
American.
the
He's
fuck?
American. He just don't know
South
it yet.
American. Yeah.
I'm American.
Okay,
what
okay.
the fuck?
Okay. So sorry. Yeah. This is America. Okay.
You
So
are
let's
a
do
lone
closing
lion.
then.
You want me? You want me?
Yeah.
Who do you
No,
want?
You're the Chinese
I'm
spy.
actually.
You're the Chinese spy in the group.
Yeah.
I think I did mention before, right? I read so much American politics to the point where I thought that I'm American sometimes. Like I feel
Yeah.
like
Yeah, you have to make those
Anytime you're
reports
ready
for the
to immigrate,
CCP, right?
we'll help you fill out the visa.
Yeah.
You- you need
you can
to-
crash here, man.
You need to get those reports for the CCP, right? Wyatt? You just got all the info out of Ted for your drill exploration and nuclear power plants. Like Wyatt was
I'm just
writing
waiting
down
for-
everything that Ted was saying. Wyatt was writing it down. You know, make his report. for the CCP.
Anything I discuss in public is readily available on the internet.
I'm just waiting for Trump to fix America before I can even consider migrating to America. No, United
Well, I
States
just wanted to
looks
say
super
one thing
dangerous.
quick about that. I meant to say that before we got off on this, like, imperial versus metric shit. One of the things that Trump is doing is he's like in cities like like where I live in San Francisco and LA and New York, the homeless problem, which, let's be honest, it's a drug problem. It's not a homeless problem. It's a fucking drug problem. I see it every day. And he has done a lot with that, where he's withholding federal funds to a lot of these local governments because they have this. I don't know if you heard this thing, Housing First program. So they'll literally they'll literally build like these large multifamily unit dwellings and put all these drug addicts in there for free, and give them food and everything like that. And they're just they just go to absolute shit. And he's saying, no, it's treatment first, which is the only way that makes sense. Because if you can't take, I don't know if you've ever seen what these drugs do to people. I mean, it's the fucking Walking Dead. You can go parts to my city. I mean, it's like these people aren't even human anymore. They're like zombies. And I'm not trying to say that to be heartless. I'm just saying.
I've seen it on the internet, but there's
Yeah,
nothing like that here.
What these
There's
drugs
nothing
do
like
to
that.
people, it
They're
turns
like the
them
computer hang, right? They just like suddenly just stand there and just
Like, dude, here in all the main cities, it's full of homeless people. And homeless people from all over the place. Like, you got Venezuelans, Haitians, Colombians, and a bunch of locals. It's full of homeless people. And they're all drunks and drug addicts. But no one looks like the videos I've seen from the USA. It's just unbelievable. Like,
yeah,
the homeless
it's
people
the
here
opium war over there.
are actually human. They can talk, they can walk. They'll ask you for money, for spare change and stuff like that. But I've never seen something like what I've seen from over there.
This is why United States is fighting this drug war in a different way, because it is actually an attack. It's a bit like the opium war situation in China. Like, it is deliberate importing of a drug that will destroy the country. That's what happened to China. The Qing dynasty,
but
the Qing Empire.
You do know, Wyatt, that
that's why the drug is different.
This whole opioid prescription crisis in the USA.
Yes,
like the Americans themselves
during Obama days, right?
Their population through pharma lobby. They addicted a huge chunk of their population to opioids, like through random prescriptions.
I don't disagree. I don't want to get too far in the weeds on that. I just kind of speaking what Trump.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
We all agree it's a problem.
Yeah, we know. But anyway, that's what he's trying to do, and that's one of the things that he's doing. Because we talk about the MIC all the time, and big pharma. There's something else that's emerged over the last 10 years, and it's called the homeless industrial complex that exists in all these large cities. And there's massive amounts of government taxpayer money that go to these organizations, and every year the situation gets worse. I see it every fucking day I go outside. Okay. It just gets worse and worse and worse. Now, I understand there's people who live in this country that don't see that, but if you live in any large city, you know what I'm talking about. It's that bad. And these are really powerful drugs that you cannot, there's a lot of drugs where you can somewhat function and maybe have some sort of a job. These drugs, no, you can't. You're literally like a zombie, and it's horrible. And a lot, and it's just, and I don't even know if some of these people are even salvageable anymore, even if they get off the drugs, because I'm not even sure exactly what it does to your brain, or if you spend that much time living on the street, anyway. But I just wanted to make the point that Trump is doing something about that by removing the funds, because he's disincentivizing the behavior. And any sort of, what was it Thomas Sowell said, if you incentivize behavior, you get more of it. You disincentivize it, you get less of it. There are no solutions. There's only trade-offs. So anyway, I just wanted to make that point because some people might not be aware that Trump is doing that.
I saw on Twitter that someone say that Trump is bringing back the asylums, so that may it's mental institute, right? Basically.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a long story, because it was actually Reagan that kind of closed the asylums and let a lot of these people out. A lot of these people could, if they do need treatment, it is when you get that addicted to a drug that's powerful, you're no longer a sane person anymore. You can't make rational decisions. That you can't. I'm all about individual liberty and all that, but I mean, when someone's like that, they can't make a rational choice. So, I think I had said my whole thing in voice chat about how I would deal with it. But the point is these people do need treatment. And I'm not just talking about this 28-day bullshit where they go away to they need real intensive treatment, proper screening, and they need to be, medically detoxed. And then some of these people are going to have to learn some basic life skills, hopefully get some sort of career training. Now, there's going to be a certain percentage of them that are not you can't help. Right. And you're going to have to provide some sort of social safety net for them, just not having them. But you just can't let them wander around in the street and literally set up a fucking tent right outside my fucking lawn, like I was dealing with till I turned the fucking hose on them. You can't have that. So we are going to have to do so. There has to be a solution for this. And there is. Not everybody can be helped. That's just the sad reality of humanity. But a lot of these people can be helped. And also you can prevent a lot of more people from falling into the throes of this horrible addiction. My 2 cents.
Yeah, we should just use Canada East as the asylum. Send them all to Toronto.
No, where does Crypto live? Send him there.
Oh yeah, I think he's one of those. Right? I think he lives on the. I think he's a Newfie. I think he's a Newfie.
You know what?
I remember he said Nova Scotia.
Yeah, that's where the Newfies live.
You know what Canada's
Scotia.
You know what Canada's going to do with them, right?
Yeah, they will euthanize them. They're like,
yeah, that's right.
This will make you happy.
Yeah, they can euthanize people up there.
Yeah, that's right.
So that is actually the ploy. The Americans send all the people they don't want to get gas chambered in Canada.
Well, but just to be serious for a second, Vancouver, BC has a terrible drug problem as well. So it's happening in Canada as well. I've been there.
The last time I was up there, it was worse than San Francisco, and that's saying something.
That's saying a lot, yeah. So it has
worse than Seattle.
I found a place worse than San Francisco.
Yeah, Vancouver. Yeah,
it really sounds like a espionage thing. It sounds like it's just foreign countries.
You would think, right?
Stirring shit.
But what I'm saying is that no enemy could do that much damage, like without America being like China.
Of course.
Yeah.
Remember when China
without internal enemies? Yeah.
when China got the Opium Wars, they were destroyed. You know, they were, but buck broke into submission and forced the opium up their asses. Well, America is like doing it to itself. You know, like pretty much like without an invasion. That's what I mean. Without a literal gunship invasion.
Why?
You know.
Why need to invade when the people are also corrupted? You can always just bribe them into doing the job for you. So,
but America's the richest country. America's the richest country. How can you bribe the richest country in the world? It doesn't make any sense.
Because you're bribing the politicians.
Yeah, the politicians are they're earning shit money.
They're ridiculously cheap to buy, Gabriel. I mean, they're not that much more expensive than other countries.
Why aren't the Patriots higher bidders? You know, like they could be. You know
why? Because most patriots are keeping their head down, going to work, so they can pay that 52% tax.
That's true.
And not just that. I think a lot of the American patriots actually believe in the system. They never expected that the people can be so corrupted. I think that's one of the big things.
I mean the patriots, like not like your blue collar Joe. I'm talking about like the patricians, the patrician class. Where are they? Why aren't they outbidding? For their own
because
nation.
The Patriots don't believe in the idea of having to bribe someone. That's the idea. It's kind of a
moral
thing.
That's why I just say
it's a moral dilemma.
In the system.
Yeah. They believe in the system so much they're not willing to participate in how it actually works.
In fact, even Donald Trump.
I see that a lot of times when I'm working overseas. Right, you'll have a guy that's from the United States, and he's still under this idealized false notion that you can get stuff done without paying bribes anywhere. I mean, people talk about, we can get stuff done in the United States without bribes. No, you can't. We just don't call them bribes outright, right? You do work on the West Coast. What are you going to do? You're going to build schools. You're going to build clinics, outreach programs, right? You're going to fund a bunch of basketball and after-school programs. Are those bribes? Well, not really. But you can't get your project done if you don't fund that stuff.
Yeah. It's legalized,
right? So I mean, it's just a different name for bribery because you're not getting that permit without
lobbying.
Same thing lobbying, right? But but you can buy time with any senator for $30,000 to his re-election thing. Is that a bribe?
The thing is, I don't know. In war, in like political war. Or geopolitical war, you can't have those qualms. Like you're gonna lose your country if I can't.
So that's the difference between the Democrat-led United States and the Republican-led one. The Democrat-led one is very willing to bribe, like that's the whole U.S. aid and all this CIA thingy he's doing. That faction of United States Americans, politicians or leadership is very willing to bribe and control the world through the dictators. The Republican side is less. Like they are more believer in the Constitution, the way how the system should work. Like if you look at Donald Trump, he basically trapped himself because he tries to keep with the system, but particularly in his first term, and he basically he got stuck. He let the riots continue because to him the constitutional way is that the riots should be dealt by the states. The federal government should not get involved. And then in the end, it got weaponized against him, and they all blame Trump for the riots. So this time now, he just sent in the guards. He don't care. He just sent in the military, and then just.
What's he got to lose?
Now he's
not losing
so he don't care.
Political power, right?
But this is what I mean by the patriots have a problem. You see, in United States, they believe in the system so much that they actually, cut their own legs. They cause themselves to be trapped by all these covert games that is being played by the enemies, by the opposing side. So now Trump is he just don't care. He got all the right people in the right jobs, and then they just keep going after. So it's very cathartic. For someone who have been watching U.S. politics for more than 10 years, like 10, 15 years. This is so cool.
People have made the argument it's a good thing that Trump actually lost in 2020, right? Because he caught him election. So when he came back, he says, all right, now I know.
Toughen him up.
Yeah, exactly. and I know how the games, and plus all the shit that happened to him in the, the interterm years, right? When the lawfare and everything like that, and everything like raiding Mar-a-Lago and sniffing his wife's panties and all this kind of crazy shit that happened. I'm not kidding. They went through her fucking underwear, bro, man. That's a true story.
And he's pissed about it.
But honestly, when one day, decades from now, Trump is, passed away, and people look back at his story, it's gonna look like a science fiction, it's like a non-fiction, it's like a fiction story. It's like fake. It doesn't make sense. Everything is just.
He's like the God Emperor, man. That's basically,
it's like a novel. It doesn't sound real. The thing that he gone through. Then how all things come together. How you dodge a bullet. How you fight the system, and got everything against the experts. The economy say this cannot be worked. He do it. This say cannot be worked. He do it. He don't care. Then everything still get done and all works. It's like. Yeah, it's going to be a very wild novel to read. His life story is going to be so crazy.
Yeah, we're only like 7 months in, so let's. What's it going to be like in another 3 years?
You think this has been a wild ride? Wait for the last 100 days.
Buckle up, man.
I mean, you would talk about a bingo card. I've been working on a bingo card. The last 6 months and the last 100-day bingo card. Right? Because there's going to be some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. You think he's treating these third world countries like Canada and the Philippines like redheaded stepchilds now? Wait till he's in the last year. Right?
Wait till he's like brown-headed stepchilds.
We're talking about. Yeah, I mean.
Do you see the Dan Bongino's tweet?
Yeah, I
so
did.
He basically did an update, and then it's like he got shocked by. He said that more things is to come, and he got shocked to his core by what he have seen, and then all these are going to come out soon, eventually as they finish the investigations. So and he's one of those people that I feel like he has one of the highest integrity. So I have a lot of trust in the things that,
I like
that he
said.
Can he survive it though? Can he resist getting turned?
I don't know.
I don't think.
That's exactly right. With time will tell.
Even if Obama doesn't go to jail, and the Epstein files and clients never get open into the public, at least the late night show was canceled. Holy shit, man! Gotta be thankful.
Well, yeah, but no one watched it anyway.
You got to start somewhere.
No one was watching.
There's no more TV, right? So nobody cares.
I mean, they were losing like
Trump.
He was losing $40 million a year or something like that. That show was costing.
That shows you
Trump
how much
it's
just propaganda.
I think Trump got pissed off by one of the questioning by the journalist, and he said that he's going to release the list. He said that Bill Clinton went to the island for 28 times or something, or is it?
Yeah, he could just something like that, 28 or 38 times.
Yeah, so then he said that he will give out he will provide a list. He blurted out. So I'm looking forward to it. Yes, finally a list of something.
Like I understand that it's probably a big deal. Like you can't just go and do it, but I really was hoping when he won that he would come in with a vengeance. That he would bring forth holy retribution about on all the people who were after him, who were at his throat.
Well, he is in a way, because if you look at he fired he removed the security clearances of everybody that was in the deep state that were his enemies, right? All these like Brennan. I hope he's the first guy to go. Actually, I can't stand him. He's gone after the pencil neck guy from California with the bug guys.
You got Adam Schiff. You got Clapper.
Yeah, he's going after all them. Like that guy's getting charged with mortgage fraud.
He clapped Clapper.
So the thing.
The jokes write themselves, don't they?
Yeah, and also he's purged the intelligence community. Like he's gotten rid of a lot of these people. Like you saw what he's done. Like how many thousand IRS agents has he let go? He's the State Department. He fired all those people in there that that weren't loyal. Like he is purging. So. Maybe these things have to be done in steps.
Correct. You need to do it. Sure. There is a sequence because you have to get rid of a lot of people within the deep state. If not, you cannot do anything. Like you can give an order, then the order just disappears. Because everybody is an enemy. You have to get rid of a lot of people. You have to purge it. Then you can actually go for the serious stuff. Like I feel like this is what is currently happening. It's like they're starting to turn their attention onto the serious things. Like they're now looking at the Epstein thing. They're looking at the Bill Clinton, the Obama thing. Like because now it's ready. They have purged enough people that whoever is remaining in the intel or the FBI, all this is people that they can trust. Then now they start to do all these things.
Yeah.
Like the lawsuits against the universities, I didn't.
Oh yeah, they all caved. He got rid of them, and they were all the trans testicles people. They all got removed. All their medals got taken away. White folks,
along with their testicles.
Well, yeah.
So in the U.S. politics, if people who support Trump, there is really so much wind. That is crazy. You can't even keep up because it's just one after another, every single day.
That's the crazy thing about the news cycle is it's so fast. It's like, okay, wait a minute, or where are we at on these tariffs, right? You hear something for a day, and it's like, okay, but is that the latest comment or the latest tweet, right? And that's why I think this guy's actually writing his own tweets. He lets a tweet at 2 a.m. I think he's actually the one up, sitting in the bathroom, writing this tweet, because if he had a PR person, that tweet would have never gotten written.
Well, yeah, we've seen him he's watching the news, he's watching things, and
he's commenting in live time.
Yeah, he's commenting and he says, write that down. Like he says, oh, this and that, write it down.
Yep. And when he tells that person to hit send, that person listens.
Are you going to say no to Trump? I'm not.
Well, I'd like to say I would, but no. He is the god
imagine
emperor.
how stressful it is to work for this administration. It's like it's non-stop actions. It's always all go. And then it's like you don't even know what time you can go home, because it's like it's 24/7. You keep on going, and it must be so damn stressful.
I've heard rumors that he actually has 3 sets of staff, and they work in around the clock.
Well, yeah,
and you know what?
He only sleeps 4.5 hours a night. Like that came out.
Yeah, because he's the old guy, right? I think because older people sleep lesser.
There's people that are bored.
Hey,
the same way.
Some of us resemble that remark.
Okay.
Sleeping
4 hours a night.
Older people sleep lesser, right? That's the real thing, no? The older you get, the lesser sleep.
But he was always like that. He never needed a lot of sleep. Like I remember seeing an interview with him 25 years ago. And he was like that. That's why he would be up at all these bizarre hours for most people. Jay Leno has that same thing where he just doesn't sleep. Like he just, doesn't need it.
Okay, yeah. So let's do closing. We have enough MAGA moments. We chest up a lot, so now we can actually close.
America roar!
Yeah, MAGA.
Yeah, can I just go and I'll just say, I just want to thank Wyatt for doing this, man. All your work is greatly appreciated. Those who are listening, hey, smash the like button, guys, if you haven't already. Also, you can share the links to all these videos on your Twitter account and stuff like that. That helps out the channel too. And pretty much anybody can join if you're willing to show your face. So if you guys want to come next week, if Wyatt is doing one next week, hopefully, and don't forget to check out his other channels where you get the sit reps and you get the frontline changes, which is really cool. And he's got a pretty good sense of humor the way he does it. And super chats are help him out. Everything's appreciated. It was good to see Mr. Ted in here again. I still think Landman is based on you, but whatever, you deny it. But anyway, that's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Super chat, Mr. Ted, do you like Lindsey Graham?
Not just no, but hell no. And fuck you for asking. Is that a strong enough reply?
Okay, closing by Gabriel. Gabriel closing.
Okay. Guys, thank you for the ride. It was a good conversation. You got to see my father, though you didn't get to hear him very much. I suppose he told you he was my father because I didn't mention it, but I wasn't there when that happened. But yeah, to close the the whole conversation. I'll insist, like the real richness, the like not rich, the real riches, the real wealth is actually energy put to use. That's real wealth. Not money, not reserve currency, not paper coin, not even gold. It's energy. And so, like, whatever constraint there is to produce energy is a form of self-sabotage, in the sense of like, I believe, class division. Like, as you can constrain the supply of this essential force, you can keep people down. Basically, you can stop them from contesting power, because when you're talking about, this is the way I see it anyway, when you're talking about like great power politics or macroeconomics, it's always a zero-sum game. It's a matter of percentage of influence. And so if you can have a constraint on the availability of power or influence, then you have control. If there's no constraint, then you'll have equals. You might have much more wealth. You can have, I don't know, like spaceships that fly to other planets or whatever. But that doesn't amount to anything if others can also do it. And so I think that's the irrationality of it all. That, it's not a matter of resources, but of percentage of use. What share of the total pie? It can grow infinitely, but supposing it can, but how much is available at a particular moment, and how much you can control of it, what percentage of it you can control, that's the real issue, and that's what constrains most of these policies. And to this whole MAGA moment, like, yeah, there's certain things that are definitely better than what was before. There are also ominous signs of compliance with prior policy, with the tendency, which I don't blame necessarily, because it's hard to steer a massive ship, and so it might come out good. And well, all things work together for good for those who what. But be vigilant. Don't rest on your laurels. Keep your guy accountable. Be able to push back when he's against your interests, and please purge the fucking place. You can't have Lindsey Graham like being the front head of foreign policy. Get that guy into his place, for God's sake. And that's it. Like, stay vigilant, fight the good fight. And thank you, Wyatt. Like, share, and subscribe, and send more super chats. Thank you for all those who already did. You can always come and have a conversation, but if not, you can always send super chats. That's just fine. We won't condemn you for that. We might bash you a bit, but it's just fine. Go ahead and do it. Have a great week ahead of you, and good night.
Thank you, Gabriel. Super chat by Wyatt. Thank you for hosting the open mic. So, and Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I just want to say, as always, thanks for Wyatt to provide the platform for us every week to come here and discuss all the geopolitics and the current events. And if you like it, like, subscribe, and share. Always check out Wyatt's situation reports and frontline changes if you want the latest action in Ukraine or Cambodia and Thailand or Iran and Israel. Whatever happens, he's got it covered. And, if you come on the open mic, you can hang out with everybody on the open mic and all the previous guests in the voice chat, which is fun. As far as Ukraine goes, I didn't get to talk about it because I was in and out all day. But, obviously, Pakrovsk, Kupiansk, and Kramatorsk are, on the short list. Who knows what's going to happen? It looks like the Russians are really gaining ground around the north side there.
It's really looking bad for Pokrovsk. It sounds like the Russians are already inside the city to some extent in small groups, maybe just running in and out. Sounds like the same thing might be happening up around Kupiansk. There might be Russian DRGs fucking around inside the city some, or at least on the outskirts. So I would just expect all these situations to get progressively worse this week. And maybe we'll see something big happen this week, maybe not. But I would imagine by the end of the week, those three cities will be further surrounded and further pressed. And who knows, maybe there'll be another surprise out there we don't even know of. But y'all have a good week. It's good to see everybody. Appreciate the new guy. Come back, come hang out with us in the voice chat. You know, you can ask all kinds of questions, have good conversations, but y'all have a good week. Take it easy.
Thank you, Vaughn. Mr. Ted, closing.
Well, I'm going to parrot what everybody else has said. We appreciate the forum and the opportunity to come in here, Wyatt. And like everyone else said, like, share, and subscribe. And the super chats, yeah, we love the banner, but we like the money too. and yes, crypto, I agree with even my mortal enemies sometimes, because a broke clock's right at least twice a day. So yeah, America, rawr. I'll see you guys next week or in the VC.
Mr. Ted.
Take care, man. Later.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. No, my turn to do closing. So I'm gonna hide you guys. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 138. Which the main event over the week is probably Thailand-Cambodia War, and no one give a damn about Gaza. We didn't talk a bit about Gaza, and we talked quite a bit about Ukraine. Although I wasn't paying attention, I'm so sorry. I was busy with other stuff. But yeah, so thank you everyone for watching, and this week, as I started to cover the Vietnam, the Thailand conflict, managed to get a lot more subscribers because new people start to discover the channel, and yeah, which is quite good. So hopefully we can get to 100,000 on the main channel soon, and that would be nice. And yeah, so that I can get a plug and then can put it behind me, it would be nice. And yeah, so, and we shall see how things go. The trade deals is quite a big surprise to me. That everyone just capitulated so easily. I know they will capitulate, but it's just like, yeah, everybody took the deadlines really seriously. So it looks like I need to cover a bit on that soon. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how to balance all the content creation and the content strategy, but yeah, I try to do my best. So like next, after this, I need to do the frontline changes report immediately. So we shall see how this goes. And yeah, and also if for those that are interested to use Discord, the Discord server, invite link is back. People can now come back into the Discord channel now after the Discord strike. So a lot of changes in the Discord. I have re-established the rules and how we do enforce the rules. So hopefully we bring about a new culture with more serious conversation and less trolling and bullying. Yeah, so it's going to be a totally new dawn for the Discord server. So otherwise, if you want more chaos, just go to the DPA forum. It's more chaotic over there. So anyway, that's it. So I'm going to drop the outro. Have a great week ahead. It's a Monday again. It's already 10:30 a.m. in Singapore on Monday. So so anyway, yeah, that's it. Have a great night, the Americans, and have a great sleep. See you guys in the next update.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. they grow. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, like lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, like lovers yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table